need to quit
Or
calling
get
goddamn
the
names.
fuck over there.
Hey, you do something about it. You call him now, you sorry son of a bitch.
What are you gonna fucking do?
You do something.
Put your fucking
You
hands
got
on me.
him do something.
I want you to touch
I
me.
want you to put me
So
out of this
fucking
yard.
bad.
Put me out. I have a question. When y'all got out of the car the other day, and my old man was right here, why was y'all being rude? Because that right there made him cry all motherfucking night.
Rude about what?
Laughing at him.
About what?
I don't know. Y'all were sitting, your old lady was sitting right here staring at him, and so were y'all's friends, and y'all were cracking up. When you came out, you looked at him too.
Oh no, we just got
Well,
Now,
that
don't
hurt
answer
his
no
feelings.
stupid ass question.
That's not stupid. I'm just asking.
I promise you that every day I come out here from now on, I'm gonna make fun of you every time I walk out the door. Every time I go in the door, I'm gonna make fun of you.
Well,
I don't
just like
care.
I'm going to do you.
I don't care if you sit over there and cry yourself to sleep every night.
Well, you don't have to.
But if
because
you
know
don't
what?
break your ass over there,
I want you to
You
put me out. I want you to do it.
Leanne, he can't put you in jail.
I know we
go
can't.
to hell, you son of a.
get the hell out of this
No,
yard.
you put me out.
I want you.
You got
No, he's going to put me out.
5 minutes. Get the fuck out of this yard, you stupid fucking bitch.
Hey, you need to quit
Or
calling
get
goddamn
the
names.
fuck over there.
Hey, you do something about it. You call him now, you sorry son of a bitch.
What are you gonna fucking do?
You do something.
Put your fucking
You
hands
got
on me.
him do something.
I want you to touch
I
me.
want you to put me out of this
So
yard.
fucking
Touch
bad.
him so he can
Put me out of this yard.
so he
Touch
can
me.
put you in jail.
You
while
want me
he's
out
a
of this yard?
pussy
Put me
ass
out.
daughter.
I'm not prissy. You guys just need to
Shut
leave
up.
us alone.
Just
He
be quiet.
needs to leave
I asked a
her
simple
alone.
question.
Get the fuck
Put me
out of
out.
the fucking yard.
Come on. No.
Leanne, goddamn.
No, I want him to put his
Get
hands
the
on
fuck
me.
out. I'm telling you,
Put your
Fine.
hands on her.
get
I
the
want you to put
fuck
your hands
out
on
of the
me.
fucking
Fuck
yard.
you.
Get the fuck out of here.
Put your hands on me.
Come on. Come on. Get the fuck out.
put
Oh, your voice got deep.
Leanne,
But now it's back.
Come on. Come on. Get the fuck.
you put your
Let's
hands
go.
on. Fuck
Let's
you.
go. You two, let's
Put
go.
me out. No.
Whoa. Put your hands on. No, you're all gonna
You
get
back
the
the
fuck out.
fuck up.
Get the fuck out. Keep going.
No.
Keep
Fuck
going.
you. I'm not.
No.
Oh, she just touched me. I'm hurt.
Man, come on, come on.
No.
Hit me.
Hey, you touch
Come
my
on.
mama, I'm
Go.
fucking you
Keep
up.
recording.
Let's go.
Keep recording.
Oreo, come here now.
Go, go, go.
Oreo.
Come on, get your ass
Get
up.
over it.
Or babe, get Oreo now.
Come here, boy. Oreo. Come here, boy.
Get along and go over and see the and put diapers on.
I-
Put diapers on
I
that
am
bitch.
going to sue you for that.
I lost my
fucking
ring in your
No,
yard.
I don't care. Get the
I'm
fuck
getting
out.
my goddamn ring.
Guys, please.
Come on. Get the fuck out. Let's go.
No, let her
I'm
find
getting
her
my
ring.
goddamn
No.
I'm getting my
Babe,
motherfucking
don't,
ring.
stop. Babe, stop. God,
Oh, really?
Get the fuck out. Everybody's going.
stop. Please stop.
Say what you got.
Stop.
Babe, please come here. Just stop.
I'm getting my
Get
ring.
the fuck out of here.
No, I'm getting my goddamn ring.
Go.
You hit my wife, boy.
Go get him.
I'm taking you with me.
We call it the law.
Babe, come on.
You need to quit
Or
calling
get
goddamn
the
names.
fuck over there.
Hey, you do something about it. You got
All right, let's get it started, man. Yeah, let's get it started, man. Shout out to the people. Shout out to the mods, man. You see how that man was working that water hose? They get crazy in them comments. We spraying them down with the water hose, man. Yeah, we're not going to even play with him today. We didn't come to play. He said they going to rush him. Nah, he got that water hose. He got that water hose. He was letting it rip, man. What up, Nito? Hopefully you can get through there. Hopefully you can get through here today, man. So, yeah, man. Yeah. Good topic, man. You know, it's beautiful when I really didn't even plan on going live tonight, man. But it was just beautiful how the day played out. You know, it was beautiful. I saw a video from. Now, first of all, shout out to God of Jacob and the charcoal block. You know, I pulled up over there earlier, and he was pretty much saying, you know, everybody knows their identity except you. And then I'll say a few hours later, I'm scrolling through YouTube, and I see Sarah Garvey. He dropped a video speaking about identity crisis and the identity of Black Americans, ADOS, or whatever you want to call it. So I was like, you know what? Let's put it together. You know, let's do a show. You know, so the question is, do we suffer from an identity crisis? You know, that's what the question is. Do we have an identity crisis? And that's what I just wanted to know. I want some people to come on the panel, man, so we can break down a little bit of this video. Not gonna show all of the brother's video. You know what I'm saying? I know the production is tight, so I know the brother worked hard on it. You know what I'm saying? I know he works hard on the content that he creates. So I definitely don't want to, you know, just play his whole video. But what we want to do, but what I do want to play bits and some key points from Sarah Garvey's video. Also gonna drop the link. Let me just go ahead and drop the link. I probably dropped this a couple times. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure y'all go and support that brother in his channel. You know what I'm saying? And crazy enough about Sarah Garvey, man. Sarah Garvey and Titans TV is probably the reason that I fuck with some of y'all right here, right now, today. You know what I'm saying? When I first got on the Speaker's Corner, man, Sarah was coming with talking that shit, and then he had to come with the ting. You know, they was trying to beat the brother up, and then the brother went trying to beat the brother up, and then the brother came back, you know, with some more brothers, and it was like, oh shit. So yeah, that's really what sucked me in. I ain't gonna lie. If Sarah never would have went to Speaker's Corner, I probably wouldn't even been that invested in Speaker's Corner. You know what I'm saying? It probably just would have been something I watched a couple times and just kept moving. But you know, we all like a little car crash from time to time. So when I saw a car crash happening, I couldn't stop looking. You know what I'm saying? And met some cool people. And I done chopped it up with some cool people along the way, man. So, you know, shout out to the brother, man. But yeah, man, I dropped the link in the chat, man. Somebody, oh shit, that's the wrong. Well, let me drop this link. Damn, I'm tripping. Hold on. All right, Garvey video here. Yeah, so I'm gonna be playing little clips and little sections from this video. If you want to watch the full video, you know what I mean, you go ahead. I think it's like 13 minutes. Yeah, 13 minutes, 17 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Good shit. I listened to it, you know. I took it on board and trying to see what he was talking about. Don't really knock him. I don't know. We're gonna get into it. I'll tell people my feelings and my opinions on the video. But yeah, man, we got to get some people on the panel though to chop this up with me. Yeah, let me see. Should I play a song until some people pull up? And I know it's late in the UK, but I was like, fuck, man, I want to do this. In the end, all the brothers got ran out. And in the end, all the brothers got ran out. I wouldn't say they got ran out. I would say, you know, sometimes you outgrow places. You see what I'm saying? Like if I could speak for some of the black brothers, which I can't, but I can kind of understand why you would say, yeah, it's really no reason to come here anymore. You know what I'm saying? Especially when I'm hearing the stories of, you know, it's cops, right? You know, number one, and I know in America, we don't really deal with cops like that. So from what I heard from the UK brothers is what I heard from the UK brothers is there's a lot of police down there. You know, the agent talk is heavy. So I just think the brothers just outgrew it. I don't think they really got ran out of Speaker's Corner. But then what's the benefits? You also got to look like, what's the benefits of continually going to Speaker's Corner? You know what I mean? Especially after the little episode they had with the brothers. It's like, what do you want to do? Go down there and have a fight with people who have different religious beliefs than you? What do you want to do? You want to go down there? We'll go down there with people just fucking throwing blind punches at you every week, and then you got to put your hands on people? Like, nah, that shit gets old. And then you got to assess the situation. How am I benefiting from Speaker's Corner, right? If it was to have debates, you did that. If it was to get some notoriety and get your YouTube channel popping, that happened. Really, you know what I'm saying? Anything you probably, the brothers probably could go back there one Sunday just for nostalgia. You know what I'm saying? I will watch it just like that. And the brothers, I know the brothers don't go down there anymore, but they going this Sunday. I tap in. Last time Veli went to Speaker's Corner, I tapped in just because, you know, brothers ain't going like that no more. And who knows? Who knows if they would have went in Corona? You gotta remember Corona came too. Buddha Bing, is that you, bro?
It is indeed. How are you doing, Born Rich? Big up.
Yeah, doing all right, Buddha. Doing all right, man. So, you follow Sarah Garvey at all?
That's a name I have not heard in a long time. No, I don't follow Sarah Garvey.
Okay.
I don't quite understand his politics. There's no clear. I mean, to be fair, look, I don't follow him, so it's not like I'm gonna know. But yeah, it's not something I'm interested in, to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, I got you. He's obviously in my algorithms. You know what I'm saying? So he's obviously in my algorithm. So his videos.
So how do you know about Sarah Garvey?
All that Speaker's Corner. Like I was just telling the story, like Sarah Garvey and Titans TV was like my first introduction to Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, big up Kalam, yeah, man. Definitely.
Yeah.
So what do you know about Sarah Garvey? What do you know? What does he stand for? What's his position? Do you know?
Well, man, I don't know. I guess if he's what I hate to just sound like the people at Speaker's Corner. He's a Kemet, but no, I know he's pro-black, pro-African, you know, pro-black unity. He feels like we don't need a religion. I've heard a lot of brothers with this stance that religion is the reason that we're in the predicament that we're in now. So I know he doesn't really do religion. And I know the religion of Islam, he took a special liking to, for lack of a better word.
I think the other word is dislike.
Yeah. he paid special attention to Islam. And I think that would be fair. And yeah, like I said, it was me sitting on my little couch in Tennessee, seeing black brothers, you know, staying toe-to-toe and debate. The first thing I liked about Speaker's Corner is the fact that it's fucking Speaker's Corner, right? It's a place where you can just go and debate. Face to face, go and debate. I think that idea is dope. Don't know if it will work in America, but great idea. Brilliant idea. I love it. And then just to see black men up there standing strong, standing on that square, I liked it. Even in the face, and even faced with all type of adversities, and people want to harm them, and you got to hold people back. I'm seeing people bumping them and touching them and pushing them, and now you got to hold people back. I just liked all of that, bro. Yeah, I liked all of that. The shit show. I ain't gonna lie.
Speaker's Corner. I mean, I went there many years ago. And at the time that I went there, it was a place where people with fringe beliefs would go. So, you know, the kind of guys that like, yeah, the end of the world's coming, the apocalypse is nigh. Those kinds of people inhabited that area at that time. I went there to go see Brother Leo Muhammad. I don't know if you know this guy. He's,
yes, sir.
Part of the Nation of Islam in the UK. And yeah, I went there to listen to him speak, and yeah, it was quite inspiring. But after that, I never really passed through there. Never really had an interest in it. It was only years later that with the YouTube thing, I think one day I was just bored and I said, let me check out Speaker's Corner if there's anything on that. And lo and behold, there's loads. There was loads about things that were going on. And like yourself, I was introduced to the community via Titans TV, via Kalam. and it's kind of I've kept an eye on it. But to be honest with you, Rich, I don't really check it no more, man. I find the thing depressing.
What do you mean, Speaker's Corner?
Yeah. I find there's nothing really positive that really comes out of there. It's all negativity. Do you get what I'm saying?
Me neither. I'm subscribed to my brother Khaled, you know, from Somali Speakers. I'm still subscribed to him, so I'll catch some of his videos. I know that brother still goes down there, so if I want to hear, you know, some talk about the Somali brothers or get a little Islam talk, I'll tune in to see what he's talking about. But that's about it too, man. I guess I don't know. It's all about characters. I know people may not like the word characters, but when my favorite characters stop going down there, then I stop. You know what I'm saying? I start tuning in.
I feel like it's become a place of people suffering with mental health issues that go there now, and that kind of drags onto YouTube as well. So
yeah, absolutely.
It's not really. I'm trying to, you know, like this new decade, Rich. I've been trying to make some changes in my life, and there's no real space for that kind of negativity right about now, to be honest.
Yeah, Buddha, I don't see you a lot, man. I don't see you really on G Block too much, man. Where you hanging out these days on the YouTube streets, man?
I don't. This is the thing. It's either yourself or G Block, or I mean, I don't do negativity. Thankfully, your channel's kind of calm and collected, and there's conversations that can be had, and you know, like legitimate conversations on a level without people screaming and getting into their feelings. Unfortunately, when you go on places like G Block, there's a whole heap of doxing and all this.
Yeah. That weird.
I'm not into that, man.
Weird shit.
It's just negative. You get me?
Nah, that weird shit, bro. I've even started getting fucking comments and links, and I'm like, no, I'm not in that. Don't put me in that circle at all. Don't send that shit to me. Don't come in my private chat and drop that. I'm never gonna click it. So.
Did you ever do Hangouts, Born Rich?
Hell yeah.
All right, so Hangouts became a place that was so toxic. It was ridiculous, and because it was that under what's that thing called now? Discord.
Yeah, it was underground.
People have asked me to join Discord, and I joined it a couple of times, but because of the nature of the thing, you know, when something's underground, people feel like they can say and do whatever they want. Yeah. Because it's not in public. So, and for me, I'm not about that, man. That's not my kind of party still.
Yeah, I was doing Hangouts and clicked on my Hangouts one day and saw some titties. I said, oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, of course I looked, but it's like, whoa, this is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Like
100. And it's, you know, it could be absolutely.
Go ahead.
It could absolutely be anybody that you're speaking to. You don't know who you're talking to. You know what I'm saying? It could be a friend, a foe, an enemy. Nobody knows. You know what I'm saying? And then they put you in a situation like, look, God forbid, I get into an argument with someone in America and they start saying some stuff to me and I start saying something. What's going to be achieved? I'm never going to go to America to find this individual and get my retribution. So what's the point? You know what I'm saying? It's just getting angry for nothing.
For nothing, right? Like I always say, you're just gonna spit at your cell phone or spit at your laptop, and that's it's useless, man. It's useless. I try not to get out of character, man, and I guess that's one of the things I mean when I say I don't take it too serious, or when I say the internet is not real, because it's not in that aspect. It's not real.
Oh, but there are real repercussions. There are real, as we've seen, there's been evidence in the past few weeks. There's real life implications. People's houses get people go around to people's houses and listen, man. There's too much madness in this world to add to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to put some positivity out there and where best makes some.
No, it's a fact. And the Black UK family, I'm proud of y'all, man, for not getting caught up in all of that doxing and people coming to your house and go, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I know my people. Like, you come to my house, man, it's going to be a long day for you, man.
Bro, if someone comes to my house, possibly going to kill that person.
Yeah, exactly. Damn,
die. I'm going to go to jail for the rest of my life. What's the point? It's not over what? Over something. It's not over money. It ain't over a family member or something. It's over nothing. I don't want to go to jail for nothing.
Oh, yeah, so when I hear those stories and then it ain't no really black people in there, or it may be black people, but you know, black people that I speak to on a damn near everyday basis, they not involved in that, man. So, you know, stay out of that. Stay out of that, man. Stay out of that. Yeah, you need a water break. Where he at? Oh, he ain't in the top chat. He's in the live chat. Yeah,
Who's that?
Games you love. Just take a little water break, man. Come back in a minute. Go get your glass of water.
Let's just big up everyone in the chat. I didn't even say hello. Big up Lady Divine. Who else is here? Games you love. I'm not sure if I spoke to Games you love before.
He's one of them people he bigs me up sometimes and then calls me born bitch the next day. So right now I ain't feeling it today. So just go get your glass of water, man, and come back. And maybe you can big me up and we'll start over. Yeah. Obviously, today is one of the days he wants to call me born bitch.
I can see James Jones in the chat. I can see
my brother God Jacob. I don't know if you heard me earlier, bro. I shouted you out because this conversation that I want to have today, you partly the reason for it, man. When I was on a charcoal block earlier and you said, look, everybody knows our identity except us. And then, like I said, I watched that video with you, God Jacob. Then I say an hour or two later, I get a Sarah Garvey video that came across my feed, and he's saying Black Americans have an identity crisis. So it's like, okay, we need to talk about this. Do we? I guess I'll ask Buddha straight up. Let's start with the Black Caribbean people. Do Black Caribbeans suffer from an identity crisis, Buddha?
It's an interesting.
The ones in UK, I guess we could speak for all of them, or the ones in UK, however you want to take it.
Well, look, listen. It goes like this. I feel like there's a romantic view of some Caribbean people who have this notional idea that they're African, and I've always had points of issues with this, and there is amongst our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean an issue where they say who's black and who's not black, and whether you're mixed. If you're mixed, and you're not black because you're mixed. And the truth of the matter is, there are, to my knowledge and my understanding, no true black people in the Caribbean due to slavery, due to the design of breeding in slavery. You may have a black person from the Caribbean that has within their bloodline a number of different ethnicities, whether it be Scottish, whether it be Welsh, whether it be Indian, whether it be Arawak, wherever it be. Do you understand? There's no true black person in the Caribbeans, to my logical understanding. Unfortunately, even if we go to Africa, you can go to. So listen, let me ask you a question. If a person from Nigeria, has a child with a person from Ethiopia, what ethnicity would you say that person is? Is that person mixed, or is that person black, that child?
May be ignorant, but I'm going to say black. If I've known Ethiopians to be black, and I know Nigerians to be black. So we'll say black.
Okay. But in reality, they're of mixed ethnicities.
Okay.
Because if you look at yes, you're correct. They're both from Africa. So African. So in my mind, African does not equate to black. Black is a label. Do you understand?
Yeah.
There are different ethnicities within Africa. Now, if you look at Ethiopian ladies, you look at their hair, how their hair is different to the hair of a Nigerian. So there's different attributes to each person's ethnicity. And by giving it this broad general name of black, it takes away from the true identity and ethnicity of the person. So therefore, if you keep calling people black, they're never going to understand what their identity truly is, because you're not acknowledging their identity. You're giving an identity a generic name, black. You with me?
Mm-hmm.
So I try to turn away from these labels, black and all this kind of stuff. You know, like you could go to someone from Spain and someone from Italy, and they're both in Europe. They're both countries within Europe, but they're never going to say, yeah, we're just European. They're going to acknowledge each part of their ethnicity. They'll say, my mother's Spanish and my dad is Italian. You with me?
No, I got you. Definitely got you. You're right. That's because I say that about, even white people in America will tell you the country. Some of them will say American, but some of them are like, no, I have an Irish background or a German background, or, you know what I'm saying? They can tell you that.
And so to be honest, we're all mixed. To some degree, we are all mixed in our lineage. So, what's Lady Divine saying now? European slaves in the Caribbean, black. Actually, but okay, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? We was having a discussion.
We was having a discussion on here that I think we pretty much broke it down to Caribbeans and foundational Black Americans are considered black.
What's a foundational Black American? What does that mean?
I guess Jacob, you got to type something in, bro, because you can break this down way better than I can. But just tell me why if I mess this up. But anybody whose ancestors were, I don't know, pretty much slaves or been here for hundreds and hundreds of years, right? So like me, right? I will put myself in that box, right? Because I can't trace my history. The farther that I go looking and the more I look at my family tree, it's American. It's America. You know what I'm saying? I can trace my family back to different states other than Tennessee. But go ahead, bro.
During the period that your ancestors were slaves, the mixing of said slaves, the slaves don't even know if they're a second generation slave. They don't know their history, what country they came from in Africa.
Yeah,
do you get what I'm saying? So they're only told what they are, and that's black. You understand? You're nothing but black. I'm not going to use the pejorative name, but you're nothing but black. So whether you're from Zimbabwe, Zambia, anywhere, you're black. And so even if there's mixing within, you might have a piece of Hopi Indian in you or Apache or something like that. You're never going to know. Does that still make you black, or do you classify yourself of mixed heritage?
Is that you got it, Jacob?
Yeah, man. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah. Stop by for a sec.
Now, that was probably a horrible job. I guess Buddha wants to know the definition or the meaning of foundational Black American.
It's what is the meaning? Actually, to be quite honest, it was a splinter group from ADOS. It's really when Tariq Nasheed and Carnell and Tone got into it. So he really just broke off. But they own the same shit. It's really the same thing. It's just Tariq at that time, ADOS was gaining a lot of traction. You get what I'm saying? And he wanted in on it. And so they had their little beats. It was pretty much the same thing. One is called something and the other one is called something else. The difference is ADOS is politically engaged, where Tariq is really just, Tariq. So that's what it's all about.
Tariq getting a bad name today, boy. Because when I played his Garvey video, he was hard on Tariq. Y'all leave that brother alone, man.
Nah.
Tariq, man.
Who is Tariq? I don't even know who you're talking about.
Nasheed. Now he go hard on now he go hard on Black immigrants. He be on their neck.
Yeah. And that's I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's something I don't know about, right? Sometimes I feel like it's counterproductive to spend a lot of time on their necks, right? Because in the same sense, you can say like that's how we do with the white man, right? If we're gonna say, okay, always talking shit and complaining about the white man is stopping us from progress. It's kind of hard to watch Tyreek sit there and talk shit about the Caribbeans and immigrants and then don't think that's counterproductive also. So I think me personally, I think ADOS can still be a thing without the mudslinging.
But look, ADOS doesn't mudsling anymore. I mean, they really don't do that. All that stuff, and that's when Tone and them had to separate themselves from that because they really wasn't into the mudsling. Anything Tone and them was saying was actually factual and backed up. You get what I'm saying? Meaning it was strictly to the data. To Tyreek, on the other hand, and that's why I kind of backed off the FBA thing, because in the beginning it was good for a good laugh. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. But then after weeks and weeks and months and months and months, you know, I'm like, man, what is your thing for FBA? Like, what is your plan behind this thing? At least ADOS has a core principle, and they actually putting people to work. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But you just come on and you telling jokes. And it's funny, but after a while, they kind of, you know, all right, where are we going with this now?
Yeah, it's like, where's the movement? Where's the boots on the ground? You know what I mean? Like, where the boots on the ground? But he did have a convention. I didn't go. I don't know how. What you laughing at, God, Jake? I go ahead and say what you got to say, brother. I only heard about the convention. You laughing like some shit happened.
Man, that shit looked like he was at a high school gym. The lights was dim. That he threw that shit together in like 2 seconds.
Sorry, go to Jacob. I'm so confused. I take it you're talking about something that happened in America. I'm not really up to date with these things that go on.
Yeah, these are just characters, man. When we saying labels like foundational Black Americans, we're saying like the talking heads of them, or people that had a lot to do with
give me a minute, Rich.
Go ahead, bro. A lot of these people just had to do with these, you know, they built these labels, the American descendants of slavery. They kind of started that movement. Then you got another brother that started the foundational Black American movement because he splintered off from the American descendants of slavery movement. See what I'm saying? So that's
have you ever heard of a book called The Prince by Machiavelli? Have you ever heard of this?
Buddha, you know, it's funny, Buddha. You sent me that book before, bro. I still haven't read it. I read a little. I started that night you sent it to me, and then I never got back to it. But I may still have that in my email, Buddha. I had that shit in my email forever.
Yeah, I think we as a people would benefit greatly if we employed some Machiavellian thinking, as opposed to reactionary type thinking.
Well, just for the people, just for the listeners, I mean, can you give us one example, maybe 2 examples of the thought process?
So all right, so let me give you an example. Boy, my brain even working this time in the morning. All right, so if we know someone is racist, okay, and there's a white individual, we know that white individual is racist, and they're going to treat us a certain way. All right, cool. So the Machiavellian way would say, use that to your advantage. You understand? Whereas normal society will say, scream, shout, expose, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I can scream, shout, and expose this individual as being a racist. Is that going to change him from being a racist? No. He's going to perpetually be a racist. All right, cool. So the Machiavellian way will say, use that to your advantage. He's a racist. So when you want to buy, I don't know, when you want to buy a property or what do you call it, an apartment or something like that, you know he's not going to sell that to a black person. So what do? You get a white person to buy it for you. You finance the purchase, and you do it that way. That's a Machiavellian move. But you're familiar with the 48 laws of power, yeah? You familiar with that?
Yeah, yep. Okay, I am.
It's exactly the same sort of thing. In fact, most of those laws are based on the Machiavelli.
Okay. All right. I got you, Buddha. We'll drop this link, y'all. Anybody want to jump on, man? I guess we can go ahead and get into the video, man. Like I said, I'll play a little bit, then I'll grab the link and drop the link, man, for the whole video. Like I said, I ain't gonna play this entire 13-minute video, you know, because it's this brother's, you know, intellectual property. So I'll just play a little bit, you know, bits and pieces of it, and we'll discuss it. But yeah, man, shout out to Sarah Garvey, man. I can say he's controversial. You know, some people love him, some people hate him, but it's Sarah Garvey, man. Is that you, Lady D?
It's me. Checking
Can't let my guard. I want to let my guard down, but as soon as I let my guard down, a fucking porn bomb will come through. So let's get into it, man. Let's go.
Been watching the African American community, right?
And the African American community seem to be going through an identity crisis. That's just my own personal view. So what I've watched is African Americans say that they're African American. Then I've heard them say that they're American. They're not African. I heard them say that they're black. And then they said they're not black, they're Moors. Then they said they're not Moors. Then they said they are Aboriginal. Then they said they're not Aboriginal, that they are ADOS. And then they went from ADOS, which is American descendants of slaves, to FBA, which is Foundational Black Americans. So to me, right, watching that from over here, seems like there's an identity crisis with a lot of black people in America. Currently, the FBA, Foundational Black Americans, is being led by a guy called Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed has done a documentary series, which has, you know, become very popular, called Hidden Colors. I watched Hidden Colors. I like the documentary. I think there were some things that were missed in that documentary.
Okay, I want to stop it there. He's just gonna get into
it. Why?
What you got? Talk to me, Lady D. What you thinking?
I'm thinking, don't pause it there. Bless up. Shalom, peace and black power. Done now. But I wanted to play it a little bit more. I wanted to go into just a little bit more, please, before you paused it.
It's juicy. So I want to pause it here. I want to pause it here and talk about it, Lady D, because it's juicy. I'm gonna play that part, but I want to stop it here. And that's why, you know, I got God of Jacob here. Hey, I don't know what the American family is doing, but so he's basically saying, listen, man, I've seen the black people say that in America say they're Moors. I've heard black people say they're African Americans. I've heard black people in America say that they're Israelites. I've heard black people say that they're indigenous to this land, so that they're the indigenous people. They're the descendants of slaves. They're foundational black Americans. And I guess he ain't wrong, because I mean, I've heard a black person that said all of those categories.
Right. And first I'm gonna preface it with this. I think he brings up Tariq Nasheed because he speaks to the black immigrant thing so much. So yeah. I'm going to conclude that he went in there with a bias mindset day one. I could be wrong, like you said, I could be right. And yes, we have called ourselves all those names. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
we have. But when you disconnected from a place, you're going to be searching and trying to find who you is and what you are, and you're going to come up under a lot of titles. But one title I know we didn't give ourselves was African American. That's one title we didn't give ourselves. Do you get what I'm saying?
But then Jesse
Jesse gave it to it. Yeah, and I was just about to spin off that. It's always a so-called leader who gives this, or somebody who gets 10 minutes of fame to come out with these labels for us, and we kind of gravitate to which one we think or which one we like, including myself. You get what I'm saying? So one guy might call himself African American. He might like that. One guy might call himself ADOS or FBA. I use them things interchangeably. But what I have done is moved away from African American, because if I'm gonna be connected to anything, it's going to be ADOS or FBA, because that's all I know. I've never subscribed to the Moor, I've never subscribed to what do you say, Aborigines.
Yeah.
I've never did any of those things. So what I don't like is he collectively stated that like it was a mass movement of people saying we are Moors, a mass people movement saying we are Aborigines. The Aborigines, that whole thing was hot for a summer when that Dane guy came out, and then that shit fizzled on the fuck out. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I think he played on that a little bit too much, and I'll be quiet.
Wait. This is what I mean, Born Rich. You shouldn't have stopped it there, because what's happened now, you're giving them a little piece and they're running off with that. They've not heard it yet. So,
yeah, but that's what I want to do, though. We just gonna break it down a little bit at a time. I'm gonna play it. I ain't gonna lie. He's really.
Hold on. He said Israelites. Israelites been around since about 1969. That's not new. That was around since the Nation of Islam back in the day. It just got to the mainstream. But Hebrew Israelites been around for a long time, James.
So
hey, Born Rich.
Brother Mike.
What's up, brother Mike? Go ahead, bro.
Hey, you know what though, man? It's funny that you play that, bro, because I had a conversation with one of my homeboys today, and I said exactly what that guy just said. He was trying to get me to explain.
That's right.
I'm a black nationalist, and I was explaining to him, and I used those exact words. I said, black people in America suffer from an identity crisis. We don't know who we are. We're all searching for an identity. He's not lying, but he's saying it like we're switching from, no, it's just different groups of people that say that they are these types of group of black people in America. So I used the term black. He didn't agree with black. So I had to explain to him what I meant by black. We all identify with the word black. Even if you take it in a negative light or not, you still understand what I'm saying. So what I was trying to explain to him, because we are in an identity crisis, that's the reason why we should all go with the political philosophy of black nationalism, because we all could be a part of this one political movement under black being black.
That's right.
And you're saying that as a global movement, right?
First of all, it got to be a movement started in this country. You cannot, and a lot of people mistake me for a pan-Africanism, which I'm not. You know what I'm saying?
Hallelujah, amen. We're not Pan-Africans. Thank you very much.
Right. And I don't consider myself FBA or ADOS or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? I just consider myself as a black person. But at some point, when you do grasp the political power that you want, you're gonna have to get nationwide. You're gonna have to get a national with it. You're gonna have to go outside of the United States with it. You see what I'm saying? You have to go international with it. So I believe that we should solve the issues at hand that we got here in this country and then move forward. Not necessarily saying that we're going to be Pan-Africanists, we're going to go back to Africa, we're going to live. We should be looking at a part of the globe like every other group of people do to try to get some wealth up out of it. You see what I'm saying?
I got you. No, I got you, bro. I got you. God of Jacob, Lady D, anybody want to come back? If not, I'll go back to the video. Anybody got something?
No, go to the video.
I agree with most of it, except I want to stay regional first. I want to be decentralized before we become a centralized black. And, that's going to vary throughout the conversation. But right now, I'm not sold on a centralized blackness, if you will, because I feel like I want to focus on, like he stated, starting right here first. And if that carries on further, then I'm with it. But right now, I'm just focused on us right now. And that's not hating on the global black.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that, brother.
And I'm happy you said that, God of Jacob, because that's what I want to get to. Like, I've always, the God of Jacob, you heard me say a lot of times, I feel like even if we're going to go ADOS or FBA or black nationalists in America, whatever we're going to label ourselves, it's us going in our little corners. We're not shitting on nobody. You've never heard me really say nothing negative about Caribbean brothers and sisters or African brothers and sisters. I always say, look, let us go in our corner, get ourselves together, because we have a beef with the American government. So let us go, get in our little corner, and figure out how we're going to approach the American government to see about getting the shit that we're owed. That's what I've always said. It's not about hating on nobody else, but for some reason it comes off as hating. And I think a lot of people have watched Tariq Nasheed and said, oh shit, if you say you FBA, you hate us. And it's like, no, brother, I don't hate y'all. I don't. I'm just saying, look, this issue right here is what we doing by ourselves. Now, if I get with a UK brother and we link up with some Nigerians and we going to do some business in Africa, that's cool. That don't have nothing to do with me doing that on Saturday and then Tuesday meeting with my ADOS family to figure out how the hell we getting these reparations.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, we can know
it's
how
just
to
that easy, man.
It's that easy. It's that easy, bro. And that's what I was saying. It comes off, and you know what I mean? I know it comes off sometimes like, yeah, y'all just wanna, you know what I'm saying? You even had Ask Getty jump on yesterday, like, yeah, if y'all don't give back to Africa, you're never gonna be accepted. It's like, bro, we have to do for ourselves over here first.
Hey, can you highlight that comment the brother just said?
Which
Black
one,
people,
brother?
Black people in America claim to be everything we do, brother. And I think everybody established that we don't have a crisis. We just have a need to try to find out who we is. So everything you just type, yes, we do that. And we probably gonna come up with some new labels in the future.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? That shit has been happening in America.
It's an identity crisis and everything. Look how many
But hold on, let's be clear here. This doesn't only just happen in America. This happens wherever descendants of slaves are. This will be the outcome of it. What more will people expect from descendants of slaves? You've been robbed, stolen from, misplaced, misput all over the place, and you want them to not have an identity crisis? Like, come on now. This should be logical. Of course, that will happen to any descendant of slave. You've been robbed of your whole identity. Where do you start from? You rebuild.
I hear you, Lady D. I thought you was finna go in your Cali bag for a minute. We've been brutalized, murderized.
I'm about to.
Led astray.
All praises to the master teacher, Khalid Muhammad. He done now.
There you go. There you go, Lady D. There you go.
Khalid. I love Khalid.
Big up Khalid Muhammad, man.
And shout out to Brother Mike. I got shout out to Brother Mike. Brother Mike put me up on.
Salute to Brother Mike for putting you on the Khalid.
Yeah, that blew my mind, boy. I'm at work looking at them white folks like, boy, you better not say nothing to me today. You just
he used to have me fired up. They're ready to hit white folks. I said, man, I can't listen to him today. I got to go.
Got it, Jacob. I was at work. You looking at them like you just don't know what this man telling me in my earbuds, man. I'll fuck you up in here today.
Yeah, I'll knock your hot dog stand over, nigga. Fuck with me.
Yeah, shout out to the ancestor, man, Khalid Muhammad, man. Yeah. And clip that for the black supremacy section of your show. What the fuck is you talking about, man?
That's right. And we'll wear that title proud.
Yeah, man.
You know, I heard some. What was talking about Khalid Muhammad? You know, I heard something about Farrakhan, Louis Farrakhan. I hear he's changed his position on interracial.
Look, I'm not gonna shit on Farrakhan. He put in the work. I'm
not shitting on him at all, but I'm sure I heard something the other day where he's changed his position on.
Man, that nigga 90 years old, man. He gonna change his shit a lot more times going out of here, man.
Yeah, we try to figure out who next, man. Who gonna take his brother place, man? He did, like we said about Jesse Jackson the other day, God of Jacob. He did his job.
Yeah,
man.
he's trying to pass it on.
Jesse Jackson, you crazy? That guy was a CIA guy, man. Jesse
man, that's what you
for
say.
A moment, for a moment to galvanize the people, he did his part. He played his part. You know what I'm saying? Even like some people might say,
played his part for who? For who?
I mean, even if he played it for the government, he still galvanized black people to put some sort of boots on the ground.
Listen, even Al Sharpton, man. You know, I rated that guy back in the day. Yeah, and it comes to pass, that guy was a mouth for hire. I'm like,
all of them miles for hire, man. It's only a couple of them that really go hard in the paint and they're at the grassroots level, man. They all start off that way, but when you dangle some goddamn cash in their face, man, motherfuckers usually gonna bite. The real leaders die broke.
That's a fact.
That's why I feel like Khalid Muhammad stood against the grain, man. He was a different breed altogether, man.
Yeah. Now, we will definitely put him in a class by himself, man.
Absolutely. But what we talking about now? We moving on?
Yeah, let's get back to it. I was gonna skip this part when I was doing my pre-show, but Lady D want to hear it, so. You know what I mean? This part right here is not for the faint or the weak-hearted. So let's get to it. What we got right here? y'all don't let me forget to drop the link too, man. Definitely want to make sure that everybody go watch the rest of this video, man. But yeah, we're gonna play, you know, another little piece of it.
I like the documentary. I think there was some things that were missed in that documentary. But what I have noticed is these quote-unquote foundational Black Americans have
a disdain to some degree for people who are Black, quote-unquote, but not from America. So they don't like Caribbeans and they don't like Africans from the continent.
Where are you from?
Where am I from? I'm from New York. Why would y'all like?
Where is your family from?
From Jamaica.
Okay, shut the fuck up and respect foundational Black Americans.
That coon shit. What are you talking about?
The coon is you and
Why?
your coward fucking family that had to bounce because you failed in Jamaica, nigga. That's
because we failed in Jamaica?
You failed in fucking Jamaica.
And then what happened to everybody that's in America?
Nigga, we're still here fighting. That's what we doing. We didn't run like bitches.
So you
ran like a bitch.
So FBA.
I'm saying you.
Wait, no, I'm gonna ask you. Let me ask you.
You ran like a bitch.
Let me ask you something. FBA,
I'm telling you. No, don't ask me nothing.
No, because I'm tasking
your
you
family.
FBA,
Your family ran like
FBA
bitches.
support Malcolm X?
Nigga, your family ran
Yo,
like
does FBA
bitches.
support Malcolm X?
You ain't at liberty to say nothing about the foundational Black Americans.
Does
Nigga,
FBA
Malcolm X
support
ain't got
Malcolm X?
nothing. The Malcolm X was half foundational Black American. You ain't got nothing to do with
You
Malcolm X.
say he was half?
Yes, he was.
But
his dad was a foundational Black American.
The whole thing
His
that he was
dad
talking
was
about
a
came from a
foundational Black
Jamaican nigga. What are you
American.
talking about?
Nigga, first of all, Marcus Garvey was a Jamaican. He said y'all weren't shit. Marcus Garvey didn't get shit popping in Jamaica. He got it popping here. Y'all try to tell the Marcus Garvey lie. Marcus Garvey left Jamaica in disgust because of coons like your bitch ass.
She's a Nigerian.
Oh, wow. Fuck me. Who is that guy?
Tariq Nasheed.
Come on, what a Jamaican, real Jamaican, stand up, man.
We don't need to stand up because we don't listen. There's nothing to stand up for. Nothing. Tyreek knows he can talk that talk in Americas. He cannot fly back to Jamaica after them big boy chattings and feel like saying around us, shut now licking. We already know what time it is, so there's no talking thing with that. Like, let Tyreek do what he do. Let him do what he do, man.
Yeah. I like it though, Lady D. I had to that's what I'm saying. When I watch this video, I'm like, oh yeah, man, let's get it on, man. Let's see what the Jamaican family think about
But hold on, wait. Try someone explain that to me. Why has he got that kind of energy? What, he don't like Jamaicans now?
Tyreek, this is the misconception. Okay,
he got a Jamaican wife. What we talking about?
Yeah, Tyreek loves Jamaica. He's been Jamaica so many times. He brags about Jamaica and all of that. The thing is, when it comes to this whole, and this is where I can see why people get vexed. I was vexed initially when I first came across this, but when you see the bigger picture, you actually understand it. So what it is that I see as the foundational Black Americans and the, ADOS, they're just trying to get things popping for them. And all this outside interference is just like, it's irating them. So when they start getting irated by all these people saying, what about us? What about us? Well, we're not dealing. It's the same way when we get aggravated as Black people when we're having white people interject their opinions and their notes. We want to tell them, get out of the conversation. Exact same thing. So they're telling Caribbeans and Africans, this is not your conversation for you. This is not even about you. This is about us. Stay out of it. But rather than just leave them to get on with what they're doing, they keep going back there and aggravating, and then this is the result. Yeah. You Jamaican this, you.
So okay, so is this Tyreek individual trying to do something solely for Black Americans? Is that what it is?
Yes. That's what I mean by that outside interference. So if you're basically doing something for your people, Buddha, but then you get somebody that keeps coming in from Germany telling you how you should do things, why they not getting, where's this, what we've been here, but you're an immigrant. It's nothing to do with you. Stay out of it.
But he's still part of that guy he was talking to was still part of the community.
No, and that's the problem. No. It's for foundational Black Americans, yeah?
So I'll put it like this. I'll put it like this. He's part of the community, the Black community, but politically, in regards to reparation, it's an isolated situation. You get what I'm saying? So in the community, he's a brother. He's Black power, and I'm proud. But politically, in regards to reparations, it's cut out just for ADOS. Or FDA,
but wouldn't you guys see that as some sort of division, though? No.
You know
It
why I'm gonna
is
say no?
division,
Hold on,
but it's
hold on.
division for a
Right.
good reason.
Right, but listen to you, Buddha. Listen, you just said, is it for division? Well, guess what the Caribbean islands had? They had CARICOM. It was their reparations claim or lawsuit against England or whoever they was under. But guess who wasn't on that list? Black Americans. You get what I'm saying? So is that division? Is that divisionary?
No. I see the point you're making. So is he only got that energy for black people who are not Americans? So that makes sense to me if that's the case.
No, he doesn't have the energy for anybody who's not. It's only particularly when they're speaking about their thing and they're trying to organize and get their thing together, and then somebody from, I guess, the Caribbean or the Africans want to interfere and have their hand out. What about us? What about? But you've already got a claim submitted. You've already got your thing, and if the Africans want to do their thing and they want reparations, and they got to do the same thing like everybody else. So the same way the Caribbean.
This mainly is around the reparations.
It's just about reparations.
Yeah, it's mainly about the whole.
And it don't make sense. It's a senseless argument if it's around reparations. It's senseless.
Hold on, Mike. Let me just give well, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
It's senseless because, like, in order for you to sue America for reparations, you got to prove that you were a part of the American slave process. If you're from Jamaica, you can't prove that. So I don't understand why they just talking about it. There's no need to even discuss that when it comes to the lawsuit. You're not even going to discuss that anyway. They're not even going to be talked about or even thought of when it comes to the lawsuit. And secondly, the ADOS and FD, whatever the fuck they call themselves, they don't even like each other. One of them, I don't even think Tariq is an organization.
Well, they started off together as one group, right, brother? It was one group initially, and then it splintered off into two different groups.
ADOS was a group that Tariq Nasheed was bigging up until he got noticed in it, and then he tried to take away all the people. Tariq Nasheed is just an opportunist. He's trying to make money off of this shit. Exactly. I sit back and I watch both of them. I used to listen to Yvette. Like, a lot of times I won't even be on this show if Yvette was on. You see what I'm saying? I'd be listening to her, but she don't even come on no more. Because she been compromised with some certain things about LGBTQ and all of that type of shit. So, man, it's just like, if you're not practicing black nationalism, you're playing yourself. You're wasting time, basically.
Facts. But the problem is, brother, this is what I remember. I read Black and Green all damn day. But my thing is this. What I see it differently in it, I see the objective. The objective is, the fact of the matter is, it's all about reparations. And I'm not going to move from that post, because that's what this whole thing's about. The problem is, though, it's caused a division in America for the Black Americans, you guys, because some of them are going to go with DOS and some of them's going to go with FDA. It depends on which team they're going to back with. Now, between the two, I don't know how they're going to work, because if they were initially one kind of organization and they were on the right track then, and now Tariq's gone and splintered himself off and done a whole next thing, it's going to end up clashing with DOS, right? And it's going to become
it's not. Hold on, let me interrupt. It's not going to clash with DOS because FBA is entertainment. It don't have a org behind it. It don't have a grassroots movement behind it. It's entertainment, and Tariq makes his money on entertainment. Yeah, it's not going to do anything. Now, when ADOS first started off, it was big, but then they splintered off. They start calling themselves, because matter of fact, there's chapters going all around America right now with ADOS. But that's
a fact.
But Carnell is not the boss. She's never been the boss. She was just a person who was the recognized spokesperson who kind of jumped it off. But there's a lot of stuff going on under the scene, and I keep telling people that was the most amazing and intelligent thing they did. They got traction. It gained notoriety all around. We talking about it now. That's all she needed to do was gouge. If it don't fail, what she got us to do is put Black Americans to start being gatekeepers of ourselves. You get what I'm saying?
Yep, that, and also bringing the reparations conversation back to the forefront, because I don't know, God.
Exactly.
It just seems like we were sleeping on I haven't even heard. I'm sitting here arguing about reparations, thinking, damn, but I'm not organized. I'm just arguing with white people about what reparations look like, and then all of a sudden, ADOS come out of nowhere. They running up on presidential candidates saying, "Yo, what do you think about giving black people reparations?" Like when I saw that, God of Jacob, I was just like you. I'm like, "Yo, this is beautiful."
Exactly.
Like,
but remember, Rich, I always say I have no expectations, not in my lifetime, to see reparations actually happen. But the fact that we are starting to stand up for ourselves and say, hey, what the fuck about us? You get what I'm saying?
But
because
that's the problem, because when you not say that, I hear the automatic response is, oh, so they don't care about, you saw the questions kind of Buddha was asking, so what? He doesn't like that, or they don't like, and that's the automatic assumption. But when people understand it's just for them to focus on them right now, and then when they've got themselves together, then it's whatever, then okay, it might look better, but it's still a division in a sense, yes.
But Sarah Garvey did a great move by showing Tariq when he does this, and kind of like God of Jacob said, FBA may fall down by the wayside. We got to be careful that Tariq shitting on all other black people don't get intermingled with ADOS. You feel me? Because even like Sarah did this video and kind of put them together. So
exactly. That's why I said that's why I made the point about the two groups, because I need people to understand there's two. So you can't confuse DOS with FDA, because there's two different movements going on right now.
Yeah, and so and he did it, but I can understand how a person that's not in America would do that, right? You would just assume, because think about it, like everybody said, 6-7 months ago, Tariq was saying ADOS. And then he's saying FBA, and we don't know if you're not in America, you don't know that there's two different groups. You're just like, damn, okay, this brother's, he wants Americans as descendants of slaves to get reparations, and then he's talking about the Caribbeans and the Nigerians like this, like fuck all of that. So I can kind of understand why black people that's not in America will be like, yeah, fuck all of that.
Hey, Rich, but he's trying to do what Tariq is doing, because lately he know if he talk about America and what America is doing, that's going to do numbers, because he has been on Cynthia G's show. Now he's name dropping Tariq. These are cries out for I want to be famous. I'm trying to take my platform to another.
Run.
Yeah.
Hey, Lady D, reach out. You on your American run, man. Come over here, man.
Rich, I always say, if you want to get put on, you got to come see us.
You want Sarah to come over here?
Come to Rich
I'll get that
Rhetoric,
sorted.
man.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll moderate it. I'll moderate it and have it. I'll moderate and have it.
Sorry, we'll come over here. Worse, he can talk freely. Shit. It'll be good. It'll be good. I'll get him over here.
Hey, you see what happened when he called in to ISUPK?
No, I never saw that one. No, I never saw that.
Yeah, he got mollywop.
I heard Ezra. Shout out to Ezra. Ezra tried, but the mic's just too loud. Ezra.
Yeah, he called in on UPK, and it was like, oh y'all, you know how them UK motherfuckers get. Y'all just so emotional. Y'all in y'all feelings. Nah, man, you better come with it over here.
Yeah, they hang up on you. Yeah, I was rooting for Ezra, God of Jacob, but man, he went down hard, man.
Yeah, he took an L, but I had to say that's my dog. I was like, you did good. But
that's what I told him too. I'm proud of Ezra for even
calling up.
Shout out to Ezra, man. Shout out to the UK people who call and fuck with American panels, man. Thank y'all for fucking with this panel, man. You ain't got to, but thank y'all. Everybody that's in the chat, everybody on the panel, thank y'all, man. It's an interesting topic, man. Crazy that it's kind of been the topic. The conversation kept going here on this stream.
You know what? Something's confusing me though. I'll be real.
Go ahead, bro.
So look, you've got a perpetrator.
Well, you need to clear out some of these retards in your chat, you know. This idiot, this idiot keeps writing "Lady Dance," and then he bigs up God of Jacob, who's saying the exact same thing I'm saying.
We on the same. We talking the same shit though.
This is how retarded these people are.
I think you a mod, Lady D. If you could snipe them, you know I always say my mods got green light, man. Y'all get tired of it. You seen I played that water hose video. Put the fire out with the water hose, man. We're not gonna play with them. You seen what I do? I time your ass out when I'm tired of it.
Salute to you, Earth Matters, man. But she rocking with us, big dog. She rocking with us.
Yeah, ain't no division, man. We ain't gonna do that. division.
Can I just ask some clarification here? Because something seems weird. So you've got a perpetrator. Let's call them the colonizers, okay? And they're guilty of enslaving our people and doing all kinds of fuckery. Okay. It just so happens that there's different perpetrators from different countries and they've enslaved our people in different places within this planet. Okay, cool. So wouldn't it make more sense to, I'm not going to say unify, but have a communications with all of the people that are launching reparation suits against the governments? So imagine Jacob has got issue with the government and he's seeking reparations. So am I, so is Lady D, but for different reasons. Shouldn't we organize between ourselves, although we've got different reasons, we've all got the same goal? Doesn't it make more sense to have like a class lawsuit as opposed to fighting each other, saying like, hey, you know what, Gubba Jacob, mine's more important than yours and fuck you. And do you get what I'm saying?
Here's the thing. Mine is important to yours.
So say that again.
Mine is more important than yours. I know it's coming off weird, but it is to me. You get what I'm saying? And you're right. To me, mine is always going to be more important than yours. And that's not saying that I hate you and don't like you and none of that. But mine is more important than yours.
But do you see okay, so it's like a three-pronged attack. Instead of like fighting on your own, you're taking the flank, someone else is taking the middle, someone else is taking the, do you know what I'm saying? But you all got the same thing. You've all got the same goal. So, you know, when you want to ally with somebody, it makes more sense if you've got allies than you going it alone. Do you get what I'm saying?
We're not going at it at alone. What can the Caribbeans do for us regarding this class action lawsuit, if you will?
Okay, so you are saying that America has done this. Okay, fine. I am saying that America has done this as well. Lady D is saying that America has done this as well. So you've got three people with the same complaint. Imagine like the Weinstein guy. If it was one woman claiming that she got molested or raped, that's one thing. But if you got 7 people saying the same thing, it adds ethos and it adds more credibility to the claim that's being put forward. Do you understand?
Yes, we welcome allyships. We welcome that all day long. But what we can't do is allow you guys to be the face of it, because eventually you're going to start creeping your stuff in there. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely, because what would happen, it would be negative, because instead of having 3 people, you're going to end up all 3 people becoming one. So again, that works against the actual lawsuit, because you, instead of having 3 people saying the same thing, you've got one person saying the same thing. So it makes perfect sense still.
Red, is that you, Red, real quick? Is that you, Red?
It's Red, man. All day, Red.
Bless ups, brother Red. Bless ups.
Go ahead, Colin Jacob. Come through, bro.
Yeah, again, you can ballyhoo. Yeah, they deserve reparations. They do all this. You can be with us. You can support us. At the first conference, which I attended, we had Jamaican representatives there. They had CDOS T-shirts on. They was there with us. One of the keynote speakers was a female. She was breaking down some of the economics. And we had another lady that worked in D.C. She was part of the archives, where she gave a lecture on most people most Black Americans don't even know that they can trace their shit all the way back. They don't know that shit. But so some people hit a brick wall and be like, I can't go no further. They have the records. We have people in place to make this shit happen. But when we talk reparations, people want to say, well, how can you trace it all the way back? We're not worried about that right now. What we got to do is pass the policy to get shit going. And then we'll worry about that, because we have professionals, people who work in this field, who does this for a living, that can put that piece together. You get what I'm saying? So everybody has a position to play.
It's not easy, but it's doable. I done mine, so I've got slave receipts and everything. So it is doable.
I hate to say this, but you wasn't there, and the stuff that she was rolling out, as far as the all the records, they kept meticulous records, brother. Meticulous records. Right. We don't know that.
We were a commodity. So on the ships,
I've come in to just throw my bit in, because you're not going to go back and forth all night long, yeah. All right. So what you got here is you got a British, Caribbean brother here, yeah, that's been listening to the ADOS Tone Talks, Yvette Carnell, subscribe to them channels from way back in the day. So I understand the dynamic. ADOS issue was they didn't want to be called African American anymore. They didn't want to do that. They're not, and a lot of African Americans have dropped the African. Yeah, so the issue is got nothing to do with Jamaicans or Caribbean people. Let me just clarify that. Number one, yeah. Number two, yeah. Barack Obama's dad was Kenyan and his mum was white, and because he was African American, even more so than most African Americans, it was used as identity politics that pissed off the ADOS movement because they was like, hold up, your dad's from Africa and you're calling yourself African American because your mum's white American and your dad's African American, and we don't want you, and we don't like how you was acting in Chicago as senator, and we ain't feeling you. And then they've gone for Kamala Harris and they're like, we don't like you because you're a fake Jamaican Indian and you're trying to take over our country.
I
So
want
it's
to
a
respond to
deeper
that.
argument. It's a deeper argument than just Jamaicans, because let's not even play this shit, yeah? Jamaicans, we can just go through our parliament, which we've got, we're independent now, and we can vote for a referendum against the monarchy, yeah? So don't
That's
nobody
right.
watch what's going on in Jamaica, because we got our shit together, yeah? And we've still got the slave owners' names, yeah? So if we want
The
to ask
problem is that
reparations,
we're easier to identify. Us as Caribbeans, not just Jamaica, and across the country, we're easily identified. Whereas America is a harder problem. It's a much harder because you've got major immigrants. You can't tell who's a foundational Black American from who is a immigrant.
them no like African,
I
okay?
know they don't like
Them no
African,
like African.
we
But
just
Them
need
no
to
can I
know.
like
read?
them.
Brother, we
All
just
right.
need to
Let
know
me
who the
respond
is.
real quick before he get going again. Number one, Black Americans embraced Barack Obama from the jump. Barack
Not
Obama
ADOS.
does,
Not ADOS.
huh?
Not ADOS.
ADOS wasn't
ADOS weren't
around,
fucking with him.
brother. We gonna have this conversation or what? ADOS,
Go on,
when
brother G.
Barack Obama was a senator, ADOS wasn't there yet. It wasn't around. It was not around. So Black Americans embraced Barack Obama from the jump.
Yeah, the
From the jump.
majority of black people are normal in America, but there's a group of
Hold
nationalists
on.
that
Let me
ain't
finish.
following. They're not following your level of thinking. The new wave of people.
Let me finish. We supported that brother from the jump. From the jump, when he was a state senator to a U.S. senator, all the way to the White House. So we supported him. So what got us off tune with this brother is that he used the Black American story and the rhetoric to get us. He sold it to us, but when he got in office, he litigated like a white man. We was better off having a white. Hold on, brother.
The
We was better
videos
off
are
having
online. The videos are online.
brother.
Yvette Carnell. I was working in a super.
Brother.
Let me break it down.
Hold on. I'm just gonna finish. You can't break nothing down. The video is for you. Hold on, brother. The videos and all that stuff, that's for you. I stay here. All the videos is for your sake, not for my sake. And number two, the reason why we had to drop African, because politically African doesn't make sense for our reparations, because anybody coming in can be an African American. So we had to distinguish ourselves politically and drop African if we're going to pursue reparations for the descendants of slavery. I'm not changing the script. I'm correcting the script.
No, you're changing the script.
Oh yeah, you got the floor.
Yvette Carnell was the first African American who I subscribed to on YouTube from when I was working in a supermarket, and when Barack Obama got voted in England, all of us started getting harassment at work because people was getting scared, like, oh, black man's going to take over the planet, and the politics switched worldwide on black men. Yeah, people started showing, oh yeah, we don't like you all over the world. Yeah, and Yvette Carnell was one of the people that I was relating to because she was talking about race unapologetically on YouTube, cussing in a southern accent, and then she had the phone lines where people could phone in the second half after she presented all of her facts. So she's the first person, yes, her, to even go down this road, and everybody else.
I don't even know what point are you on, because I'm lost
I'm
right
just
now.
chronologically putting it into the time frame that it started off. That's a woman and tone talks.
Listen, you have to if you're going to start with the chronological time being accurate, you said when Barack Obama came in, ADOS was not around The
She
hashtag
started
ADOS.
it in 2009, brother.
Brother, listen to me.
God of
A-
All right,
Jacob.
listen. The only way we're
ADO.
going to get through this is if you both hear each other out. So, Red, when God of Jacob's responding, try not to interrupt, yeah, and likewise, yeah, that'll be better.
Yes, ADOS was not around when when Black Americans embraced him. ADOS was not around when he was a state senator. When he was all this, when he was a community organizer, we embraced that brother. ADOS was not around. That's a lie, brother. I was stationed up there. How you gonna tell me that? Were you in
were
Chicago?
stationed in Chicago, but she was on YouTube campaigning for lobbying against
Brother,
all these people.
you speaking for YouTube. I'm speaking to the ground scene. We embraced that brother way before ADOS became
Yes, she's
mainstream.
not part of that scene. Yvette Carnell is an
Sit way over
online
there. You gonna
scene.
got the flow, brother. You tell us what's going on in America from
I'm
YouTube.
telling you that Yvette Carnell was the first viral YouTuber, online, whatever you want to call it, viral voice for this community. She's been hosting an online tuition, you could call it, or university, where she coined the term ADOS, American Descendant of Slave. End of story. That's her thing.
That's not true, but I'm gonna let it ride just for the sake.
She coined the phrase. Go and email her. Go on her show.
Brother, she didn't coin
Rich, play the video.
She didn't coin it. If you was at the conference, she would have told you she didn't come up with it. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, she didn't come up with it. It was out before. She just popular. She just made it popular, but it was already out.
I think like Claude Anderson had something similar, right?
It was a brother. It was a brother before him who had it. You get what I'm saying? An older cat.
He was what? God of Jacob? I missed that, bro.
It was actually a guy before Dr. Claude who came up with the whole thing. She just like Mike said, she just blew it up for her.
Yeah, she blew it up and she paid homage to them people, but she broke it down in an intellectual manner. Yeah, not offensive, no shouting, no like making people feel like that she's being racist. She factually was like, if you go to Africa, they are warring in their own tribe. So why are we trying to do pan-Africanism? And she broke it down with PowerPoint slides.
Brother.
All these
Hey, Rich, I say you play the video because I'm not letting him about to come over here and teach me about ADOS.
Play the
You might
video
go
because
see
this
the
is what
video.
happens. I want you to understand. This is what happens. See what happens is when you as a Caribbean in the UK, yeah, that's what you are, yeah, and you're there telling them as Americans how their shit's going down. It comes off offensive because now you're trying to tell them you know more than them, and they're living this.
No, because they brought up Jamaica. That's why I came on the panel.
Okay.
Because as far as I'm concerned, I was just chilling, watching the show, and then everybody had an opinion on Jamaica. Everybody had an opinion, and so then my guy's telling the guy on the Instagram, "Oh yeah, you're Jamaican. Stay the fuck out of it." But it's like that guy that you're speaking to, does not represent all Caribbeans. Yeah, Sarah Garvey does not represent all Black British men. So I'll just come to just make my claim and make it known. You know what I'm saying? And just make it official. You know what I'm saying?
Now you here, bro. I know you heard those words. Got a little trigger. Yeah, little trigger words for you, Red, man. This late night. I already know how it is, brother. But yeah man. Stay here.
I would have kept out the conversation if people wasn't trying to bring us into it. It ain't got nothing to do with Jamaicans, Montserratians, Antiguans, St. Vincent's. It ain't got shit to do. This war is to do with African American title status and the African American history. It's all to do with Africa
let it flow.
America.
We want to hear just a little bit more, bro, so we can just debate the next bit.
How was my connection? How's my connection? We good?
Yeah, play it, man.
Yeah, because my connection is acting funny. Oh, I just want to brief people. Yeah, so this is a little clip from Sarah Garvey's video. Yeah, shit, we'll go back over it, man. Like I said, I'll drop the link if y'all want to watch so y'all can watch the whole thing. Let's get back to it, though.
Immigrant. And we your bitch ass. She's a night market popping in Jamaica. He got it popping here. Y'all try to tell the Marcus Garvey lie. Marcus Garvey left Jamaica in disgust because of coons like your bitch ass.
She's a Nigerian immigrant. And we've told you over and over again about those Nigerian bedwenches and coons who come over here who can't wait to get up under white mommy and zaddy and throw shit on American black people. And that's all she does. She sits on Twitter and she shits on black men and black women, but really a lot of hatred for American black men. I've warned y'all over and over and over and over about those Negroes. The white supremacists, they know the type of Negroes to get and act like they're the thought leaders of black society, people who don't have any camaraderie. They don't really feel like they have a connection with us. And I'm not talking about all Nigerians, by the way. I'm not talking about all of them. I'm talking about there's a select group of African immigrants who are vetted by the white supremacists, and they bring their asses over here and they put them in black society to just fuck it up.
We can easily put this argument to bed as to who you are. You will take DNA tests, you will show who you are, and I'm sure it will come back that you are actually from Africa. DNA, genetic line will be from Africa. I've watched Africa.
All right, right there.
Yeah, Rich, let me jump on it first.
That's right. That's right.
That's
Use African
listen,
Negroes.
hold on. Let me step on that. That's not our issue. ADOS has always said we come from Africa. That's disingenuous right there. We don't argue that point. Since you put ADOS and FBA in it, we don't argue that point. We arguing that from point A, from point B to this time in history, we are ADOS. We understand we came from Africa. We stand we are ADOS with African ancestry politically. So that right there is just him inserting a narrative that ADOS has not inserted in there at all. If you ask ADOS, we will say, yes, we are from Africa. And we will also say, you niggas over there sold us. So he didn't bring that part up. We never denied that.
Anybody else? Anybody else want to touch on that?
No, because I've heard God a joke many a times and tell people that he's African, but right now they are removed so far. They've got their own culture, their own lifestyle, their own way of living. They need to identify themselves as who they are here and the now. And so far, all labels have been put upon them that they've not put upon themselves. So I guess it's where the identity crisis fits in.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Now, what do y'all think about the DNA side of it? Y'all think DNA is a good thing, bad thing? Do we need it? Is that something that every black person should get? What y'all think about the DNA?
I think DNA would be on the table if we were refusing that we were not Africans. We're not saying that. So I don't understand how, if we just take a DNA, we'll find out we Africans. We know that. That's not what we're arguing. We're arguing reparations, not where we came from.
Yo, I will say this. You know what? Again, this is the first time I'm hearing this, but I will say this. You know, when he talks about Marcus Garvey thinking that everyone in Jamaica were coons or this, that kind of talk is the fuck are you talking to, man? It's a black brother you're talking to. There's no need for that kind of talk. In my opinion,
No, but factually, Marcus Garvey did go in on the intelligence class. He didn't go in on all Jamaicans, just like ADOS don't represent all African Americans. It's a political movement that is trying to galvanize all African Americans to change the way that they think. It's trying to get them to have national pride and dash away the African pride.
Listen to what I'm saying. This individual, I don't know if he's just a guy off the street, whether he's a leader of an organization, but surely he can articulate himself better than the way he does when he's addressing a fellow black brother. That's ridiculous.
You got a point, but at the same time, look, who are we?
But I hope you haven't come to this conversation with your heavy bias in that, because I know it's I'm picking it up, Buddha. I'm picking up them vibes, Buddha.
There's no bias here. Listen, like I just
on your ass, Buddha.
Look, they're allowed to be national. They're allowed to take pride. They're allowed to take pride.
My friend, Red, I'm speaking. Give me one moment, right? Lady Divine, I don't know nothing about this, right? I just see one black guy talking to another black guy in a certain way, and to me, personally, in my humble opinion, I think that's rude.
Yeah, it's rude, but at the same time, they're allowed to have national pride. They fight for their country. They don't have visas to go to a country in the continent of Africa. And even if you look at their celebrities like that, what's that girl from the Cosby Show? She was saying she's not African American, and people laughed at her. She's like, I'm an American, Raven Simone, and she got slated by the woke, you know, the left wing Democrats. But there are black Republicans. There are blacks that are very proud of being American, and you just got to let them live that in their truth. You got to let them say that and let them be that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's not the whole group of it. It's the group is divided, isn't it? Some vote Democrat, some vote Republican, and that's for them to work out in their own community as black people how they want to be labeled. Do they want to dash away the African American title? Do they want to keep it? Do they want to join ADOS? Do they want to join, you know, foundational black, whatever it's called? You know what I'm saying? That's for them. Yeah. My thing is just don't bring the Jamaicans into it, innit? Because Jamaicans are doing their own thing.
We've never brought Jamaicans into it.
Catch you guys another
We've never really brought Jamaicans into it. The most pushback when ADOS came out, the pushback was coming from black people who have our faces. You get what I'm saying? Black people who look like us was the ones giving us the most pushback. Now, my whole questioning is, what is the problem? Why does the global community, the global black community, have a problem with 14% of America saying they are not African? Why does the rest of the global community have a problem with that?
It's not 14%, man. It's probably about 0.01% to say that. See, listen, the whole reason why I don't identify with FBA and ADOS is because of that one word, American. I just cannot call myself an American knowing the history that I know. I don't get that, man. I don't understand. How can you be proud of this country? How can you call yourself American? I don't understand that.
Brother, the thing is not being proud, man. This is politics. And if you're going to play the game, you're going to play it. You don't have to call yourself American.
I ain't got time to be playing games. This is real life, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to call myself a shithead. I don't like shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
call yourself what you want. Listen, man. Just sit it out there.
No compromising. If we come up with a name that we could all identify ourselves with without using the term American, I'll be on board.
Black is the name.
Brother,
exactly. Black nationalism.
Brother, all I got to say is just sit it out there and call yourself what you want to call yourself. But we gonna keep moving on with or without you. That's the bottom line.
You don't even know who ADOS is.
I beg to differ. You don't know who it is.
They don't know who ADOS is.
You don't know who it is. The people who need to know,
I know who it is. I'm telling you, the masses of black people do not know anything about ADOS.
And I beg to differ. We're going to have to disagree to disagree.
They know nothing about it. Go to your average black person, like, hey, man, what you think about ADOS? They can be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
They don't get out there.
They're not even in tune with politics. They're on a
That's
whole
the
nother
problem.
level,
And that's why ADOS is here. But look, guys like you, I mean, I love you to death, but you can just sit it out, and the rest of us gonna keep moving. It's just that simple.
Right.
Man, I'm gonna tell you like this, man.
So all right, then what's wrong with using? What's wrong with mixing the two and using Black Americans? What's wrong with that? For the J.
I use a lot of words interchangeably. It depends on the composition. I will use FBA. I will use Black American. I will use ADOS. You get what I'm saying? I will even use African American in some panels. So context drives everything.
Black American is too ambiguous, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. From what I've learned from Yvette Carnell watching, because I used to just have her on, because her southern accent is off the chain. And I just used to have her on my television whilst I would be like doing work, cleaning, cooking, whatever. Like, just have her on in the background. I just loved her voice. Yeah, but in doing so, it was like I was going to a university and I've done about 100 modules of what she's talking about. And she is under no influence of outsiders, and she wants full leverage in every vote. And even if they have to sacrifice votes and go up to these politicians and just bag them up and be like, listen, yeah, this is our group and you better deal with us this way. And that's all she wants. She wants, or that group want. They want to be taken seriously. And to be honest, I think all black people around the globe should be taken seriously by the systems. But even in the UK, people are like, voting for what, Red? Red, don't vote. It's a waste of time. There's been people on YouTube that's told me straight up, don't vote. And I'm just like, nigga, I'll pay taxes.
You're right.
Let me
my
say
top
something. I apologize.
Go ahead, Bo. Come through.
Because you got a rhetoric, right? Like I hear the brother saying that he would never identify as American and Americanism, blah blah, all that type of stuff, right? But what you find with those type of people, those people that's that vocal, what they would never do is remove the tick of America from their mouth. They will never disconnect themselves and leave America or do anything. Like they want to cry and complain about America while living in America the whole time. And
but we have freedom of speech to do that,
brother. Let me say my point is this. My point is saying this, right? You have the freedom of speech, of course, right? And that's not my criticism of it. Like you can do it, brother. I fully support you. You can identify as Nigerian, whatever you want to, right? But my thing is, don't allow it to be counterproductive when it's the reality. If the problem is you don't want your name being associated with you, because you specifically said my problem with ADOS and FBA is that it has America attached to the name, and I would never allow myself to identify as American. Well, the best way to do that and to prevent your children from being identified as American is to uproot yourself and go to Africa and leave America. You know what I'm saying? But as long as you're black in America, you're still people, as if people don't know that you're American. Like, come on, man.
Listen. You identify yourself. I'm just saying, you're talking about American descendants of slaves. You wouldn't be, if you were American, you wouldn't be a slave. You follow me? So why all of a sudden you think you're American now? If you was American, we would never have this problem. No other Americans were slaves. Get yourself out of, you cannot take a lawsuit to your enemy saying that you're one of them. You got to put yourself outside of that box. I don't know what it is, but y'all got to take that American shit out.
Meanwhile, you have Nigerians and other immigrants ready to swim to America in order to be considered American.
Let me finish, brother. Listen, I don't identify with Africa because I'm not from Africa. And I know the shit that I done been through in this country and my family done been through and my people done been through. I can't identify myself as American. I identify myself as black. And the people that been through the same struggle that I've been through in this country, black people that been through the struggle from slavery or whatever you want to call it, I identify with them, but I cannot call myself an American. I just can't do it. And I know a lot of people that ain't with that. We're not pan-africanists. We're just regular street motherfuckers my people in the penitentiary. It's a lot of shit that's going on, man. And it's that same motherfucking flag that you represent that's locking your motherfucking people up. I just don't deal with it. I can't deal with it.
I ain't no criminal. I ain't going to jail.
Like, I just wish you luck.
I ain't no criminal, but I'm a
black criminal, man. What are you talking about?
You are America don't lock me up.
All right, fam, since we got a little break.
Brothers, give me a second. Jokes aside, though, what I hear going on here, though, especially amongst the brothers and that, and I'm just sitting back listening. I don't believe we have an identity crisis at all. I believe each and every one of us is sure of exactly who we are and where we descend from and our lineage and everything like that. The problem is what I'm identifying happening on this panel is it's just a label problem. We're having a problem putting a label and sticking to it. Some say black, some say Moor, some say Muslim, some say Caribbean, some say Black American, some say ADO. It's just a label problem, but we are very sure of who we are.
Let me ask you this question, sister. Do you see Nigerians and sub-Saharan Africa, not necessarily sub-Saharan Africans, but Africans having this problem?
Listen, some of them, they have a wicked problem. They have a wickeder problem. Let me tell you what their wickeder problem is.
I'm talking about as it relates to their identity and who they are.
Oh no, because they go by their tribe. Hence why I was trying to explain to Palu in the tribe. That's the reason
it's only Americans and people, primarily Caribbeans to a lesser degree, but primarily African Americans that have this identity crisis where they're just in denial of who they are. Because it's denial.
I know I'm not American. I know that much. I got enough sense to know that.
I don't think we're in denial of anything. It's just a title thing. I do not believe we are very sure. We know we are descendants of slaves. We know our history. We know the problems. We know our plight. We know what we're sure of who we
Are
are.
you Jamaican, sister?
I'm a whole Caribbean out here, not fully Jamaican. No.
Oh, you mix? Yeah, mix.
Yeah, 2 islands, the 2 best islands in the Caribbean. No shade, no shade.
But what I'm saying is, if let's just say hypothetically, if you were full Jamaican from Jamaica, a Jamaican doesn't have a problem saying that I'm Jamaican.
No, I have no problem saying I'm Jamaican. I walk straight. I would identify, just like my brother there. He's saying he will never identify as American. I'm with him.
Did you not?
You'll never get me to identify as Black British ever.
I'm sorry.
That's never going to happen.
D. Sorry, Lady D, but that statement just blew my head open. Like, did you not listen to Bob Marley's song Exodus, or was you just dancing to the music,
brother?
Let's
I'm
say
confused.
like,
Who's that directed at? Who's that directed at? I'm confused.
Well, the guy saying, do all Jamaicans see themselves as Jamaicans? Well, if you listen to any of Bob Marley's music, you'd understand that he was talking about.
Okay, but Bob Marley isn't a representative of Jamaica. At the time, Bob Marley was like, let's be real about the perception of Rastas in Jamaica at that time. So,
and still now you're talking to someone who's from the island.
Let's stay on message. Let's stay on message. Oh, you sure you ain't got no problem telling us stuff?
Look, hold up. I'm responding to you, innit? Don't get offended. Yeah, don't get offended. Just hear me out, innit? What I'm trying to explain to you is the same conversation that you are having, where you're coming on that Tupac vibe. Fuck the police. Fuck the label of America. And my guy,
I know exactly who Bob Marley is.
And my guy's telling you he's militant. He's about that ministry life. He's paid his taxes. He's American. It's the same conversation that's going on in Jamaica. There's certain people that's patriotic about being Jamaican, and there's certain man that's like, fuck my Caribbean identity. I'm going back to Africa. But there's actually Rastas in Africa as we speak.
Brother,
from Jamaica.
I know. Did I not say earlier to a lesser degree? I said African Americans have it bad and Jamaicans to a lesser degree. So the Rastafarian influence is not as prevalent as it would be probably that makes people not identify with Jamaica as you see in America. Like, because let's be real, most people up until recently, since it's been commercialized, most people view Rasta as like a madman, like a waste man, like you just
listen,
somebody that
let me give you some light on
the comparison you're making ain't gonna work because Jamaica is a black country, isn't it?
Can I just
not trying to overspeak everybody, but I'm just being
Brother Red, give me a second.
Anyway,
give me a second.
Man,
let me just shed a bit of light of some Rastas in Jamaica. So Rastas in Africa, they're not treated very well, as the brother did say, they're treated as, dirty beggars, kind of scrounge. In fact, I'm going to drop a link in the back for Born Rich to play, and I'm going to give you, just the other day, there was a whole thing that went to the Nigerian, was it Nigeria or was it Ghana? I think it's the Nigerian High Court about them trying to make a whole Rasta family cut their kids' hair off just to attend school.
That was
Ghana. Yeah, Rastas are treated terrible in Africa. Let's not get this shit twisted.
Right.
Yeah, but
the whole point to bring it all around is, without a shadow of doubt, African Americans in America have an identity crisis. They're the only group of people that can't come to a general consensus of recognition of who they are. Not even just coming to a name, just recognizing who they are and where they stand in society and what's even entitled to them in the place where they stood. They want to be everybody else and pretend to be everything under the sun. And we get caught up in all these nuances and, well, I want to be this and not that, and I want to do this. It becomes so tiring when other people who don't suffer from these identity crises, that's why they're able to come together and make actual progress in America. So when Nigerians come here, they're not suffering with the same identity crisis and worrying about boogeyman's and white supremacy, so they can become productive and come together. Us, we can't even come together because some people, they think they Indians, they think they anything, you name it, it's an African American that think
the grass is always greener on the other side. The only difference with Jamaica and Africa as the continent is that our parliaments are predominantly black. Our countries are predominantly black. So it's better the devil you know. It's better to get police brutality by a Jamaican officer than some Caucasian who's
That's a
racist
goddamn
with
lie.
his
That's a
with his
damn
knee on
lie.
your neck.
That's
A
You know what I'm
stick
saying?
is a
lie.
stick. I
It's the
don't care who
truth.
swing that motherfucker. A stick is
I
a
can't
stick.
tell it. Why would I want to go somewhere when everybody look like me and I can't differentiate between my oppressor and me? You know what I'm
Well,
saying? At least I know.
Yeah, that didn't make
At
no
least
sense.
I
That's your
know.
issue.
At least I know. Okay, white people, if they're against me, I can identify them
You are
off the top.
reliant on them. You're reliant on them. You're reliant on them
Bro,
to
what are
have
you
your
talking
agenda.
about, Red? What are you talking about, man?
I don't know. But them people that talk like that, they be the main ones that sit up in the UK or the US, but will never go to Africa.
I call them back.
You don't know where I go. You don't know where
back.
I go. You don't know where I go to and where I be to. I say most
I
Americans
know where
don't
you
even have a
don't live.
passport. You know what
I
I'm
know
saying?
where you don't
Most
permanently
Americans
live.
don't even travel out of their state.
I'm
Let's
glad
be
you
real.
said that. Hold on. I'm glad you said that. Most Americans don't need to go out their state or their country or whatever it is. Y'all got to come over here. We don't need to.
Migrants.
Fuck you talking about we don't need a passport. We don't require a passport.
I don't have to go to America. I might go Mexico. I might go
Well, I know
South America. I ain't coming
I'm
to
just
North
saying.
America.
I'm just saying. You made that point to say what? When you said most Americans don't have a passport,
How did we get
we
to
don't
this?
desire
This
one.
is
We don't need one.
ridiculous now.
But hold on.
He
My whole
tried
thing
to
is this.
compare. He tried to compare.
Brother, you all over the
a
place. Let
country
me just-
that's got. No, I'm not all over the place. God of Jacob. I'm being respectful. But this Bo Diddley character tried to make some assumptions about my nation, and just like you lot can be ADOS, I can be JDOS. Yeah, and I'm gonna fight for Jamaica to the death of me.
We'll do that.
And at the end of the day, when I know that we've got all black MPs in our parliament sitting, yeah, the good, the bad, the fat, and the ugly, yeah, that is our normal. Yeah, it's a black country. You know what I'm saying? Yes, we're dealing with global suppression, global white supremacy. That's a whole nother conversation that we're not having right now. The conversation right now is it wrong to call yourself black and American? I don't think it's wrong to be like God of Jacob and say you're American, especially if you've been in the military. I don't see no point in hating on him.
The
You know what I'm
military
saying?
ain't got nothing to do with it. My whole thing is this, man. We as at today and age, at least for my mindset and my circle, we don't give a damn what a motherfucker think about how we label ourselves. You get what I'm saying? If you have an opinion on what I call myself, it's like nigga, fuck you. But at the end of the day, there's going to be some people who's going to be on board and some people who's not going to be on board. Those black Americans who don't want to be on board, I wish you well. I wish you go. We still gonna push this rock up this hill. It's gonna fall a few times, but we gonna get back up and keep pushing that motherfucker over. Everybody else,
Born Rich,
we
can I
wish
just
you
quickly,
well.
I mean, sorry, not Born Rich, got a Jacob. Can I just quickly ask you, so from your perspective, how many, when it comes to black Americans as well, especially foundational ones, how many do you think are on board to how many are off board? Like, what are the numbers?
I think it's regional though.
Yeah, it's regional. But my whole thing is, I'm not worried about the people who's on board. I'm just making or off board or on board. I'm going to be on board because whether they believe it or not, I'm still working on their behalf. You get what I'm saying? So I got to be the example. Some people got to be the example and keep this shit pushing. Just because a lot of people don't know about it, that's not my concern. I'm working with the people who do know about it or who get the bigger picture. The percentages and numbers, I could care fucking less.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's more regional depending on where you grew up at. Because like if you take a black person, African American that grew up in like New York, by New York being such a cultural melting pot of different ethnicities and them being kind of like disconnected to an extent, they almost growed up immersed in idolizing fetishizing other cultures. But once you come down south, the places where black Americans pretty much been isolated, so to speak,
for generations, man.
Yeah, I was gonna actually ask that next. I was gonna ask you, was there a difference between the north of America compared to the south, like regarding
night and day.
Yeah, it's more diverse. It's more intermingling. That's what I was asking Mr. Pelu, because I gave him the analogy of when I was growing up, I saw the Nigerian family on the block, the same block we was on. But that them Nigerian children couldn't come out of their yard and play with us. They live. It's like they just slept there. You know what I'm saying? Like they lived there, but they didn't really intermingle into the community at all. But Mr. Pelu said where he's from, and you know his people from Sierra Leone. He said
Right.
only thing he grew up around was Black Americans.
Right.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
Maryland
So
got a strong African community though.
yeah, so it's just different.
DC got a big African
I guess,
community.
Damn, sure do.
I think I asked you this though, brother Mike. Brother Mike, you know, did you grow up around African people, Jamaican people? Was it diverse like that in your community, bro?
I grew up around some African people, but they never came outside. The Jamaicans they wouldn't actually from the Cayman Islands. They were outside with us playing and everything.
Okay.
So I didn't see no difference between them. But the ones that's from the continent, oh yeah, there's a big difference.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. They just went to school. Go ahead, bro.
I think that's why if you see this whole ADOS conversation, you notice a lot of Caribbeans silent in this whole thing. Are they like kind of like taking sides? Are they kind of like ride with it like the CDOS and all that? Like, because even the ones who don't necessarily agree with it, they've assimilated and been exposed to us enough to know, like, all right, just let them do their thing. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. But the Africans are the ones who kind of like panicking, like, oh, they say that we can't.
They do it to us as well. They do it to us as well. Don't worry.
Hey, Bo Dilly, I've been told by a Nigerian woman that we owe her reparations too. She wants some of them reparations. Like, okay, what? But okay, I ain't gonna get no shit started. But
I think they're a little they're more disconnected because, you know, I don't think they could deny collectively what we saying, right? So, and they haven't been integrated for the most part into a lot of our communities. So I think they have more to lose if ADOS was to pick up steam. Whereas with the Caribbeans, you can't really tell them apart once you go into like the hoods or within the African American communities. Like they there and they not going nowhere and they already maneuver. You know what I'm saying? So they not as pressed and worried about whatever happened, you know what I mean?
I believe that. They hustlers, man. As soon as we get our little piece of the pie, they gonna set up jerk chicken stands, right?
That's right. Everybody knows Jamaicans have 3 to 5 jobs. Everyone knows this.
She go at an oxtail stand right in front of right on your block. You can't miss her, man. I love it though, man.
Well,
great conversation.
I know that Yvette Carnell, when she talks, she sounds like a machine gun. You know what I mean? And like on clack clack, and people was getting offended because she was like, "What tribe you from? If you're African, what tribe you from? I need to find out if you sold." So I said, "No, I need to find out if your people sold my people." That was her gripe. Yeah, so she went in. You know what I mean? And I know a lot of people weren't feeling how she was talking, innit? And she offended quite a lot of Africans. But her point was, it's not about feelings. It's about your people are coming to take scholarships from Harvard, and you're trying to impersonate African Americans because we're called African Americans, and no, we're not African anymore. And she was just going off the chain. You know what I'm saying?
In a lot of ways, though, I believe she dropped the ball too at the same time. In certain regards. I believe she fumbled the ball too, and I believe she got kind of like too caught up in the wrong thing.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that, man. I definitely agree, man.
mean,
When she started going back and forth, I was
let's
like,
unpack that. One of the brothers unpack that. How?
well,
Man, she can't be a part of a leadership of a movement, and she got a white girlfriend. Man, come on.
I don't even like that narrative. That has nothing to do
Yeah.
with the reparations.
Forrest Watkins exposed her ass, man. You listen.
God.
But listen,
Right?
hold on. If we're going to use that as the criteria, then we have to go back all the way into the civil rights
Not the
era
criteria.
and pick out
It's not
all
the criteria.
all the gay so-called leaders of the day and discredit everything they did. My whole thing, I don't care who she sleep with. Is she on this reparations thing? That's all I'm worried about. All that other outside shit could care less.
Hold on, Jacob. You know, y'all got to press you on that, right? Because if you really listen to Tyreek, he's on that reparations shit. He has a different way of going, and if you're gonna say that, you know,
you can't compare the two. You can't
But
compare.
he's not doing anything. I'm gonna tell you why. Because one is actually doing the work, getting shit together, and the other one is not. It's stagnant. It's
But
just
he just had a conference, and we don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
He rented out a gym and sold Ogon juice. That's what he did.
Come on, God, Jacob. Is that a
brother?
conference?
Hold on, brother.
You can hear church. I'm gonna let you know, but let me say this, bro. God, Jacob, I can read scripture in my living room. I can read scripture in my living room with the brothers, or I can go to my local arena and read scriptures. But either way it go, I'm reading scriptures for the for the cause.
And on that point, I'll concede the point. Then he had a conference, just like that, easy.
Okay, but I was just saying, I ain't like I'm not caping for Tyreek, but you know what I'm saying, God, Jack. I heard you earlier say, we gotta kind of discredit Tyreek because he doing some bullshit, and then when Brother Mike bring up some bullshit he don't like about Yvette, it's like, hold on, we can't really hold him to that.
You can't compare.
But Brother Mike brought in her personal versus the information she's bringing out regarding the reparations. I don't care who she sleeps with.
Also, let's go back though. Like, you can't compare what Tyreek do to what Yvette do. You know what I'm saying? Yvette, like he said, Tyreek renting out a gym to sell Ogun juice and talk about white supremacy. Yvette is getting renting out colleges.
I got to ask you, Bo. Was you there? I know. Go ahead, Bo.
Man,
my bad. Go ahead.
But she can't even go in like it's a contradiction. She goes in on Kamala Harris. She's talking about Kamala Harris is cloaked in whiteness, her white husband, and you don't even have a black woman. Let's stop playing, man. That's why they so silent. That's why the movement not going nowhere, because they always talking about each other and then giving each other shit to talk about, and then nobody moves forward. That's the problem.
She stayed on Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris again ran on the sister girl this, sister girl that, and her history regarding Black America was not the one we should have ballyhooed behind or ran behind. That's all that was.
What she's saying is true. It's all true. But at the same time, when you're doing things that you're doing, the general black public that you're trying to captivate, they're not trying to hear that shit. That's the problem. Is they always trashing each other, and then it's like when it's time for us to move forward, we can't because we done brought up so much fucking dirt. It's like Boyce Watkins put that out. I'm not tripping on what this woman do, but I see the move that he did. When he put that move out, man, a lot of shit went sour for that lady, bro.
If you look at most of her rhetoric towards Kamala, it was really her record as a politician. It was her record, and if we're going to get behind Kamala, then that's up for debate. And if we're trying to win, if we both trying to win the same group of people, then I'm gonna put that out there. I'm sorry.
I just didn't see the point of him throwing that out there, and it just don't make sense to me, man. It's like it's a lot of divisiveness, man. That's really like just killing the movement. It's ugly. You got these people running around here talking ADOS, and then Tariq Nasheed come out of the cut, start going in on them, talking about we're FBA and all of this shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? When are we actually going to be a movement? I'm still waiting.
We are a movement. But what you have to do, like I told Rich yesterday, ADOS, man, it ain't gonna come knock on your door. You got to go get involved, man. And if you waiting for ADOS to come to you, then it just ain't for you. And like I said, I wish all the brothers who don't subscribe to it or don't follow it, I wish them nothing but the best. But the ones who do understand the bigger picture, we're gonna keep pressing on, and I'm gonna just leave it right there.
Nah, that's a fact.
ADOS need to change their fucking name.
I can't argue with that. I always say that, like, people gonna have their own movements, man. Either you on the train or you're not. So I definitely respect that. Do got a question?
There's too many trains, bro.
I do got. Go. You said what?
It's too many trains running around out here.
Is that because that we have an identity crisis? That's the topic of the show. Is it too many trains because we have an identity crisis?
I think
that's a part of it. And we got this self-hate going on. Well, we don't
He
want to
said that
identify with being African.
he
It's a
was
lot of
saying that
shit, man.
he's saying education's the problem, and I agree with him, even though he was coming at me a little bit sideways. Education is the issue, and we got to understand what it means to be on the right wing of politics, the left wing, and what it means to be a capitalist anarchist. So Boyce Wilkins thinks that money and business will save the day for everyone and all the righteous people. ADOS seems to me a bit on the Republican side, trying to revolutionize it, black it up, give it a black face. And
Brother, hold on. We've always been Republican. We've been Republicans in this country longer than Democrats. What are you talking about?
No, they're trying to revolutionize. You know what that means. You know I'm talking sense. Like at the end of the day, they're trying to. Yvette Carnell was trying to revolutionize the framework.
No, she wasn't. She was trying to leverage the Democratic Party because in lieu of money, we are a broke communities regarding FBA. We didn't have no money. We don't have any lobby groups. So the only thing we had to leverage was the vote. You get what I'm saying? That's the only thing we had to leverage. You got to understand the Democratic Party needed our votes to get elected. Republicans really don't. They just need a percentage. So in lieu of money, in lieu of lobbying groups like the other orgs had, the only thing we had to do was leverage our votes. So we tried to put the pressure on them through the voting system.
Let me ask you a question. What about the Asians? The Asians, they're not no voting bloc. Where do they get all this money from? Why are they getting special fucking executive orders passed for them? What's the difference? What's going on?
The difference is they got a whole country behind them. That's the difference.
Listen, man.
500 years.
Then you go for the argument of pan-africanists right there when you say that.
Hold on, say it again. Say it again, brother Mike.
Pan-African is not a country.
When you say they got a whole country behind them, that's an argument to be a pan-africanist.
But Dr. Jacob's gonna say what country? Now, if we pan-African, what country in Africa? You know, Africa got a lot of.
Yeah, what country in Asia? They just said Asians. They didn't name a particular group of Asians.
Anything you name, they got the country behind it. You get what I'm saying?
Man,
it don't matter. Pick
don't mean shit. No, it's the economic base that they got in America. It's just the money that they make here. That's the whole reason. And they got lobbyists and shit like it, and they pay their way because they're united. That's why. That's the difference.
Because they haven't been.
They're not arguing over
shit.
And they also haven't been slaves in this country. We have the only group
removed.
That was.
Are you Yoruba? Are you Yoruba? Are you Nigerian? Are you Ghanaian? You don't know. Are you from the Ivory Coast? Where's your castle in Africa? Where's your lineage? And this is what Yvette Carnell would ask you. You can go to Nigeria. They ain't gonna really welcome you with open arms because you're gonna be an illegal alien. You're gonna be an outsider. And you can go there with your pan-Africanism. They'll laugh at you. You don't speak Swahili.
Pan-African is a conglomerate of African countries. I disagree with that, and you can't put no paperwork on the table to show me all the Pan-African countries.
I'm just saying, you talking about a country. I'm not a pan-Africanist. I'm just
No,
saying.
I'm reading what's on the screen. It's something popped up on the screen. It said Pan-Africanist is a conglomerate of African countries. Stop being like that. And I asked you to bring that proof to show me the Pan-African countries. Conglomerate. Yeah, show me that.
I'm confused because listen, pan means all inclusive, all encompassing, yeah. And then Africa, so all encompassing of the continent of Africa. That's what Pan-African means. Where's the confusion?
There's not a Pan-African tax. There's not a Pan-African military. There's not a Pan-African government. There's not a Pan-African healthcare system.
Exactly.
There's not a Pan-African language.
It's an ideology. It's an ideology. And ideologies is like assholes. Everybody got it.
So Jacob, what would you say to people that would say ADOS is an ideology because there's no military backing? Go ahead.
And it is an ideology right now. We trying to make it into all the things he just said, but we keep getting pushback from all four corners. You get what I'm saying? We try to be selfish for once. You get what I'm saying? We want to be a sort of sovereign nation in the sovereign nations until we get back to this mother Africa thing. In the meantime, let's do what we can do here politically, because that's the name of the game right now. Politics is the game. And if you ain't playing it, you're going to be sitting here talking about who am I? Well, I made up my mind, who am I? And that's it.
Oh my, they got them sugar.
Nah, I got it, man. I got it. Y'all want to play another little piece of the video?
Nah, I don't like that, man.
I don't like it, man.
And I
Nah,
feel
it's
like
not,
you're
now
doing
it's
it
finna
on
get
Play some
purpose.
more. Play some more,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
Play
now,
some more.
You're
now it's
trying to
finna get into
misrepresent
Sarah.
black men in
Now,
the UK.
now it's finna
You're
get into a
all,
little bit of the dialogue from Sarah Garvey. I guess
but
I can
he's
ask
just not.
Harlem Perry. You there, Perry? I could have asked Perry about or Brother Mike. I didn't ask you, Brother Mike. What do you think about this whole DNA shit, man? Everybody's like, man,
Why don't people acknowledge our black politicians? They always acknowledge our black rappers, our black athletes.
Right, you taking
But
this
when
shit
you've got the
somewhere else.
people that are
Yeah, that's
qualified
propaganda,
to talk,
Red. We'll
yeah.
do a propaganda show. I'm the short answer is
No, but it's what
propaganda.
you're doing now. You're playing some guy that he ain't got a mandate. He ain't got
But it just makes discussion, bro, and it's for me to explain
Yeah,
to
but it's
people like
dangerous.
Buddha.
It's dangerous.
But listen, okay,
It's dangerous.
I can't worry about that.
That's
I've heard. Now
misrepresenting.
listen,
That's
Red, I've heard for
misrepresenting
the
people.
last 3 days. Come on, man. I don't want to get in my feelings because I feel like my channel's being attacked again. I feel like the last 3 days, no matter what I play, somebody's going to say this is not a good look for black people. So
Can I just say, big up my
just gotta
brother?
play it. I gotta
Big
play
up my
it,
brother
Red, and let it
Sarah.
happen,
That's
bro.
all I want to say. Big up my brother Sarah.
Yeah, I
You
like
don't like
Sarah,
Rebecca
man.
Green, do you, Red? You don't like the red, black, and the green, do you, Red?
It's not about the red, black, and the green. It's about your. I don't even want to. I don't want to offend him because he seems like he's a genuinely all right person. Yeah, but all this voice of the black community shit, we need to dead that or kind of social influencer type titles. If people like you, they like you. They will share you. They share you. But if niggas didn't vote you in, please don't try and speak for all of us or try and go global with it because you're really not that person. You're not
But
Benjamin
he doesn't
Zephaniah.
speak for
You're not.
everybody. But hold on, Red. Let's
But
get
they're
back to the issue.
giving him that
Let's get into
position,
it. He
sis.
doesn't speak for all black people. What he does, however, speak for is black nationalists here in the UK. You're not a black nationalist, so
Not for me.
it wouldn't
You
fit.
don't know if I am or not. You don't
But
know
you're
if
not.
I
You already
am a
declared you're
sister.
not.
Yeah.
You're on another
You
show.
don't know because there's certain things that I don't talk about in front of white audiences. On YouTube is a Jewish platform run by Zionists, and I know how to talk on this platform. Yeah, this ain't Black Tree Net or whatever the hell other internet service providers. Number two, the police is all over MI5, MI6, all over these social networks trying to arrest teenagers and whatever for terrorism and extremism. And they're, you know what I mean? It's not the most secure way to communicate.
Yeah,
But
but
when
listen,
it comes to
Red, Red, you on to something though, Red, because I said this about like, bro, just take it for what it is, Red. It's entertainment, my brother. I'll drop you my email if you want to build on some shit that's not for the internet, but it's YouTube. It's the internet, bro. If you want to build behind the scene, we can get some money together. We can come up with a plot to get us some land or whatever. We're not going to do that here, bro. You know what I'm saying? We'll be foolish to think that we're going to be able to do that here with white people in the chat, police probably monitoring these streams, bro. We not, you know what I'm saying? This is for discussion.
Yeah, you went a bit too far with it, brother Red. Let's just play. Let's just do commentary, man. Come on, man. Let's get back to it. Play it,
And I know
play
a lot
it.
of black people think that because it seems like that when you first go to YouTube. I first came to YouTube and was like, yo, everybody's building. And you know what I did out of 6 months of watching Sinetta TV? I built with one person. I made one genuine relationship, and me and that brother still in contact to the day, still making moves to this day.
Yeah, I hear
So
you.
you can get what you can get out of it, bro. But we
No,
can't.
you're making your point in it, and I have to be fair. It's your channel, this is your platform, and I respect your position on as the host. So I'm not trying to be a bully, and I don't want people to think I'm being a bully. But I'm trying to represent certain things in a way to kind of just to let people know there's different levels of what they see. You know what I'm saying, and what they're hearing. There's
That's a
levels
fact,
to
man.
everything.
Red, if you can do it, drop your link. You know, I'm always about promoting other channels. I came through today and smashed that thumbs up for you, Red, while I was at work. So drop your link in the back chat and we'll, you know what I'm saying? Drop your link in the back chat. We'll get you, you know what I'm saying? Get some more people over there because maybe you're going to have a different conversation than me. It's YouTube. It's a big wide world, man. I can go to God of Jacob and get this. I can go to G Block and get this. I can go to Red and get this. I can listen to Harlem and get this. It's a big wide world, man. So let's get back into it, man.
Yeah, can we play now, please?
African Americans say that they're Hebrews, Africa. I've watched.
Hold on.
Line will be, you are actually from Africa. Your DNA, your genetic line will be from Africa. I've watched
African Americans say that they're Hebrews, the original Hebrews. I've watched them say that they're original Muslims, and I'm just wondering when we're going to get to a time for quote unquote African Americans to understand who they are. The history of Black people in America is it's not a happy history. So as far as we know, they were taken from the continent of Africa, they were brought over on slave ships, and they were made into the current people that we have there today, right? And so during that time, Africa was demonized in their eyes. They didn't want to be seen as African because Africans lived in mud huts and, you know, were around campfires, probably burning, cooking people in cauldrons and all this kind of stuff. That was the narrative, but we live in the information age, right? So the information as to who you are can actually be found. However, it seems like a lot of African Americans, not all, when I look at this identity crisis that they're going through, have chosen to become anything but what they are genetically. If we were to go back to 1921 and we go back to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and we go back to what they call Black Wall.
I know he's going to get into the Black Wall Street spiel, but what y'all think of that so far? That you want to be anything besides African?
I somewhat disagree with him, but you know.
Oh, go ahead. You just got here. Go ahead, brother.
Got here, Perry. Come on, man. Shoot it. Talk that shit, Perry.
Oh no, I somewhat disagree with him, but I know him personally. Like I wanted to finish hearing what he had to say though.
Okay. All right. I just want to know if anybody wants to jump into that. You know, we are who we are genetically.
I'll jump in and I'll re-enter it again, Rich. Nobody, all this stuff he's saying is him inserting a narrative into a story we ain't really talking about. Meaning we don't know we come from Africa, this, that, and the third. That's him. That's him inserting that headline. You get what I'm saying? ADOS and all these, even Hebrews, we'll tell you we came from Africa because we're going to tell you it's part of the prophecy. So I don't understand what he's talking about. And I don't understand why he's so concerned with the Black American over here and how we look and what kind of crisis, so-called crisis we are going through. I don't get that. I just think it's a ploy to get into the American stream. You get what I'm saying? The mainstream YouTube stream and all of that. But I don't see what he's talking about. I don't see. And again, I don't understand how he's going to come teach us about us. You get what I'm saying? And that's something I just really don't understand. He about to tell us about Tulsa and all this and that, and he don't know what's going on. He ain't day to day over here. So
But that's the problem, though, Jacob. I have to interrupt you there, and that's the problem because how you're viewing the video, because you're watching the video now, you're looking at it as though he's trying to tell you as a Black American who you are in your story. But that's actually not what is happening. What is actually happening is he's talking to Black people here in the UK and telling them what he sees as a UK perspective of what's going on in America. He ain't telling you. So that's the difference.
But I feel,
and again, I think he's inserting narratives that's not true. It's not true.
Agree.
And I think he's doing that because, like I said, because he doesn't like the rhetoric that's coming out of Tariq Nasheed's mouth. So basically, I'm wrapping it up and saying he's upset because of the rhetoric that's come from some of these organizations concerning or regarding Africa as a continent. He's pissed off.
I see it as similar to God of Jacob, and I sympathize with Lady Divine because obviously this is someone you know in real life. But for me,
violation. Shots fired.
No, I don't want to be too honest. I don't want to be too harsh. I'm gonna try and say it in the most kindest way I can think of. Yeah, a man like me, I've gone through this being a 3% of the UK. Yeah, 3%. Yeah, 3%. it doesn't. When you hear people talking about political rights in other countries and leverage, that 3% is a reality check. Yeah. Not only that, now there's been issues with the family dynamic and the structure in the UK, specifically within the 3% group. So when I hear a brother talking that tells his youth that he don't know who his dad is on public live stream, public video, I didn't know my dad, or I didn't have a dad. I didn't have a dad. Not my dad wasn't around when I grew up. I don't have a dad. Unless you're a test tube baby from IVF or whatever, I don't think you are qualified to talk for the real niggas out here on the roads. I just don't feel that you should even have the platform to do so. And that's just my personal opinion. Maybe if I met him, we might like get along offline or whatever and whatnot, and I might think, oh, that no, it's kind of cool. Like he's got a sense of humor. Nah, I judged him wrong. But at this stage, just like the
Yeah,
other
but
brother
hold
was
on,
saying
Red. Are
about,
you actually arguing his points he's making, or are you just going in on like what you personally
I'm
think he's up
going in on the
to, or
points
his
because look,
agenda? Or because
no,
right now it sounds like you're just going on
sister.
like, well, I might
I'm not
like him,
hating,
whatever, but you're not actually hitting the point. The point, listen, Red.
See,
The point he's making is he's talking to black people here in the UK, and he's saying to them, well,
no,
this is what he views as the crisis in America, innit? And he's saying to them, like, you know, someone identify with this, and he's putting out his contentions with the ADOS and the foundation, the movements and whatever.
But Lady D,
yeah.
Sister, what I'm trying to say to you is
hold on, Red.
Hold on,
When
Red.
he's
Hold on,
making,
Red. Yeah.
I didn't get to land my point though.
Brother, go ahead.
My point is this year, there's brothers that same age as God and Jacob and older in London right now. Maybe they can't use online. Maybe they're not looking for views. Yeah. But for sure, I ain't taking any type of mad advice from one of my peers when I know there's brothers my father's age and my grandfather's age and God of Jacob's age are seniors. Yeah, that are way more qualified to talk about race and international global politics on YouTube, and I'm just feeling a bit patronized. I'm feeling a bit like in that level. Like I'm not having a go at him. I'm not trying to tear him down. I'm not trying to bring him down. I just don't think he's got the credentials or the intelligence to go down this road that he's going down. That's it.
Okay,
and Lady D,
hold
on. Let me slap my one question in. My whole thing is this. Now, you said he was speaking to the UK audience of what he sees in America, right? Am I tracking?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Now that he's presented this look to America, what's next? What's the purpose? What's the purpose of telling us about a crisis in America to a UK audience?
Right,
now,
because the purpose of that is if you actually watch Sarah's videos and all of that, he's not only just speaking on America, he speaks on, like, the other day he did a whole live show about the black women. He went in on us as black
Remember
women.
I said the purpose. Remember the question.
Right.
What is the
He
purpose?
went
I noticed he be going at.
Hold on. He went
He been
hard
going
on
at the
docile
black women hard
men
lately.
and what the black men have become, what I be bitching about all the time, talking about black men out here are weak. It's not a particular thing of just coming out. I think this was just a subject. He noticed what's going on and he spoke on it. And that's all it is. Yeah.
There ain't nothing wrong with that. It's his opinion. But see, this is what I disagree with him on. Like, as far as, because he's saying, like, with all the different movements that we had in America that we was identifying as something other than African, I disagree with him on that. The only people that really identified with something other than African has been like the one West Hebrew Israelite movement. And then nowadays you have the Aboriginal movement, which they got a lot of their talking points from one West Israelites as well. But other than that, most of the other groups that has came about from Muslims to even some of the Israelite groups, you know, they've all been on some African shit that's still, you know, so I kind of disagree with him on that.
And in the 90s, that's all we was rocking. Towards the late 80s into the 90s, we was all on that African shit. Man, we was walking around with beads and all types of shit. Hell, sometimes I feel like we put Africa on the fucking map. You get what I'm saying? So I don't understand his whole narrative, man. Because starting in the shit, ended off in the 80s into the 90s, urban America, man, we was on that African black power shit. So it got to be something different. That's why I said, what is the purpose? Because when I was coming up in them 90s, nigga, we had all kind of African beads and all kind of shit on us. So I really don't know what he's talking about.
Facts, straight facts, right there.
Where
I
can I
remember
get
that.
a bean pie? I want a bean pie. Is that how you say it? Bean pie?
My brother, you gotta
Yeah,
throw
I
that
don't
on
know
there.
what just happened. I don't know what just happened with Lady D with that accent, but let's try not to
I
ever do
tried
that.
it. Yeah, I tried it. It
Yeah,
flopped. It flopped. Yeah,
let's try not to ever do that accent again.
Yo, yeah. Hey.
What that was it. What go on, Fee?
Yeah, don't do that again, Born
Yeah,
Rich.
yeah,
Please. Do not disrespect the
Wagwan.
patois like
Yeah,
that.
go-
Put some respect on the
It's not
patois.
Wagwan.
But you know
Wagwan.
what?
It's Wagwan.
I'm gonna be honest with the brothers here, and this is what I've noticed that happens. The same problem, and this is why I can't just relate anything solely to America. Because the exact same problems I see going on with the brothers in America, where you got the ADOS and the FBA and all of that, and they're kind of going against the black nationalists in the sense of, well, not in a combative way, but in the sense of, you lot need to stop identifying as African, and you lot need to know, you're Americans and you're here and you need to come on this fight and whatever. We get that here too. Listen, you had brother Torok up here yesterday. Everyone knows me and Torok clash 24/7, same islands and everything, because he's on the whole kind of indigenous, claim back America, claim back Caribbean, the whole Hebrew Israelite thing tied up into it as well. And then you got us, the black nationalists, on the other side. Me and him clash all that. The same way you guys are clashing, it happens here too. We don't get on to because of the fact that we don't separate the Africans, and then our brothers will tell us, you lot kind of are not holding up the Caribbeans the way you're supposed to. So it's not just an American problem. And this is why I said, when Sarah's speaking, I wish he would have actually more so said this is something that's happening here in the UK right here, right now too. Because it's not just an American issue where their identity crisis is going on. It happens right here in the UK. I got people you hear black people come on live panels and tell you they will sell their blackness for £310. You got black people coming up on panels. These are UK people too. These are UK people too. You got people that will come on the panel. Hold on, they will come on the panel and proudly call themselves Negropeans. We've got identity crisis left, right, and centre.
I never heard that.
I heard both of them.
You got a name.
I hate to say
You got a
it,
name.
I heard both. I know exactly the two people she's talking about.
And you've got black people that will come on the panel and tell other blacks and tell us that we're slave babies. So let's not get it twisted. Like, we've got identity crisis going on right here in the UK.
Know,
We need to look no
America
further.
has got more.
Look, Lady D. Lady D. Sarah Garvey is doing what most non-FBA people do. He's eating off black Americans. All he got to do is start talking about black America, and he's going to get some views, and it's going to be controversial. He's doing what they do. That's the fact.
I can see that, but he's always been kind of controversial. He
has, but let's keep it a buck right here. Sarah wants to get into the next level of this entertainment.
Yeah, and you said the Cynthia G may be so, because I didn't know that. That.
He was on Cynthia G. One West gave him a good beating.
Yeah,
he been trying to get in the mix for a minute now.
Exactly.
I was going when he came to America.
Yeah,
I had gave Sinetta his phone number because he wanted to get on Sinetta's show, but I guess Sinetta was busy or something, so he, it never really panned out. But I know he's been trying to get on the scene for a minute now. He's a smart dude. He's a good debater and all that.
I'll give you that too. Paylo, is that you, bro?
Yeah.
All right. Cool, man. What do you think, Paylo, man? Dude, you're like, come on, man. Is black people suffering from an identity crisis?
I wouldn't say so, but I just want to talk about the issue. I think I'll be honest with you. I was coming in now. I didn't want to come on because I was still upset. I didn't want to come on because I think a lot of this conversation is hypocritical by some people on this panel. Because even me, I came on panel. I didn't know you I haven't known y'all long, but still, I'm from Africa. All I ever do is utter the African American community I live in. And every day I come here and some people are disrespecting me just because I'm African. All the time on this panel. The day before, I'm African booty scratcher. Yesterday, I'm coming on the joint. I'm coming to join. I'm talking about conversation I had with JOJ, and I kept telling them, Okay, I gave the good, bad, and ugly about Africa situation about the thing, and I kept saying, don't press the issue about my mom and dad. And they keep saying my mom and dad, my mom and dad, my mom and dad. Why can't you give me respect and not say my mom and dad name?
Okay, Paylo, relax, brother. I know you may be offended, and I gotta tell you, like I tell everybody else, man. It's just the internet, brother. Like some shit can happen. Some shit can happen yesterday, two days ago, and if you come back the next time you see that notification on your phone, then obviously you fuck with the channel, you fuck with the information in the conversation, bro.
I fuck with you. I'm telling you that at the same time, a lot of people are using this ADOS just to come at Africans for no reason, even if the Africans not even coming at you. But
you know it's crazy. I know the brother Paylo is passionate, but I was kind of trying to say that. I think I said that on yesterday's show. Like I am ADOS. I am a foundational Black American. Like you can't kick me out of that group because I am what I am. You know what I'm saying? But I don't like the mudslinging. I always said the mudslinging to me is uncalled for. Because
me too. I like the mudslinging.
If we're gonna do the mudslinging, we can go in our own little corner and throw mud.
That's what people are doing. People are. I'm gonna tell you this. A lot of people I've noticed to see. Okay, some people are different. Like that's why I like Bo Diddley. He's not like that, right? I like Bo Diddley. But
but he called he said Boom Rich was an ADOS the other day.
What?
Bo did
No, that's not the reason why. That's not the reason why. The reason why I say I like him because he's making ADOS about real Black intellectual empowerment for the people from here, and that's good. And he's not using it as a mudslinging thing. A lot of people are using it as a mudslinging thing. Not everybody. I'm not saying everybody is, but I've personally seen it even in my life. Okay, I'm gonna give an example. I got a friend who's who started listening to the ADOS stuff, right? Me and McCool for years. We live in the same street. He live on Hill and MLK. I live on 92nd and MLK. We grew up in the hood together. And one day, the one day he asked me a random question. We just talking about life and about history, having a conversation about history. All of a sudden, he asked me, "Okay, are Blacks in America still mental slaves?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're still mental slaves. You can see it around us." All of a sudden, he just gets on the curtain. How can you say that? You're African. He just got ADOS shit. So I'm talking all this ADOS shit to me. I'm like, dog, you know me my whole life. We live together. What the fuck are you? You don't want to ask me a question. You ask me a question. Why all of a sudden now I'm your worst enemy? But I'm the same person who's taking my shit to shut on my back for you every fucking day of our fucking lives since we were kids.
Yeah, that's crazy. Real quick, Black Harry.
What's going on,
Black
man?
power, brother
There's
T.
another
Black
UK
power.
Brit. There's another Brit in the building. What's going on?
What's happening?
I spoke to you before. I remember this guy.
And I want to say something else. Okay, in America, 90% of the people selling you Pan-African dreams, who is the one doing it? Is it you think the Africans are not coming over from Africa, coming here and selling y'all Pan-African dreams? The hotel hustlers, that's why I call them hotel hustlers. Who's the most hotel hustler? Is the old
Can I interject
Watch
before
your
it kicks
mouth,
off?
brother Paloo.
Can I
Watch your
interject
mouth.
before it kicks off?
That's blasphemy. That's blasphemy.
Hold up.
Selling the hotel
Mr.
hustle.
Mr. Pilu, can I just congratulate you for showing me pictures of the beaches in Sierra Leone and teaching me about the civil war between Nigeria and Sierra Leone. But I'm gonna say this: as much as you give me jokes, and I find you when you tune in, if I'm not on live on the panel, I always listen to what you're saying. So, like I'm one of the people listening. Yeah, he's on. I'm listening. Same way I'm like that. I'm the same way with God of Jacob. God of Jacob is very good entertainment. He's very intelligent. I like both of what you both say. You're not probably going to agree on everything, but please, like, let's just move forward, man. You know what I'm saying? You said your thing.
Listen, I'll speak for myself real quick because I am the God of Jacob.
If people know each other, right? If we're supposed to be cool. If I say just one issue about my mom and dad, why can't you just why can't you oblige me on that one thing?
Right, and here's my response to you, brother. If I offended you, I do apologize. Now, what's the next point?
Okay, yeah, okay, that's it. Thank you. That's all.
You're
That was on my
welcome.
heart.
No, I
Thank
like
you.
God
that.
of Jacob,
You,
we have
like
been
that.
warned. We
you're
have
very
hold
welcome.
on. God of
I
Jacob,
like
What is
we
the
that.
have
next
been
point?
warned. God of
Okay,
Jacob,
yes, okay,
we have
okay. The
two
only thing I'm saying
continental
add is this.
Africans on the panel right now. So God of Jacob, right
Mm-hmm.
now is we one striking you out. Forget 3 strikes, one striking you out. Stand
Nigga,
up for your continental
I ain't never
Africans.
been worried about no goddamn African. So
Ah,
you can
stop
have
it.
3, 4, 5 of them
Ham
motherfuckers.
has
Oh God,
God
I'm
of
mute.
Jacob,
Why you guessing, Lady
Ham has
D?
now entered the
Come on now.
building. God
All
of
But
right,
Jacob,
now let's make this a discussion. Let's make this a real.
Ham has now entered the
Yeah,
building. So
okay.
can we watch our
No, I
tones,
guess and
please?
Terry's gonna get
fucking with me.
Lady.
I ain't even on that right now, but I can go
You
there.
see,
But
Lady D, but Lady, come on, guys, Lady D gassing it. I ain't gonna lie, I think the people want to see it, but we'll let's see. Let's just watch a little bit of this video and see, because I mean we know the brothers have differences of opinion. Let's see, is there anything else we can get out of this video so I can share it? Yeah, well, we 5 minutes in. I'll play like another minute, man, and then y'all gotta go support the brother Sarah Garvey. Matter of fact, let me grab that. Let me grab his link. Y'all go support the brother Sarah Garvey, man, if y'all want to hear the rest of this, man. Good shit. I peeped it. I tuned into it. I watched it. And, you know what I mean? Let's go.
Wall Street.
All I could say to that is clang, clang.
In America.
Oh, that ain't it. I didn't even share the screen. I just played the damn video. Hold on. But yeah, man, we got brother Terry in the building. Shout out to the brother, man.
I'm confused right now. I want to know what you lot are arguing over.
It started off as reparations, and basically what it is Sarah's talking about ADOS, isn't it? And Gormich is just playing back the show of what his outlook, what he sees going on in America. So he's speaking about it, and now they're criticizing now his comments, or they're having to correct his comments of what he's put out there. That's it.
There you go. Thanks, Lady D. I'll hit your PayPal later. Thank you.
I take masters. I take
the funniest thing though.
Euros, dollars.
You know the funniest thing
is that code word, yeah.
You know the funniest thing is ADOS is Pan-African.
Oh shit! You gotta, you gotta unpack that. You can't just drop that and leave. You gotta unpack that, man.
Okay. You lot are following the HR 40 bill. Yes or no?
I'm not familiar. I've heard of it. I'm not familiar. Okay. Brother Jacob, you familiar with the HR 40?
Ham takes on Judah. Round
Brother Mike,
one. Ding,
Brother
ding,
Mike,
ding.
you familiar with that?
The HR 40 bill.
Hold on. You asked the question. Let me answer. Yes, there's an HR 40 in it. The reason why we trying to get that bill rewritten because it's including Africa. You get what I'm saying? It has some language in there.
And who created the HR 40?
Connors from Michigan. But my whole thing.
What organization does he come from?
Right, he was in Cobra, and it was part of. Right, but you saying you saying like we didn't know this. That's why we're trying. That's why we're trying to get the current HR 40 bill that's in that ain't been passed yet. We trying to get the language changing there because again, we want it to be.
But hold on, the HR 40 bill is what's going through the study of reparations. Yeah.
Yeah.
So by rights, it's an NCOBRA build, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And then Cobra is Pan-African, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I rest my case.
And you said all you had to say what?
So wait, hold on. So DOS is Pan-African. Is a Pan-African movement.
DOS is not Pan-African because we had the same. Hold on. Let me speak.
Hold on. I just want to clarify.
We had the same bill. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just want you to clarify.
We had the same
Pan-African or not? That's what I want you to
know. It's not really. Right now, the current bill that's going through the House have language in there that's surrounding Pan-Africanism. That's why we're trying right now to get the language changed. But another bill, a sub bill that we kind of push forward in the state of California, it doesn't have that language in there. So we're trying to take. We use that as a blueprint in a sense to show them how we want the new bill to look like it's going forward. Okay, again, this part is just a study. It means nothing right now. Okay, even if it goes through, it means nothing.
But who would tell me an ADOS member that is in part of that build, and who went into Parliament? I mean, into
Congress.
Congress. Yeah. Tell me anybody from ADOS that went into the Congress out of the people that chose to let the bill go through.
We're not worried about who. We're not worried about. See, that's what you're focused on. That bill is not actual bill. It's the bill to study. Hold on. You gonna let me finish? Hold on. You got to let me finish.
Okay.
You got to let me finish. Right. The bill that's going through. The main thing we worried about right now is the language as it passes through. Again, it's just to study it. We're not really worried about that because we can push that state by state. You get what I'm saying? And that's what we're doing something right now. So the bill that's on there, the one that Sheila Jackson, or whoever, I forget her name, the one she's Canada, the head sponsor of, we're not really worried about that. What we're doing in these states right now is pushing the same type of bill with the language of ADOS, and ADO is specific in it. And we're going to use that as the blueprint to get the one when it finally goes to a vote to get that language changed. So right now, yeah, it had all the NCOBRA language in there of yesteryear, but that's something we're working towards.
But hold on. So that means the people that are pushing the reparations, yeah, in government is called NCOBRA. Yes or no?
NCOBRA doesn't have a spot in Congress if you want to play that game.
No, I'm saying the people that are pushing it. What has ADOS got? ADOS have just got noise.
What does NCOBRA got? NCOBRA is not pushing the bill. Who's pushing the bill?
Yes, they are pushing the bill.
Well, show me a seat in Congress that says NCOBRA.
No, when they chose the Republican and the Democrats, yeah, the Republicans were which you lot kind of follow, but you do not have that much power more than NCOBRA.
Brother, NCOBRA was a legacy organization. You know how NCOBRA got it. Hold on. You say, you got to let me speak. NCOBRA was a dead movement. It was legacy. It was shelved. You know who could put NCOBRA back on the map? ADOS, because they came out the woodwork and said, we was doing this. They was They was a nothing burger.
Okay, you just said it. ADOS put NCOBRA on the map. Why?
Back in the spotlight. They dropped the ball. They dropped the ball and did nothing.
Oh, hold on. You just said it with your own mouth. It puts it back into the spotlight. So that means NCOBRA is driving it.
If you say so, if you want to say that, then we'll just agree to disagree. But I don't think so.
God of Jacob, are you in denial, brother? Are you in denial?
Hey, Lady D. I'm over here. I go to meetings. It's not a NCOBRA driven bill.
That's why majority of people have left ADOS to become freedmen.
Brother, I don't know where you getting your information from, but again, from over there, if you say so, but that's not the facts. That's not the facts.
That's the facts.
That's your fact. That's your fact over there.
It's the people. It's the people pushing. It's the people pushing for reparations. That's what it really is. You could say it's NCOBRA, whatever, but it's the people, bro.
Yeah,
like it's all over. We all over the internet. Brothers is getting on cold. A lot of people is pushing that shit. So
why did
Harlem? What he's trying to do is come in here and try to make it seem like it's a pan-African bill, and it's not.
It is.
Harlem, you come on, no more panels with us, Harlem. You're sounding too UK.
It's not. He's over there. We over here. It's not.
The HR 40 is a pan-African build.
HR 40. You won't find
HR 40 is not what we're asking for. That whole HR 40. That whole HR 40
pull it up and then show me
gotta be revamped. That's not even what we want.
And then
exactly. He's really arguing over something we really don't care about at this point.
You can argue as much as you like.
No,
right?
you can feed these niggas the bullshit all you want.
So Black Harry, is that identity?
Hold on 1 minute, Red. Let me ask you this question. What's the definition of Pan-African?
I don't care. That's my definition.
The definition of
I don't want to know the definition of Pan-African. It's something I don't subscribe to. Now, if you feel like telling me what it is, go right ahead, and I'll just mute it while you talk. I don't care about Pan-African.
Yeah, but you don't even realize what Pan-African means, and you need to go and find out so that
Brother,
you can have a better
I don't
understanding.
care. You know what I'm
mean,
going to find out? Tomorrow, I'm going to look
I
at a
think.
piece of property. I'm going to go
And
look
you
at that
start,
because I
hold
care
on.
about it.
I mean, a
I
five-year-old,
go research what I
could
care
tell
about. I
you.
don't care about that shit.
A 5-year-old could tell you what
You're
pan-Africanism
just
is, brother. The
anti-African. That's
bottom
what
line
it is.
is
Go on.
I'm not
pan-Africanism.
anti-African. I'm pro-Black American.
Yeah, be anti-African.
Yeah,
You can't
yeah.
you want to take the
Pan-African,
African out. Go on.
pan-Africanism, for the most part, has been very one-sided, brother. And listen, we don't get it's because it's only
Where did it start from?
I only see
Right, can I
foundational Black
interject here,
Americans
Terry?
really
Because I hear
pushing
this
that shit, brother.
argument a lot.
When I look at the other groups of people of color, the other groups, they always rocking their flag. They always standing on their own personal agendas. The minute we decide to do something like that, it's a problem now. Now we're
It's not a
xenophobic and all
problem.
this, that, and the third.
It's
Come on,
just
bro,
that
stop
what
it, man.
I'm showing
Let me
you.
interject. Let me interject though. Can I interject real quick?
Everybody's interjecting.
I
Can
wanted
we
to
let the
talk as
lady?
well. This
Hello,
ain't fair.
hello. You can come in, right? You know what I mean, let the lady go. Go ahead, lady G.
Yeah, I wanted to just quickly interject, Terry, because this is a lot of the arguments I hear, and I sympathise with it heavily a lot. So you see, and I heard the argument yesterday, and I was playing back Born Rich's show from last night. Big up the panelists on the show, and the argument was brought up as well when, like, you see, when it comes to things like fighting for freedom, fighting for rights, fighting for all of that, it's heavily leaned towards the Black Americans to carry the weight. Whereas you don't see everybody else jumping on the bandwagon, and once they've got things kicking off and swinging, now everybody else wants to hop on, the bandwagon, and we're all on this, but they weren't initially in the beginning. So in the sense of when they're saying that it's very one-sided, it is quite, in this, I get what they're coming from, whereas a lot of the movements, a lot of the laws changed and passed, and a lot of Black people's, I guess, rights given to them has heavily been carried off the weight of the Black Americans or the Indigenous Americans or whatever you want to describe them as, African, whatever, they've carried that burden. So when you get another group of people that jump on it, it's because it's a wave, it's a trend, and then once it's no longer in fashion or it's no longer something they can benefit from, they jump off the wagon, then that's when they see as being very one-sided, hence why they want to separate from the Pan-African movement. But in another sense, I know what your argument's going to be, so you go on. I hear where you're coming from too. Go on.
And as I say, as people that I speak to from the States and have a clearing understanding of it, as I said, this is why I'm asking for the definition of Pan-Africanism, because Pan-Africanism started from the States itself, and because what you're going to read between the lines is the anti-African. Because before it was called ADOS, it was called African American ADO, the rest of it ADOS. But they've taken the African out of it and called it American.
Yeah, because the reason why we did that, listen, brother.
Why?
Listen. All right, every time I speak, everybody wants to talk.
Go on.
Y'all go ahead, do your thing.
Go on, Perry. I'm not gonna say nothing.
Brother, always. All right, the whole thing that you see right now with the whole FBA ADOS thing, you see how it's starting to really kick off now. That's as of recent, and the only reason why that's happening is because we've noticed a lot of coons come over here from the rest of the diaspora, and they undermine us, brother.
Okay,
and so we see that. So I think. So I would think now is we don't want to do y'all no harm. All we saying is for us to get on code with each other. Let's stop wasting energy trying to get on code with a bunch of people that really don't want to get on code.
Okay.
These people.
When you say the diaspora, you really are talking about Africans. That's why you've removed the word African from African American.
Yeah, we removed the word Africa because it makes our group easier to infiltrate. It makes it so that anybody can infiltrate our group. So we want to keep it amongst the 45 million strong that we have. We want to keep it like that.
I understood it.
Are we gonna let Brother brothers, please, let Brother. But he was waiting for ages though, Red. I'm not gonna lie. I went before
I've
him.
been waiting since before he came on the panel, sis. My point is I already covered these grounds earlier about the anti-African. But Yvette Carnell has got an issue because she feels that the Africans that sold the African Americans and the Caribbeans as slaves owe her people money as well as the American people money. So once the Americans have repaid what they owe ADOS are going to go back and go to Nigeria or wherever, the Ivory Coast, and say, yeah, which families are related to the sellers? Right, pay us back. So they're just going to consistently go around saying, pay me. It's not going to stop. They're trying to do what the Jews did to Germany, innit?
Okay,
I think you're looking too far into it, brother. At the bottom line is we have a very good case on why America should pay us reparations, and we want money. You could give us tax-free years, you could give us free education, but we mainly want cash. We want money. Money makes
So
a difference.
why are you so immigration?
What?
Why is ADOS so immigration?
What are you talking about? Why are we so anti-immigration?
Yeah.
Then say that.
Especially
Then
black
say that so I can
immigration.
understand. Well, I'll tell you why.
Black immigration.
I'll tell you why. Because
Listen him out. Listen, he's going to tell you. He's going to tell you. Listen.
The immigrants that come over here, especially with the Latino immigrants, they compete with us directly for resources. They put them in our neighborhoods. They compete with us. A lot of times they undermine us. They're able to slip into our groups and undermine us, and it doesn't benefit us. We're tired of listen.
Hey, you mind if I
What
interject?
do you
mean by undermine?
In America, you mind
What are
saying
they doing by
Okay,
undermine?
okay. This is what I mean by undermine. You got a dude in Michigan running for office right now that's an African, and he's trying to get rid of Black History
But that's a
Month.
one individual.
I had a friend,
But that's a one
right?
individual.
I had a friend. All he needed it was this university out in Cleveland. The guy that was in charge of like the tuitions and stuff. Oh, he was an African dude. All he had to do was just with a stroke of a pen, he could have helped my friend out. My friend had everything in order to be helped out, and this dude gave him a big speech on how African Americans are lazy and you're not like us, us Nigerians, we work hard, and he didn't want to help the young brother out. So that's what I'm saying. Like we see in this,
Perry.
yeah, you guys ain't on code with us.
Yeah, but Perry, you have.
Can I interject, please?
1 second. Let me just finish this off. Right, you have black immigrants over there. Right, that one person can be a coon, but the population of the black immigrants, how many are there compared to black Americans?
Every immigrant.
How many black immigrants?
No. I just want to say this real quick. Every black immigrant that I've come across that was from Africa, they all have the same story. My parents told us to stay away from the Akata. So don't make it seem like it's just 1%, brother. It's a lot of y'all that's like that, brother. It's a lot of y'all.
Oh, do you know what Akata means?
Interject that somebody actually was an immigrant.
Wait, I don't know what it means. I want to know what the word means. Hold on.
I mean, whatever it means, whatever. The bottom line is, you have these people that they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us. And instead of them appreciating that, they come over here and tell their children, stay away from them. All black Americans are thugs. All black Americans are criminals. All black Americans are bad. Stay away from black Americans. So why would we want to fuck with somebody like that?
You're avoiding it, Perry, because the population of the black Americans weighs way far over the black immigrants. There's about 30,000 black immigrants.
You tend to think that our focus is on just black immigrants. Our main focus is on Latino immigrants. Those are the ones.
Sorry, brother, because I'm gonna interject here to speak on behalf of the Latino people. Latino people from Mexico, they don't even speak English. So how are they gonna compete with someone who's born in New York? Got an American education, possibly went to high school and college. How is a cleaner someone who's more likely to be cleaning your apartment or cleaning your high school or your office out competing you in your job?
Hey, can I interject now? Can I interject? Can I interject, please?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, I'm gonna make a long. Okay, no, it's a lot of points. Okay, as somebody who actually was an immigrant, I'm an immigrant to America. I came out as a little kid. I'm actually was an immigrant. I grew up in America as a black immigrant. That's my real face. I'm black. That's not really how I look like in real life, right? I'm gonna tell you this. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Harlem. There is people like that who don't like them, but at the same time, they don't really affect them that much. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me be honest with you. The average African coming over here is not the. I hear what you're saying about some of them not liking is a cultural clash. That's true. Okay, I admit that. It's a cultural clash. It's in some places more than others. In my area, is less because they're more used to it, but maybe some areas is more, right? But at the same time, when we talk about this ADOS and not being with pan-Africanism, to be fair, I mean, honest with you, in my life, I've seen it. The majority, and it goes back to what Black Harry was saying. He's kind of right in some ways. You're kind of right in some ways. Is that the whole Pan-African movement for the majority of the part in America is not the Africans coming over from Africa trying to sell you a Pan-African dream or nothing like that. It's American blacks who are pushing the Pan-Africanism on
Thank
American.
you. Here we go.
Yeah, but that's
I
not my
said it as a
argument.
Caribbean.
That's
Listen,
not
I said
even
it
my
as a
argument.
Caribbean. A continental African has said it as an African, and American has said it as American. So we're not taking the flowers away from Black Americans, definitely not. But what we're saying is the division to why has there got to be such a way you got to completely separate before you
Because it becomes
that's the only
I mean, I would think it's simply, you know, we just want to do our own thing at this point and get on code with each other. We feel like you guys get on code with each other. You guys fly your flags. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have your own Pacific movements. You know, when you go to the Latino caucus, it's for Latinos only. When you go to the Asian caucus, it's for Asians only. When you go to the when you go to the American Black caucus, it's for blacks and all people of color. I think that's disrespectful. And we're tired of that shit, you know.
Let me add one thing to
So Perry, would you say you're anti-African or not?
Okay, anyway, ask Perry that one more time, but let me say something before you answer that.
I didn't hear what he said. I didn't get to hear what he said.
No. He said he was asking you, are you anti-African or not? That was a one-line question.
No, I'm not anti-African. No, I'm just simply saying that it was blacks, foundational Black Americans that was pushing this whole Pan-African thing. We the ones that wanted to get on code with you guys, and you guys don't want to get on code with us. So it's like, fine, you know, do your thing, we'll do our thing.
Okay, but Perry, you can't judge us by a broad brush. Yes, there's some who don't, but there's some a lot who do, and there's some. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, as somebody who actually grew up in the immigrant community, I grew up in the Black immigrant community in America. I still live in the Black neighborhoods in America, and I grew up in the Black immigrant. I grew up as an immigrant child, right? I'm gonna tell you the facts. The majority of people coming over here, they're not worried about all these political things you're talking about. They're trying to get a footing in America, the same footing you already have by being born in America. They're trying to get that footing in America because they're trying to get out of the situation that was at where they was from. That's what they're trying to.
I know that, brother. I know that, and that's what I'm saying. And that's my whole point.
Agenda. We don't have an agenda.
My whole point, brother.
Yeah, you don't need to check. You see, when people like Donald Trump go to Venezuela and do trade embargoes and fuck up their people and go to destroy the economies in places like the Caribbean and build military bases in Nigeria and Ghana, you lot need to be talking to your political people then with your ADOS group to tell them to remove the military bases, remove the military presence in places like Afghanistan and all these other places where you lot like to go. You know what I'm saying? You lot like to go everywhere. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as you see a couple black faces coming into the
let's let the lady get in. Melanated, you there? Yo, Melanated Goddess.
Peace to everyone on the panel. How's everyone?
Peace, sister. Doing well.
Great.
It's been an interesting discussion. You know, big up to all the Africans on the panel. Big up to all the CDOs on the panel. Big up to all the ADOs on the panel. You know, we need some love spreading amongst our differences. You know what I'm saying?
I like it. So we need that. We need Auntie or Granny to come in and say, hey, all right, boys.
I'm saying, like, you know, we definitely have our differences, you know, and I think that one of the things that the difference between like Japanese and the Chinese and all of the other E's, you know, that they find whatever they have that's similar, and it could just be domination over the white man or domination over the world or whatever. Somehow they can come together. I mean, like whether we speak Creole, you know, Portuguese, French, Spanish, English, like I'm just saying, like that shit is so petty to me. It's so petty to me. Like I don't care if you're a Moor, a Hebrew, an Israelite, a Hebrew Israelite, if you're Muslim, if you're Christian, if you're whatever. That dude, Ortho Wallace, we don't know what the fuck well, yeah, we know he's a Hebrew Israelite, but I'm saying if we didn't know he had fringes on, let's say we didn't watch the video, see he had fringes on. He could have been a Moor. He could have been a freaking Panamanian. You know what I'm saying? He could have been Haitian. He could have been from Mississippi. We don't fucking know. We just know he's a black dude with some locks, and he ended up shooting a damn police officer. Right? And I'm just saying that all of this conversation y'all having, at least in America, that shit sound crazy to me. All that division. It just sounds crazy, right? That somebody's going to be like, you know, little Tina, who mother speaks Spanish, all of a sudden she's so fucking different. Like, yeah, it's just, I'm sorry. Like,
wait. Bless up, sis. But hold on, I think you've come in at a latter part because clearly I don't think you're fully aware of why this conversation's taking place. So I know you haven't got the full story just by the way
I'm sure there are
speaking.
reasons why. I'm just saying that the fact that
I'm going to quickly give you a briefing. I'm quickly giving you a briefing. So what the reason how we got to where we are now is because it was centered around ADOS, reparations, and it was identifying who the reparations belong to and why they have, and trying to identify why they need to separate themselves that much in the
ADOS
Americas.
for their reparations.
Right. So that's how we got to where we are now.
Reparations. Anyone who's of a different, who's black, and they don't understand it, something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. Let the African Americans whose descent, they foundational or they indigenous to the whatever they want to call themselves, how they've been here, they ancestors, whatever, they deserve it, just like the people in the Caribbean deserve it, just like the people in South America deserve it. We all deserve it, and if they gotta put a label on it, what the hell is the problem?
Yeah, the problem is, sis, I guess, is when you're hearing arguments presented like, how do we know who's to get the reparations? So how do we identify? And then it goes on to how the separation, that's how we get to the separation talk, right? So you've got to identify the foundational Black Americans from the migrants, from the Africans, from the Caribbeans, from the Spanish, the Latinos. So that's where it gets to the identity politics.
So they should be some different. And I mean, for me, you know, if they want to call themselves foundational and they just want to call us regular or whatever, you know, I think the term should be, you know, not something that's abrasive. You know, don't call me no damn, you know what I'm saying? I think
but that's the thing, melanated. That the fact is that it's a Pan-African build. We don't have nothing against the ADOS or nothing like that. ADOS can do what they want, but they don't have a build. The build is encoded.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Explain what you're saying, Terry.
Okay, the HR40
Pan-African build. What are you saying?
Yeah, the HR40 build that has gone through Congress, is by NCOBRA. NCOBRA is a reparational group who have put their thing forward. ADOS.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by it's the HR 440? Or I don't know if I'm messing it up, but what do you mean by saying that? Hold on, Terry. Are you saying that what you're saying is that the NCOBRA is are the people that petition in America? Because I believe it's Americans. No, it's Americans that petitioned in America.
No, it's NCOBRA. It's NCOBRA. Go and check it out. It's Cobra that put that
Terry, you
film
just
through.
causing controversy, man.
No,
Get him, melanated sis. Get him.
no,
You just
but,
causing
no, but if you
controversy,
go
Terry,
to
man.
you know why I know? Because, as I said, I had to be with the meeting. But just recently, New Yorkers just they're giving they're working out something for New York at this present moment in forms of reparations. So what I'm trying to say to you is that
Cobra is not a
HR40
local thing. I mean, not in Cobra, but
no,
HR40
listen to me
is not a local thing.
carefully.
It's a national. You have to listen. The HR40 is a national.
Built by Cobra.
It's a national thing. So by you talking about,
and it's built by
ay, Dios
Cobra.
mío, can you listen? If you're talking about New York, that's local. That's not national.
You're not listening to me. What I'm
saying you're muddying the waters. One minute you're talking about federal, right? And next minute you're talking about local.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what he's doing.
Got a point.
Hey, melanated. What he's trying to do is he's trying to say that Cobra drafted the current bill that's in the House to study reparations. He's trying to say it was Cobra. He was trying to say it was Cobra drafted, and we understand that at the time, back in that time,
Hold on, let him finish.
You got to be quiet for a second.
Terry, let him finish. Go ahead.
Right. And at that time, when it was drafted, it was a lot of pan-Africanism involved, meaning the personnel and the drafters. So basically, Cobra drafted it, right? Mm-hmm. Gave it to Congress, and Congress ran with it. To this day, it's still the same. What we're doing is trying to get the language in it changed right now to take the pan-Africanism out of it, just like the one that we walked through at the state level in California, and we're trying to use that one as the exhibit A for when it actually goes up to the top. Again, just keep in mind, it's just a bill to study it. It's not pushing or it's not allocating funds to anything. It's just guys getting together and saying, should we study this? That's why we're not so worried about it at this point. So it's not a big thing.
It's still a good point, and I think it's still relevant to the conversation, and I actually respect Black Harry's input, because I think I needed to hear that. To me, that's like the Hebrews or the Romans changing the Bible from Hebrew to Latin. You know what I'm saying? And right. That's his point he's making.
Let me stay on point. So the only thing we're worried about is when it come out there, and I'm gonna give you the flow right back. We're not even worried about this level at this moment. Talking about the bill just to study it. Now, when it comes out of that phase, now you're going to see us engage it again, all over again. Remember, ADOS primarily was to get the message out and galvanize, and we know HR40 is there, and we know it have a lot of pan-Africanism in the current structure as it is. When it gets through that phase, i.e. they just say, okay, because again, they can yay or nay it. And what we're doing, just in case the federal level nays it, we're still going to push it statewide. You get what I'm saying? So we're attacking this thing at our corner. So that's just this is standard procedure. They're going to pass a bill to say, yeah, we'll study it. That's nothing to us right now. After they come out of that phase, and we're going to get re-engaged again. And we're putting people on the ground to challenge
what is the contention?
The daily question.
I'm going to go back
I've been waiting to talk,
about the identity crisis. Even before ADOS came out, if I look back, I've been saying African Americans my whole life that African Americans are their own tribe, and they have to understand that. And about Pan-Africanism and African American, I basically don't think the next necessarily opposite, because I think we have to rethink how we think of. I think Pan-Africanism, how it's been, has failed. Has been before. We got to rethink ourselves as tribes in a confederation instead of one unit. We're tribes in a confederation, and every tribe got its own part to play, because the way it's trying to work now is not working. I admit it's not
the same thing. It's the same thing, bro. I'm being realistic here. Yeah, the realistic thing is we're in the 21st century now. A lot of time has gone since the anti-slavery movement and the abolition of slavery. It's evolved. White supremacy has evolved. I don't think there's an identity crisis. What I think is there's a nationalism front that's going global, because we live in a global village now. We're all online, from Harlem to California to London to wherever the fuck, and we're all talking on some phone, and it feels like we're as closer than we should be. And people are just pushing back a little bit, going, no, I'm from New York. No, I'm from England. No, I'm from Scotland. No, I'm from Europe. No, Brexit. No, I'm from Africa. And do you know what? The people that's been trying to make us all speak the same language and all pray to the same God, they're the ones ready to blame, because when you look at the divisions that we have, where can you blame an African? Let's be real. Can you blame an African for wanting to come to the UK or going to America and keep their culture? And
We
keep the
don't
culture
blame
home?
them. We don't
I
blame
wouldn't
them at
blame them.
all.
I'm saying, and I'm not expecting them to become Eurocentrified, because no, they never went through John Crow. No, they never lost their last name. No, they never lost their mother tongue. So why should they think like a Caribbean? Why should they think like an African American?
But look, just the other day, I said I had a conversation. I said even Mr. Pelou, I don't know who I was talking. I said that brother is ADOS, pretty much ADOS. He's been here, melanated ADOS. But people trip up. They don't understand the concept we talking about. Melanated Pelou, they have just as right to talk about black stuff in America. We not saying you live this shit, but people get confused. They think we hate black people because we say politically we want to engage this as a group.
See, and I listened to God of Jacob. I listened to God of Jacob say his position enough for me to understand when they do distance themselves from non-ADOS people, it's specifically for political reasons. And if we want our brothers and sisters to advance and to get what it is that they're seeking, that shouldn't hurt our feelings. You see what I'm saying? As long as you don't start saying
I opened up the show. Hold on, I actually opened up this show saying the exact same things like that, and this is what I was saying to the people in the chats earlier when we first opened the show. I understand it to the point
I got you, Terry. Go ahead, lady.
Yeah, I said I understand it to the point where I get what I remember. I explained why you have to separate and all of these things, why it needs to be done. I guess it's just when you're watching videos and it's got the Tariq Nasheed talking about, the Caribbean this, and you can't go back to
Tariq on something else. I don't support Tariq's rhetoric as far as black empire. I'm not even on
where
that.
the problem comes from. That's when this whole anti-this, you lot are anti-this, you lot are anti that comes from, because then you got those mouthpieces speaking on you lot's behalf.
And that's how we really saying is, that's what I've been saying since the show first started. I don't agree with the mudslinging. And I can understand how Sarah Garvey can peep the shit that's going on in America and say, yo, when these people say ADOS or FBA, this is what they think of you. I can understand.
But that brother, Born Rich, respectfully, that brother needs to sort out his dirty laundry,
but
sort out his living room.
But listen,
he needs to sort out his bedroom.
Red,
he
I
needs
would
to sort out his car before he comes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He needs to sort out his kitchen. He needs to go and fill the fridge. He needs to sweep the floor, mop the floor, sort out the living room, clean the bath, the towels in the bath, clean out the toilet, change the bed linen, all of that.
Wow. We're not going to do that, man. We're not going to allow
I'm just keeping it 100.
Hold on. This is where my red, black, and green. Hold on. This is where my red, black, and green's going to kick in. It's going to kick in right now. I'm not going to let you do that. When I don't see you yourself, Red, have that same energy. When Jupiter's all coming and inserting herself into our shit, a whole white European, you don't have that energy. But you've got all that energy for Sarah, a black man. A black nationalist man at that. Come on, man. Allow it, man. Keep the same energy is what I'm saying. Keep that energy.
Let me make my point respectfully, because I know that's your friend, and I purposely try to say that respectfully. I didn't say anything disrespectful. I just said he needs to take care of his own yard before he comes out.
I hear exactly what you said. You said it already.
You keep interrupting.
I'm telling you, when Jupiter's setting herself, make sure you tell her go
No.
yard.
Look, brother to brother. This is a brother. This is a brother to brother. I'm black and he's black. I'm a man and he's a man. Jupiter's a woman. She's white, and that whatever she does in her life it's not anything to do with my community, my family, my representation, my image, my culture, my country, none of that. Yeah. So that's water for ducks back. When I've got a dude, from my country trying to speak up for our community, I'm gonna have a problem with that, because I need to make sure that person is fully prepared and educated.
Question:
and
who's your community, Red? Who's your community he's speaking up for?
I'm not going to state the obvious. Yeah,
No, who's your
but
community? Because
I'm
Sarah's
not
very
going
clear
to
on
state
who
the
his
obvious.
hold on.
Listen,
Sarah's very clear on who
You're
his community.
you're defending.
Hold
You're
on.
very
No, I'm
defensive.
coming back because no one else is gonna come back on you. So I'm gonna come back on you. You're talking about
But you
he's
ain't even
speaking.
let me. You
Listen,
haven't
you
allowed
are
me.
talking
This
about
is the
he's
issue.
speaking on behalf of your community, and I'm asking you to identify who's your community because I know who his community is,
Well,
but
I'm
I
not
don't
from
know who yours
America.
is.
I'm not from Tennessee. I'm not from California. So clearly, the only reason I'm on this platform is because Tariq Nasheed already come on talking loud against the Caribbean community that I'm from, and now Sarah Garvey sitting down in some studio somewhere, and I've got to be the other. The pushback, the other British black voice on this panel to say, nah, pull the brakes, pump the brakes a bit on that one, because like God of Jacob said, this looks like it's a views thing. Like the Drake
If I
album was called
asked you all
Views.
of that, I asked you one specific
Okay.
question, and had you have listened to it, you would have
I'm
got
not
it.
coming on
You
here to
literally
argue with you,
said,
sister.
I'm trying to point something out. You're too busy
I'm not
trying to,
coming
your
on here
ego
to
Play
needs
nice
to
argue.
come
in the
down.
Yeah.
sandbox.
Bring your ego
Y'all play
down a bit and
nice
just
It's not
now.
listen.
about ego,
Bring your ego
sister.
down and
It's
just
not about
listen then.
ego.
So
Because
then
I'm
bring
not
your,
here to
Okay,
then
okay,
stop
he's
defend.
not gonna
talking.
answer
I'm not
you, Lady
defending.
Divine.
I'm
He's
not
not gonna
defend.
answer
I'm
you.
not
No,
here
but
to
I
defend.
haven't even got it out for him to answer yet. That's the problem. He's trying to
Because
talk
I'm
while
not
I'm
on
Ask
this
him
talking.
who's
panel
his
defending
community.
any one of. I
Ask him
don't know
who's his
anybody in
community.
the video.
Melanated, he literally just
Nobody
said
that
that
I'm
this man is
associated with.
speaking on behalf of his
Excuse me.
community. I
Excuse
asked
me.
one simple
Excuse me.
question:
Excuse
He's
me.
not
who's
gonna
your
Can
answer
I
you.
have 2
community?
minutes to make my point, sister? Like,
Go
this
ahead.
is
No,
Go
you're
ahead,
kind of
not.
Red.
it.
You've been talking
Allow
over
me
me the
to
whole
make
He
my
time. No,
point.
answered
you're
it.
not. No,
He
you're
Allow
not.
already
me to
did it.
make my point.
No,
Lady
because
D,
when
you
I'm
Allow
said
no,
that
talking,
because
you're
you
you're
try
gonna
not
to
going to
overtalk
talk
me.
over
answer
me,
that
so I will
question,
treat
Lady
you the
D.
same way you
But
treated
you
me. When
keep
I was
cutting me off.
talking, you felt
You're not
free to
gonna bully
interject
me
with
to
me
answer
too
an
God.
now.
answer.
Come
So
on,
this is
You're
how
not
it
guys.
gonna
is.
cut
Deal
me
with
off.
it. Deal with
You're
it.
not gonna cut me off and
Yeah,
then
I'm cutting you off. I'm not. No,
swerve the
I'm
point
cutting you
because
off.
you're
I'm
close to
literally am doing it
Sarah
right
Garvey.
now. I'm
Yeah.
doing it
Yeah,
right now.
He's
I'm going
not.
to cut
He's
you
timeout
not
off.
a
music
voted.
on
He's
like
not
Yes,
a.
I
um
He's
am going
not.
to
like
cut you
Jedi.
off.
Alright. Born rich. Born
I'm
rich.
letting you know
Born
you
rich.
made a statement, and your
Born rich.
blatant statement
Born
was that
rich.
he speaks on behalf of your
Born
community.
rich.
I asked you to
Born
identify your
rich.
community, and
Can
you're
I
yet
finish
to
my
do it.
point,
You're
please?
telling us all personals about him, but you're yet to
Born
identify
rich.
the
It's not
community
personals. I
you
never said
Put
claim
one
her
he
on
thing.
speaks on behalf
I
speakerphone
of.
in
never
my
said
house.
one
This
thing.
is
Born rich. Did
crazy.
I say anything personal about that guy?
You literally, I
Born
just
rich. Did I?
repeated what you said.
Born
Answer the
rich.
question. I
I'm
literally
Real,
just
can
talking
we
to the
get
repeated
it?
your
brother.
words
I'm
Can we
talking
go?
to
verbatim.
the
All right, let's
brother.
go one at a
Yeah.
Verbatim.
time. All right, let's go
Born
one at a
rich.
time.
Did
Let's
I
go
say
one at a
anything
time.
on the levels? You know, the other panelists went in on Yvette Carnell and started talking about who she's
Bornrich,
doing
ask
and
him
whatever.
one simple question. He
Can I
said
speak?
Sarah speaks on behalf
Excuse
of his
me,
community. Who is his
Lady
community?
Divine.
It's a simple
Lady
question.
Divine.
Why is he going around the corners? It's a
I'm gonna
simple
give you your
question.
moment, Lady Divine. I'm gonna give you your moment to speak. Yeah, respectfully, I will. Yeah, don't get it twisted. I respect you, and yes, we're gonna disagree on this subject. And I know that's your friend.
You can't
So I'm
answer a
trying.
direct question, brother. Bring your ego
Excuse me.
down.
Can I?
It's a
No, but
direct
you're switching
question.
up.
You're going
Calm
all around the
down.
houses to
Calm
answer a
down.
direct
No,
question.
no, no,
Who
no.
is your
Have some.
community that you claim
Have
he
some
speaks on
decorum. Have
behalf
some
of?
decorum. Have
No,
some
you get
decorum.
some and
Yeah.
answer the damn
Have
question. It's a
some
simple
decorum.
question. It shouldn't take you this
Come on,
long.
black people.
No,
Come on,
because
come
the
on,
Shouldn't
guys.
answer's
take you
Come
this
obvious.
on,
long.
guys.
You're going around the
The
houses.
world is
You're
Who
nice.
is
trying to
your
derail
community
my
you
point.
claim he is speaking on
You're
behalf of?
trying to
It's a
diminish
simple
my point.
question.
Oh my
Answer
You
it.
are
gosh.
trying to
Come on,
diminish
y'all.
my
What we
point.
doing? Come
Yeah.
on,
He's
y'all.
not
Come
gonna.
on,
He's
we
gonna.
I'm.
He's
adults.
gonna be
I
petty
know,
and
but
not
we
answer a
adults
simple
I'm
though.
not being
question.
petty.
Okay,
I
Lady
will
D.
answer the
Lady
question,
D.
Petty,
but you've got to
petty,
let
Lady
me
D, let me
petty.
speak.
talk.
Bring
Take
your
a breath.
ego
You've
Take
got
a
down.
to let
deep
me
breath.
speak.
Maybe we should hear from somebody ADOS for a second, just to give a little break, and then then we come back to Brother Red? Like, let us just chill.
Red left. Red left, man.
Oh, damn. See, the conversation wasn't moving. You know what I mean? Like, this wasn't moving.
Of course it ain't when you can't identify yourself and you can't talk. You're speaking on behalf of a man that ain't here. You're telling us that he speaks on behalf of your community. I ask you, I know Sarah's community. Identify your community that you claim he's speaking on behalf of, and he can't answer the question.
He said Caribbean.
But he doesn't speak on behalf of Caribbean. Sarah stands by clang. So if he's gonna come up here talking shit, he better have his facts right. Don't do that.
Hey, what's Sarah's clan?
Let's get to it. Let's play it. I'm coming to you.
Clearly, Red is not his tribe, so I don't know why Red is assuming Sarah's speaking on behalf of him. That's
it's like like-minded people. It's just black people that are like-minded. It's not necessarily like a Yoruba or Igbo or anything like that.
I really want to know.
Let me play, Pelo. Let me play a little clip. I'm gonna play, and then I'm coming right to you, your clip. That's just all I want to do is play like just a few more seconds of this Sarah video, and then we'll be done with this video, man. We'll just be done with it. I think Red said he didn't want to see it anymore. Red was just fed up with this shit, man. Shout out to my brother Red, man.
Back to 1921,
and we go back to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and we go back to what they call Black Wall Street. Black people in America were millionaires who were doing very well, after slavery, and they built a whole town in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which was subsequently burnt to the ground and bombed from the sky by the KKK and other hate groups, the police, etc., etc. I'm not saying that Black people in America do not have a stake in America. They do. They have a stake in America, and I get that. However, the system that America has shown them time and time and again that it treats you a certain way. And so for African Americans to sever that tie to Africa, to the continent in which they originally came from, makes no sense. If you're trying to build your Wakanda, quote unquote, you're trying to build your Wakanda in America, which the people on Black Wall Street tried in the 1920s, it's been already shown to you that it can be destroyed. For you to only, as a Black person in America, to only associate yourself with the continent of North and South America would be, for me, a huge mistake.
There we go. Cliffhanger for the people. Listen, man, if y'all want to watch the rest of that Sarah Garvey video, I'm dropping the link right here. Go check it out. It's another 6 minutes of it. Like I said, I ain't gonna play the brother's whole content. I want y'all to go and click the content for yourself. Leave your comments, you know what I'm saying, for the brother. He's on to something. And we're sitting here discussing it now, man. So y'all make sure y'all go support that, man. Let me make sure I type
Yeah, the brother speaks very well,
Check
man.
the back,
Like I,
Born. Check the back.
Okay.
I think Red's in the back.
Okay, I got you, Red. Here I come. Here I come.
yeah, like I said, the brother speaks very well. I know him personally. He's a very, he's a cool dude. Like I know him. I
But Rich,
disagree somewhat with what
And
the
that's
things
the
he's saying,
video.
but
That's the I you got it, Jacob.
that's his opinion,
Yeah. Let's just do I got you, Jacob. I'm coming right to you, brother. Let's just do a little advertisement, man. Advertisement. Yes, I just dropped that link. Y'all want to watch the final 6 minutes of that video? Go check it out. Dope video. Great video, great content. You know what I'm saying? It gets the conversation going. I've been dropping the links if y'all want to support the channel. I've been dropping the PayPal, dropping the Cash App. If you can't show your support that way, hit that thumbs up, like button, share it. I know y'all in some of these Discord and fucking hangout groups. Put it there. Put this shit, share this to your Discord and to your hangouts, man. Let's keep the conversation flowing, keep it popping. Go ahead, Jacob.
Yo, brother, sorry, I just want to apologize. I got cut off there. I pressed the wrong button.
Ah, you good. Let Jacob come through, brother. I thought you had something.
Yeah. All I was saying, and I ain't even seen the rest of the video, but he was on his spiel about how we did this, and yes, we should build our Wakanda and this, that, and the third. Now you might have seen it, I don't know, but what was the alternative? What was his alternative? Because he's saying we X, Y, and Z. So what is his plan for Black Americans? Since he's diagnosed us, he's analyzed us. We got a crisis.
It's one of the roots. Like Ask Getty came on here yesterday and was like, yeah, it's like a tree with no roots. A tree should go back and find its roots.
Now,
Ask Getty on you. America, though. Black Americans
cool.
Of America.
Right now he's analyzing us from where?
From London.
England.
Right. So shouldn't you be the change first? You get what I'm saying? Now, how you gonna talk about our identity crisis, our detachment from the continent, our this and that? But he's analyzing us from this white government that's shitting on them too. So I don't get that. You gotta make that make sense to me.
But that was my point I was trying to make. And respectfully, I respect Lady Divine. I think she's a blessing to have on the show. And whenever she's on other panels, I always tune in. I'm 9 times out of 10, I'm team Lady Divine, innit? That's just how I roll, innit? And from my first experience on G Block, she was one of the first panelists I sat with. So this is not a personal attack on Lady Divine ever. I don't get out my feelings on Lady Divine because that's not how I roll. Yeah, I respect her. And this is not an insult on her friend, who I respect her friendship with Sarah Garvey. And I've always stated on this channel, I'm not trying to drag down another black man, but I have to keep it real. One thing I've noticed when I do speak real, I upset people sometimes. And I'm not trying to upset people. I'm just trying to be a slightly realistic, put a bit of realism in the conversation. Now, my point is this: he could well turn out to be a great leader. I'm not discrediting that, but I feel like he needs just a little bit more work before he jumps into the head start and starts trying to win the race in whatever career he's trying to take. That's just my only point. I'm not going to expose anything I know about him. I'm not going to talk about his personal life. I'm not here to judge that. But what I will say is on a global stage, there's a lot of black men in Britain that would feel slightly uncomfortable with the presentation that he's done. Whether his intentions were good, it's not going to sit well with a lot of the people in the UK, male, female, and whatever. And then secondly, Jupiter is a separate subject. I'm happy to talk.
Man, we ain't got to talk about her.
Yeah, don't go to
I'm happy to talk about a separate thing.
Red, I was actually in the point, man. I was actually in the point. Let me go ahead and wrap it up. And Rich, whoever want to, my whole thing is, I haven't seen the rest of the 6 minutes, but is this gripe that we are detaching from Africa in name, or that we are not trying to go back to the continent?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I don't really know. It's just I don't know. It's like it's quiet enough. No, all right, let me say this. The main point of this main gripe of this video is listen to how Black Americans are talking when they get in there.
Exactly.
That's, if I got to be honest, but go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking, what is the definition of pan-Africanism? Because once you understand that, then you get to understand the narrative. And what I'm trying to explain is, nobody is telling you that you shouldn't go for your reparation. Everyone's supporting you in your reparations. You do what you need to do. But then when you disregard the people and the founders and the people that have brought it forward for the Americans, by the American people, you cannot deny it. And that's why I said share screen.
All right, I got you. Let Melanated Goddess has a question. Go ahead, sis.
So a lot of times, like the question that was just asked about, okay, he's not making these statements like he's on the continent, right? So he is still in the West, in the lap of luxury in the West, and making these comments and basically casting judgment. And I guess my question is, what do the people like, such as God of Jacob, and anyone who has that same position, what would they recommend? Like, should people connect with only people who want to be on a continent, or should they connect with people who are happy and content with wherever they are within the diaspora, and then they kind of have some sort of like umbrella type of unity? So they don't have to change what they classify themselves as or whatever titles they give themselves, but they have some kind of like umbrella unity, maybe diasporans, or I don't know what the hell you want to call yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I think that, to me, that's minor. But I guess that my question is, like, just so some of that, the way that you see that person's position, because I think, like, when we look at Pan-Africanism, you can still be a Pan-Africanist in Europe. You can be a Pan-Africanist in Brazil. You can be a Pan-Africanist in Colombia. Like, you don't have to live in Africa to be a Pan-Africanist. Like, you don't have to go back to Africa, right? At least that's my understanding of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah.
For Africans, a home and abroad. And we would all be Africans abroad, and there's Africans that are home, right? So to me, I'm trying to for me, I'm all about like cut the issues, the fuckery, right? Like, how can we get along, or the ones that I can get along, because I know I ain't gonna get along with everybody. So whoever I can get along with, I want to meet those people. I'm gonna link up with them, and we can make some movements. Like everyone else who want to be on this, and all this titles, and yeah, you know, you call me a Haitian booty scratcher, and you call me an African this, and you call me a lazy American, and I don't really deal with all of that. I really don't. I got loads of Black American, down south, collard green eating, ham hock, you know, eating Black American friends that talk country, all that kind of stuff. And I'm from up north, and we don't have an issue. Like we need people like me to dispel those myths that we actually don't fucking get along, because we do. Right? Not everyone.
We do too. In DC, we do too.
Right? Not everyone. But hey, let's not act like every damn immigrant, every damn Black American. You know what I'm saying? Like, no.
No, I hear what you're
Sometimes I
saying.
meet a dude, he looking good.
What I'm trying to
I
make
be
too.
like,
That's the
oh,
same point.
he's from Nigeria. And he be like, nah, I'm from North Carolina. I'm like, oh, my bad. You know what I'm saying?
Or from Tennessee, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
It's not really like that. But I'm just saying, I went away. My question was, what do you recommend, or like, how can people, instead of have these debate? I don't like the gender wars, and I definitely don't like the diasporan wars either. I coined that term, diasporan wars. This shit gets on my nerves, right? How can we get past that? And so like a person like Sarah, does he look like he's looking, if he's still in a diaspora, is he not? Are people in a diaspora are not able to talk, and only continental Africans are able to talk? Like, how do we deal with that?
Yeah, it's many different issues though, because he's talking about America more specifically. So I'm gonna let American talk, because he's talking about, because it's not only a lot of the issues now is also diaspora versus diaspora. Some issues not even with the continent at all now. You know what I'm trying to say?
No, but that's part of diaspora, don't you think? Like, so like, let's say there are Americans, right, who talk about let's say skin lightening in Jamaica, right? Right? Is that not true?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Of
Okay.
course.
So do you feel like people in America don't have the right to talk about skin lightening? Why not?
That's a good question, but see, that's an issue of health. And I'm gonna give a
It's not just an issue of health. It's an issue of mental health. It's an issue of self-esteem. It's an issue of knowing your history. It's an issue, and the history is not the same, but it's fucking similar. So I would think a Black American could be like, these white brothers was over here. These white men was raping your grandma too. Why are you trying to look like them? I don't think a Black American is out of place for speaking about that. Me personally, and I have Caribbean ancestry, and I'm not going to say a Black American would be out of place for saying that shit. No, they would not.
No, you're not. And speaking of, I just want to get a quick story about skin bleaching. I actually lived with a woman, my auntie, God rest her soul. She's skin bleached. She was as black as me, and she became as light as I can't even show you a picture. I don't know who to describe it as that. But anyway, she was bleaching for years, and eventually had cancer and died.
Wow.
And I lived with a person who died of cancer from bleaching for 20 years. I grew up with her. We lived in I grew up in a house with a bunch of people. I grew up in a house with 16 people in 3 bedrooms. But one of my aunties living there. She bleached herself. She's really as black as me. But then she got as light as, I don't know, maybe like lighter than Beyonce color, but she's as light as me. But that's how she kept her skin. She kept her skin light. She didn't keep it super light, but she kept it like light. But she's not really light. She's really black. She's really blacker than me. And she did that for years and years. And then she eventually got cancer and she died.
Yeah, but I just want to touch on what Melanie. That's good. Like I said, man, prior to this whole ADOS movement thing, me personally, I had no issues with Caribbeans at all. Anybody from that, because you know what I'm saying. It was not an issue to me at all. I looked at us as the same. You know what I'm saying. And I had an internal war going on inside of me, because here I was, coming out of One West, my father and them, when we was talking about, all the tribes, this, and then this thing comes along, and now I got a little fight within inside myself. So I was conflicted inside myself, and I'm still off and on with some shit, because certain people make me fall back into my fuck them dudes. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, there was never an issue, not that I can tell, between the Caribbeans and Black African Americans or whatever. But I just know that this has wedged some things. It has.
Yeah,
And we
after
got
this
to tell the truth.
conversation,
Yeah.
I'm going to be more awake. Yeah.
But
Okay.
And I think
Okay,
that,
so
I
let
think
me
that
have
more
my
people
conversation
are
now,
going to come
please.
awake. Yeah. It's this, bruv, it's an open panel. Everyone gets their chance to step in and say whatever, innit? I mean,
Yeah, but
whenever I talk, everybody's comfortable to go, oh, shut up. Yeah, shut up. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
we
My
can
point I'm
talk.
trying to make
I'm
is
just
this, like,
asking. I'm
Yeah, go ahead,
asking.
Red. Go ahead,
bro,
Red.
I was trying
Red.
to talk like 5 minutes
No,
ago and
Red,
I
Red,
couldn't even say
Red.
one
Just
line.
talk, Red, Red. Just talk,
You know what
brother.
I'm saying?
Talk, keep
My
talking.
thing is this, yeah, I'm a realist, innit? I don't live in fantasy Disneyland. I don't live in like hope. I live in the here and now. If you step on my foot, I'll remember that. And I'll tell my people that you stepped on my foot. That's just how I roll, innit? I don't like. I might hope you're a nice person the next week, but who's gonna know? Do you know what I'm saying? And if I'm feeling vibes in the climate that we're living in, we've already had Trump, now we've got Biden, we've got Boris Johnson, we've got all this fuck these going on everywhere, and people want to sing Kumbaya, when, you know what I mean? I'm just not one of them people holding hands singing Kumbaya. When shit gets real, shit gets real. I know where I can go. I know where my home is. I know who I am. I know where I'm safe. I know where I'm not safe. And I'll just roll like that. And I'll just see things just going in that direction. For all of us. I think all of this,
But I think
you
it's
know what I mean?
natural. I think it's natural for us to just put our wall up or go into our shell and just say, you know what I mean, fuck it, right? I'm only doing for me, right? We even have little sayings like, yeah, it's just me and my kids. You know what I mean? Like, it's just me and my fam.
Hey, but I think walls sometimes good. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes the walls we build can be used to build a structure too. We need structure. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we need walls, we need structure to put these structures together. Like I don't think it's one or the other. That's what I'm trying to say more than anything. I don't think it's one or the other. I think we should look at ourselves as confederations of tribes. We should respect the different tribes, but look at us as a confederation of different tribes. And I don't think that's and to go back to the point about African American, I don't think the African Americans had that's what's going on a little bit, and as the case because they're not one tribe, because they have all these other ideologies stopping them from being one tribe, and so that's what the only place the identity crisis is coming in, because they have internal ideological conflicts. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, like what Red said, I
Go
think that's how it's always been with a lot of the other groups. I think FBA has been least like that out of all the different groups, and I think they're starting to realize the benefit in getting on code within each other first, and that's just something that they just starting to realize, and they've been pushing it, and it's been working, and I'm seeing it happen, and other groups are feeling a little bit uneasy about that. You know what I'm saying? That too.
Not easy about it is because the mudslinging. It's the mudslinging. Not that they feel easy, but if you just start coming for people, if you're just using that to come for people, then they're like, hold up, what is this? You know what I'm saying? So I hear what you're saying. Some people might, don't get me wrong, you might be right about some people, but I don't think the majority of people are just inherently against FDA. I think the majority of people just all they're doing is getting this mud. They're just getting this mud, and like, where's this mud coming from? Like they're like, why, like, why are you coming from me? Why are you coming from me? That's what a lot of people might be thinking. That's what I think in the situations that I've encountered with FDA people who into that philosophy.
Donald Trump woke the world the fuck up. He's the real woke one. He woke the world the fuck up. And what you're going to find is there's going to be a lot of anti-American sentiment in South America, Central America, Africa, the Caribbean, and Europe. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? Europe already said fuck you to France, Germany, Brussels. The world's going inwards. And people know what their resources are. They know what their value's worth. They know what they're worth. You know what I'm saying? And no one's going to bend over from no other nation. I'm saying, and that's just
And I always
what
say,
it is.
and I always say, people are going to build who they want to build with. So if you want to put a label on it and build up under that label, I'm all about that, bro. I got a logo that said Black Empowerment starts today. That's my little circle of my little corner. You know what I'm saying? Well, me and the brothers, we get along. Well, the brothers and I, we meet up and we discuss shit that's right here, tangible in our community. And I think I can't knock nobody for doing that even on a greater scale. I can't knock ADOS for that. If ADOS knock on my door and say, bro, you fit this description, this is what we have to offer, I'm gonna say, all right, fuck it, let's rock. Let's go.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Hold on, I'm gonna say this though. If Pan-Africans come and knock on my door and say, look, bro, man, we gotta, you know what I'm saying? We got some good shit going on. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, man, shit got to be moving unless you're gonna start your own shit. Period.
I know
Nobody
that's right.
can see a movement until it's moving.
Because let some ADOS people knock on my door, I'm gonna be like, well, I'm not technically ADOS, but you know, my son is 50% ADOS, so let me give you a little donation.
What I need to do?
What I need to do now?
I'm not a Muslim. Hey, Melanated, I'm not a Muslim. But if the Nation of Islam come knock on my door and they talking that good shit, let's go.
I ain't even lying. I've been hearing such good things about those bean pies. I've never had a Nation of Islam bean pie, but I really want to try one.
I hate
I
that
love bean pies. I eat bean pies every Friday. I be eating the bean pies. Yep. They're
for the listeners, that's the second mention of bean pies on this show. So
for real? I really want to try a freaking Nation. People be like, yo, you ain't never had one? They so good. I'm like, well, damn, what are they at?
They're at the mosque. Any mosque on Friday, any black mosque on Fridays, they're gonna have them.
Oh, you gotta go to the mosque to get it. They don't like got a store or something.
They do, but I began mine at the mosque because I go to the mosque. I'm a Muslim. I
was gonna say they don't have them at like a big chain store, but in my community they do. But I ain't gonna lie, the owner of the black grocery store, he's a Muslim. He's a black guy, but he's a Muslim.
He's NOI.
Well, he's not NOI. He's the other division when they split.
Yeah.
Oh, so the bean pies is not an NOI thing. The bean pies is like just a regular Muslim thing.
No. This is what happened. When the NOI split, right? The other side, the other division still makes bean pies too. Because you understand the NOI. What happened with the NOI is when Elijah Muhammad died, his son took it over and he turned it into Universal Islam. But the same people that were used to be in NOI, they're still making bean pies in the Universal Islamic mosque. But then Farrakhan left. That he was with the Universal Islam for 3 years, but then left. But then his people restarted the nation. So the old people on the nation are not practicing the nation no more, but they're still making bean pies.
And you know what I noticed in Tennessee?
Let Terry rock before I fall asleep on this shit.
Yeah, hold on, real quick, Jack. But you know what I realized though?
Terry too.
Let me tell you what I realized though. That even though the split happened here in Tennessee, they still do community work together.
Yeah, even in DC, we still do community work together too. I'm part of the split too, because I'm with the War of the Muhammad faction. I'm with Master Muhammad.
All right, we'll get back to that though, Pelu. They want to hit an end Cobra. Is this a video, Terry? Or is this just words? Like, what are we doing right here, bro? The screen is yours, man.
Just about to fall asleep.
Go ahead. I mean, yeah. Hey, another thing, family. If y'all fall asleep, man. You ain't gotta announce. You ain't gotta announce.
It's gonna be here till the morning. Go ahead,
just fall asleep. Just fall asleep.
Tell him, boy.
Yeah, if you fall asleep, I mute your mic and be asleep, man. But you ain't gotta announce that I'm falling.
Okay, Borich, first, yeah. I want to say this. Pan-Africanism is an ideology, number one. And if you go into its mission statement, you understand it's black people or melanated people coming together under an oppression. That's what the ideology is. So you could be anything with Pan-African in it.
Quick question.
So it's not about going back to Africa.
But I have a real question. Okay, you was hitting on it right there. That was going to be my question. It's going back to Africa.
No, that's not the Pan-African ideology. The Pan-African ideology, it goes all the way back, even in the terms of Paul Cuffey, or you talk about Olecriano.
Yeah. Paul Coffey, Sierra Leone, when he came to Sierra Leone, you know,
Yeah.
shout out Sierra Leone.
Yeah, that's
Yep,
all.
that's Sierra Leone started it. We started it. Everybody know we started it. We
Yeah,
actually
well, allow
started
that, man. Shout out Jamaica, man. Welcome to Uno. Big
We
up
started it.
Jamaica.
We started that. We're the first Pan-African nation. We started that. We started that. I'm telling everybody.
Okay. So, and you know, when everyone always goes to Pan-African, the reason why they think it's back to Africa, because they go into the understanding of Marcus Garvey and thinking Marcus Garvey is the founder of Pan-Africanism. No, he's not. It's Sylvester Williams who's the first founder of the Pan-Africanism. And as I said, it's about a black people raising, no matter where you are, within a community, as black or melanated people, rising against the oppressor. That's what it stands for. So once you understand that, it doesn't matter wherever you are, if you're ADOS and you're coming as a collective of melanated people, it's a Pan-African ideology. Yeah, so it goes way back. Now, in me saying that,
yeah, we started it.
Now, it doesn't matter what groups you have.
So are you saying that ADOS can be within a Pan-African ideology?
Yep.
Yeah.
At the same time?
100%.
Terry, can I ask you a question? Because I hear you talk about, you know, the groups and all. You can be anything, can be Pan-African. So my problem with the Pan-African thing and why I've never ever subscribed to the Pan-African thing, or what made me think deep about it, is when we say African, does that not also include like Berbers and then people there on the continent?
No, it's as I
So
said,
it's all inclusive, right? That means it's including them, and I can't do that.
You know, they're going under the forms of the UINA. In the form when UINA, and remember, Marcus Garvey is not the first person to take people back to Africa, because as I said, if we go back to
Freetown, Sierra Leone was the first 1787.
Yeah, hold on, brother. I know where you're coming. So, in forms of, like, as he was speaking, in forms of Paul Coffey and Olecriano were two guys that came together, which brought the American loyalists. The loyalists went to Trinidad, Canada, because in the times of the Civil War, what you will find is
it was the War of 1812. It was the War of 1812. That was the war. It was the War of 1812. It's called the Black Refugees who went to Trinidad. That was the War of 1812.
I haven't finished, brother. I haven't finished.
He's just trying.
I don't want to have a long dialogue.
Explaining to me, please. Let him finish explaining to me, because he's trying to show me something. Because I thought that would include the Berbers, the Arabs, and all of that. I'm not trying to do that kind of Pan-Africanism with them.
No. It's got nothing to do with them. It's only that they took the ideology. What's his name, from Libya? But yeah. So Paul Coffey and Olecriano, as we had the loyalists. The loyalists came to England and mixed with what we call the Black Poors. The Black Poors.
I'm a Black Poor. I'm one of them.
Yes, brother. Yeah, the Black Poors in the United Kingdom. Who came together, which they made what we call the organization called the Sons of Africa. Now, once they made the Sons of Africa, the Sons of Africa Society are the ones that went back to Sierra Leone. Even at the time, the first ideology is from Prince Hall. Prince Hall was
I'm Prince Hall too. I'm Prince Hall Mason. I'm a Prince Hall Mason too. SDR 139, SDR 139 Heights, Maryland. Prince Hall, most worshipful Prince Hall, Grand Lodge in Maryland. Shout out. Hey. No, see, I'm the real deal. See, everything you're talking about, I already lived it in real life.
But I know, but let him finish though. You gotta let him finish though, Paylo. You know what I mean? Let's let him. You know what I mean? Let the brother go.
Yeah. So understanding that when things start to move forward, and I'm going to fast forward it quickly, is that when Marcus Garvey did his thing, when he came to the fifth Pan-African Congress, is where the unification of Marcus Garvey, Marcus Garvey's wife, who brought the association into Manchester, where she unified all the African leaders, and this is where used the ideology of pulling African leaders to coming together. That's why you have Kwame Nkrumah, Lumumba, all of these guys that pushed the narrative to giving Africa its independence. But it became a force to reckon with in reasons why they dismantled and destroyed. So that's why people still think it's something to do with going into Africa. That ideology came later on afterwards. So it's not about mixing with the Northerners, it's about the people.
But T, that's a bit hard about saying it's
diaspora.
Brothers, listen, I'm sorry to cut you again, yeah. But for me, it's not about mixing with the Northerners, whatever. My thing is this: if we look at today on the continent today, in certain countries in Africa, majority of them, they are run and their leaders are not black; they are Arabs.
Yeah, but Pan-Africanism is got nothing to do. Were the Arabs in slavery?
They enslaved up. They enslaved the Africans.
No. Were they in slavery?
No, they were never in slavery. They're
not part of the African diaspora. It's only the ones that
but this is what I'm saying. This is where it gets complicated. I had this conversation with James as well, and I had it on G Block, and it was the same kind of conversation. Whereas, if you're using the title Pan-African, that's all Africans on the continent included. So then, in that same sentiments, then you're going to have to include the Berbers, the Arabs, all the other Asians.
No.
Let me somewhere in the chat thinks that I'm you and I'm not you. Sorry,
Sorry,
Ross Roberts.
let me mute.
Ross Roberts, the guy that's speaking is not me. Okay, we're both British, yeah, but I'm not speaking. And big up for the name mention. Ross Roberts.
No, it's a fact. That's a fact. I got you, Bo. We coming right to you, Bo. Red, I have to say this. Everybody on the panel, I'm happy you did that, Red. Listen, fam, you only got 3 times to address the chat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we get off of our main conversation when you jump in and say, hey, let me say something to Ugly Face in the chat. He said my mama stink, and now I'm want to tell you my mama don't stink. So I just want to let everybody know you get 3 of them, Red. That's number 1 for you, bro. Y'all, everybody on the panel, you get 3 chances if you want to address something that was said in the chat. But go ahead, Bo, come through, man.
Right. Let me just say this, right? Because the problem with, I'm gonna say my problem with Pan-Africanism seems to be kind of like aligned with the sister's problem with Pan-Africanism, right? And is that if you ask 10 random Pan-Africans, you're gonna get 10 different answers as to what Pan-Africanism is, right?
Yeah, but
and everybody
that's not the true definition.
I feel you though, right? And see, the problem is that you can't really get behind an ideology that's so fluid, whereas it can mean whatever whoever adopts it wants it to mean. So the other day, just yesterday, I had a conversation with Shaka Zulu, and he had his own version, which I was cool with, which I supported, that was completely different than what you saying. And I think right now on the continent of Africa, and for a lot of people, that Pan-Africanism is more so, or maybe that's just a different version of Pan-Africanism.
I'm talking from
it's more so.
Sorry, brother. I'm just talking from the founder, the original founder of Pan-Africanism is Sylvester Williams. And he brought that ideology. What people want to make is their personal opinion. But on the overall, the ideology, it's got nothing to do with mixing with other races. This is someone of black people under an oppression.
So when you look at something like the African Union, right?
Country is under a European oppression.
Listen, so when you look at organizations such as the African Union, which models itself supposedly as a Pan-African organization,
it's not. It's funded by Europeans.
Well, I guess that's why the European Union. That's why I don't support Pan-Africanism, because I don't know what it is.
That's what I'm trying to say to you is that people take things and try to make it their own. It's an American. It started from America. So what has the European Union got to do with it? That's why they got rid of the president of African Union. This is why she went against it, because she brought the African Pan-African ideology into it, and they sacked her.
Right. She a sellout too, though. Yeah.
So I don't believe in African Union. The African Union is European funded. That's got nothing to do with us.
Right.
We are grassroots people. These are actual African people that have been through the pathway of their problems, and we are fighting the system. The African Union ain't about that. So when we look at it in its perspective, majority of most Pan-Africans, as I said, are gonna come from the people that went into slavery. It's got nothing to do with them, as it's called it, them part-timers that have come to North Africa.
Right. That's real now. I feel you though.
Yeah, and that's why for me, I just deal with grassroots. I'm not dealing with this corporate government business. They're the ones that put in, so they're gonna find many ways to create division. But if we go to its true roots, we understand what it is. So we don't have to. It's like just saying, okay, let me take Pan-African away from it and be a black nationalist. And I just stick to the black nationalist. Then what are they going to say then?
They ain't gonna say shit. What can you say to us, black nationalists?
Exactly.
We're for our black nation. What can they tell us? We're nationalists and we're proud.
Right. So then nobody can infiltrate it, and that's why I come back to the actual understanding, right? That most organizations, whether people don't agree with what NCOBRA does or whatever organization is out there, and as I said, I respect people for the Americans to get their reparations. I support them 100%, and if they want to keep their business to themselves, that's good on them, and I get that because they want to get their own. And they should. But as I said, is that my one issue is the immigration, because that immigration law is what, as in the UK, is what we call the BNP ideology. The BNP in this country push that. The Republicans push that. That's their narrative. They use immigration to get to where they want to get to. But it's a false.
What do you mean by that?
Huh?
What you said about immigration, pushing immigration?
But you see, like when you're pushing the black immigration, it's creating a division. They love a division. Once you start to war with your own people within your country, whether they're first generation immigrants or whatsoever, if you start to war with them, then you lose your eye off the ball.
How do you see it as a war? Like, I haven't seen any, like, it's not South Africa over here, nothing like that.
No.
You're not
But
seeing,
what I'm saying is, in forms of understanding the Americans' plight, is that they should be going for the reparations, focus on the reparations, but at the same time, reparations is not going to solve the whole situation anyway, because it's a white suppressor and it's a white European system. Yeah. But at the same time, it's about self-development and everything else besides reparations. The people need to come together as one people and push their narrative. And then if they want to, they can start to create alliances with the diasporans. That's what they want to do. I'm all with that. But but when you start to have the conflict between two, going back and forth, and the common assaults and what Born Rich was talking about, that is the issue that we need to clear out and understand.
Okay, but if we ask you politely, right, do you think it would happen? Like if we say, excuse me, Mr. Africans and Caribbeans, can you please stop pretending to be African Americans, or let it be known that this is what we're trying to do now, and we're ADOS. So what you seen before the war started, or whatever you perceive as being the war, and we made the announcement, listen, we want to be acknowledged as ADOS. It's documented, it's out there. You had multiple groups, all in Cobra being one of them, all type of people, Africans, Twitter war. You can't say that. So you saying we not black, and we saying, yo, you can still be black. We not telling you not black. We just don't want to be identified as black. Oh, that's not fair. We ADO. It's like, yo. So how can
Yeah,
we
but
make a distinction?
noticed?
Oh, the point I'm making, right? The point I'm making, right, is that if you make a distinction, there doesn't have to be a war if you just go along. If you just don't oppose it.
But hold on.
When you
Hasn't there
oppose
been a
what we
war?
say, then you. So I don't. In anyway, I don't like that word war because there never was a war.
But okay, let's use it
There
as
never was any type of war or any
let's
type
look at it as being tribal.
But
the tribals, there has been conflict between two different sets of people.
Listen to me, and I can tell you this emphatically, and you can ask any African that lives in America. There is no drama, no division. There is more drama in the UK between Africans and Caribbeans than there is between African Americans.
But what about Americans?
Africans?
Hold on, let me ask you this: what about the Americans and the Haitians? And that boy
They
getting
cool.
burnt. That boy getting burnt alive.
I have no idea what boy you talking about.
in New York.
I have no idea what boy you talking about.
So in Miami, there hasn't been a big that they had to. The Haitians had to gang up.
No.
See, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on.
I'm from Miami.
Yeah, but there is still
there is no such thing as any.
When the Haitians came in, there is a conflict because this was massive in
never,
New York.
Listen,
it was a big topic in Congress.
I'm gonna tell you. Listen, I'm gonna tell you what happened. Right? You don't have to tell me. I'm gonna tell you. I lived through it.
Yeah,
when Haitians came, they had boats, and you had a bunch of people flooding into another country, into a community around another group of people that they didn't know, that they didn't speak the language, that they didn't have the same culture as. So, were they ostracized in some regards? Yes. Were they made fun of a lot of times? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? But as far as there being any type of war or whatever, you ask a Haitian who fought for them to get their rights when they came here, it was African Americans. It was Frederica Wilson and other black congressional Congress members who fought for them to get their rights here, who made them get priority over Cubans in certain regards when the whites and the Cubans. Listen to me. When the whites and the Cubans wouldn't allow, was trying to send them back, it was the African Americans who went out and protested for the Haitians.
Do you know about the 15,000? Do you know about the 15,000 Americans that went to Haiti?
Bro, I'm not really into all that Hotep history and all that type of stuff.
See, that's where you're not gonna really able to see certain situations because you're gonna, like as we was talking about the people that went to Sierra Leone that have gone back to America, and they are first generation Americans from Africa. They have conflicts.
Yo, what happened, fam? Y'all got something?
I'm still there.
No, I mean, like I say, man, I'm not into the certain like, I
hear where you're coming from, but as I said,
right.
that's where the situation is. There's always.
But what I'm saying, there's never been any. There's been a lot of contentions. Listen to me, because I'm telling you, I live here. There has never been any.
I've been there on a regular basis,
brother.
You're a tourist, and I work with people over there that have even given me the story. Brother. I've actually spoken to 4 different Haitian families.
Brother. It's 2021.
Yes.
If you walk through New York City, Miami, Florida, you cannot differentiate between a Haitian and an African American in those places. There is no, I don't know what perceived war you believe there is. They are all a Haitian.
Okay, so let me ask this question.
Big up Stack Passive. Big up all the Haitian massive. Big up all the Haitian.
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Brother, just one second. Brother, you've been talking for a long time, bro. Let me just say this. Because I want to make something clear. So because you see this a lot. So people who don't live in a place outside want to create a narrative around another place, right? So Haitians and African Americans in America are not at war. We don't have that whole Caribbean UK war like y'all have going on or
But
had
hold on,
going
this is
on.
the second time you hold on, brother.
No,
One
he's telling the
second,
truth.
Terry.
Go ahead,
Terry.
brother Bo.
One second,
Tell the
Terry.
truth.
I just got to correct something.
Brother Bo, tell the truth and shame the devil. Tell them that the Haitians,
oh my
they
God,
are just
assimilating. Hold on, that's the second time now that statement has been made. And I need to make it very
Because
clear,
it
brother.
is.
Listen, don't get
Okay,
what you
yes,
see
ma'am.
happening online. Listen to me
Yes,
1 second.
ma'am.
Don't
Yes,
get what
ma'am.
you see happening online as the real aspect of what's going on here in the UK. There's definitely no massive deny between the Caribbeans. In fact, you can't even tell which one's Caribbean from which one's African.
Okay.
You even when they're speaking, you cannot tell because
Okay.
everyone's speaking Patois. There's no
Right.
divide here. No.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess y'all all live harmoniously, right? So what I'm saying is, in America, that doesn't exist. Do people get made jokes of? Everybody get made jokes of. African Americans make jokes
Oh, you're
about.
denying this child that got burned.
Brother, I don't.
You're
You
denying
know
a
how
child
many?
that
Do
got
you,
burned by-
brother? I
by-
don't give a damn if a Haitian got burned. You know how
That's
many
what I'm
African
trying to-
Americans got
Listen,
killed in
Brother
America?
Bo,
That's
let me
ignorant.
give you a real life
Yo.
example of me and my family members who are not from Haiti. Just last week, my cousin, her best friend is from Haiti, right? So some of her girlfriends are like her childhood girlfriends. And my cousin showed me a picture of her friends who attended a wedding. And one of the girls, her appearance at the wedding was, let's just say it wasn't very wedding like. It wasn't an appealing look, right? And I was like, but I did say, I said, I bet you all of them are Haitian.
Right.
I looked at the picture and I said, I bet you all of them are Haitian. But I did say, what's going on with this one? Because the other two Haitian women, they had a little, I don't know, like more femininity, like eluding from them in the picture. And this one girl, she just looked like this, like the stereotypical, you know what I'm saying? Like every ethnicity, every group, every community has their stereotypes, right? Like you have some people who, let's just say a Hebrew Israelite, but they don't walk around with the fringes, or they don't got like these metal spikes on their wrists and shit. You know what I'm saying? And they don't look like the people that are screaming at you in the corner, but they still a Hebrew.
Right.
But then there are people who wear that attire. So this young lady, she looked like the stereotypical. I mean, she had on the flowers and like the garment, nothing was matching. She just, I mean, I'm sorry to say it, but like, it is what it is. Anybody who understood how the stereotype of how Haitians, how they dressed and their appearance was back when they first came to this country, you would understand what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And she
wearing
looked
church
that
clothes
way.
everywhere.
Yes,
Everywhere they go,
yes.
wearing church clothes
She
to
literally
school.
looked like
The girls
she
didn't have
didn't look
perms and all that.
appealing. And I said, what the hell?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But those but to say that we don't all get along, like that doesn't mean I hate these women. It's like we're of different culture, we have different background. They're just different women of a different background, but they're all black women.
We couldn't
in the
even
picture.
communicate with them. They didn't even speak English. We couldn't even communicate with them. Like it took a while until they
you better learn sock passe.
It took a while for us to even be able to
That gets you
communicate.
somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Wyclef Jean, thank goodness for the Fugees. Big up to the freaking Fugees that put the Haitians on the map.
I
You know
just
what
don't
I'm
like it when people try to create that narrative as if other black groups are at war with African Americans in America. African Americans too busy fighting ourselves to be thinking about fighting. Haitians or other groups.
I get you, bro. Like I think so in the communities, because I think someone made that distinction. There are certain communities that are like almost heterogeneous. Hold
on. Wait, hold on.
African American. There's some communities that are mixed, right?
Yeah,
and I grew up in a community that was kind of mixed. And my first interaction with a Black American, she actually was my best friend in the 4th grade.
Oh, you're not Black American?
She had a brother named Peanut, and I couldn't understand what kind of nickname was Peanut? Because culturally, Peanut was completely outside of like an immigrant nickname, right? Like, why would your nickname be Peanut? I couldn't understand Peanut being a nickname. And when I went to her home, everything was different. But we were like best friends. You know, we were like learning. She was learning when she came to my house. I'm learning when I came to her house. I saw her brother was and her mom was, and shit was like completely different. But she was still mad cool. I was cool to her, and her family embraced me. And this, I'm talking about, this is Brooklyn, New York. I'm in East New York, Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't no like craziness. We in East New York, Brooklyn. I'm interacting with Black American people from the South. I'm learning when you call your mom mama. I never call my mother mama. It was completely like new. Like, I knew about mommy because I'm
rest in peace to my mama. Nah, rest in peace to my mama, man.
You see, he said my mama. See what I'm saying? Like, mama was new. I'm like, mama. Wow. You call your mother mama. I said, how come you don't say mommy? So we having these conversations. We're little kids and we're interacting. I don't want to make it seem like Black Americans and non-Black Americans just be hating each other off break. Nah, that don't
exist.
It's not the case.
And I like it melanated. I like it melanated. That's why I bring brothers on like Pelu to say, because Pelu has a different experience than us, and you melanated, you have a different experience. I even say, we were saying this earlier. The northern states have a different, a different demographic makeup than we have in the
For
South.
a long time, I didn't like New Yorkers. Like growing up,
that's a whole other conversation. We ain't gonna do that with tonight, but we might have to talk.
No, but I'm just. Oh, trust me, I felt that when I moved to the A. When I moved to the A, I felt that like they wasn't feeling my vibration, and I was just being fabulous. You know what I'm saying? I'm being my normal fabulous self, and I'm out operating in Atlanta, and I'm like, why are people giving me weird energy?
No, but I'm saying that to the point that of them trying to create the image of the immigrants having a problem with African Americans, whereas African Americans, we don't even vibe with each other from different regions. So like if you come, like she say, leaving from New York, coming from and going to Memphis, it might be nigga gonna look at it like, who is
exactly, because I wasn't even on no immigrant nothing. Exactly, because I'm gonna tell you this. When people meet me, it's okay. And people meet me from America, right? A Black American meet me, they're gonna say, "Oh, you from up north, right?" Yeah. But when somebody, like, if I'm like right now, I live in Northeast. So when I'm speaking to people who already are out here, when they say me, they be like, "Oh, you Jamaican?" I'm like, "No, I'm not Jamaican." They think every person who have any kind of accent, you're Jamaican. Right? No, I'm not Jamaican. So they be like, "Oh, well, I hear something. I hear an accent, or whatever." But when I moved to Georgia, I'm gonna tell you, the women was not feeling me at all, son. Them women was not feeling me at all. I was like, "Hey, how are you? Yeah, I'm melanated. Peace. I'm trying to be positive." Nah, they wasn't feeling that shit.
Nah,
they be like,
I ain't gonna lie, I feel that because like the up north brother, he was New York, right? Like this is how we do you in Tennessee. All right, where you from? New York? Okay, we're gonna call you New York.
Yeah, that's your name.
I grew up with a New York, I grew up with a DC, and I grew up with Arizona. You know what I'm saying? Like these was guys I can call him today and say, "What's up, Arizona?" And he know exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly how we do it. So it is tribal in a way. It's tribal, right? Because I'm sure Terry can tell us, yeah, you go to Nigeria, we're tribal. You have these tribes, this tribe. I guess our problem is we're trying to figure out which tribe, right? Or we're trying to figure out the label for the tribes, right, Bo? Like when we speak about identity crisis.
Well, I won't call it a tribe because I don't believe that it's nothing new, right? Like this ain't a conversation that our great grandmothers had to have, or our grandmothers had to have. Like if we told our grandma, if we broke this down to our grandma, she'd be like, "Boy, you know what I'm saying?" I think this is something that came around. I believe that this is a problem that originated sometime around the 70s, maybe during all that whole Black liberation revolution, you know what I'm saying, pan-African thought revolution. But I would say, like, you get the average Black person from down south, older, like they not even, this ain't even nothing for debate. It's like they already know, like, what they might not be familiar with the acronym ADOS, but if you tell them, be like, yeah, I'm American. What the hell are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Boy, I didn't be
so Bo, you don't think those conversations, because things have changed, let's say over the last like 40 years, you don't think those conversations are needed?
Only happening because of
I think it's a generation gap. No, I think it's a generation gap that happened with a lot of people that grew up, like, I want to say more so like the 80s. Like during the 80s, they had that real pan-African type, I'm Black, y'all, we all Black. Because if you look at the immigration pattern that was going on during the 60s, you didn't have that strong, especially like Africans. Like Africans didn't become relevant in America to probably recently.
So no, I'm asking. I was asking you if you think that the conversation is needed. Oh Lord, I got the hiccups. I was asking you if you think the conversation is needed about. I'm sorry, I got the hiccups. I'm sorry. If you think the conversation is needed about our history because it's lost, because I'm gonna tell you, with my own family member who. Okay, so my family is predominantly only 2 generations in a Spanish-speaking country, right? So how you identify yourself as a Latino, I don't really understand. It's only 2 generations, right?
Panamanian or something? Are you from Panama? You from Panama?
Yes, from Panama. Yes.
Oh yeah, because I grew up with a bunch of Black Panamanians, the same as you. I grew up with a bunch of, matter of fact, I'm still friends with them to this day.
So you already know 2 I mean, like if you want to be like, oh, yo soy una Latina, yo soy Latino, da, da, da. Okay, whatever. However, right, if you go back 3 generations, like my great grandmother was living in Panama and never learned the language of Spanish.
Where she came from? Jamaica?
Absolutely, she came from Jamaica. They was working on the Panama Canal. She went there for work. Absolutely. My great grandfather, he actually came from Cuba. He was a Black man, came from Cuba, came there, but he spoke Spanish. Come from Cuba, he spoke Spanish, right? He met this little Jamaican woman and was like, I'm gonna have children with her. Okay. She never ever learned Spanish. So that means that all of her children were bilingual from jump, because she was like, fuck that. They learned bumba clot, rice clot, pussy clot, all that stuff. She cooked Jamaican food, everything else. And then her husband, he cooked Spanish shit, right? So both of my grandmother, she had both of the experiences, a Jamaican experience and a Cuban experience in Panama, right? That's probably the reality for lots of people who post-slavery did any sort of movement. There were loads of Asians in Panama.
That's us right here, right now. You're speaking of. That's me.
There were loads of, but I'm talking about like literally
listen, sis, listen to what
the
you're saying.
1950s. I'm talking about 1950s and
Melanated, listen. You're literally describing me. Do you know that? I don't think you actually realize you're describing me. My mother is St. Lucian. My father's Jamaican. I'm born here in the UK. I am Caribbean, born in the UK. I would never identify that. So that's what I'm saying. When you're saying 2 generations, in 2 generations, you got me, the first person outside of the islands, born outside of the islands in my whole lineage, yeah? In the Europe. That's me. I would not identify
as... You identify yourself as Caribbean.
Exactly, that's what I am.
So I'm telling you that I had a little discourse with my cousin, who we are 3 generations, and when I posted African women on my Facebook post, she said, "How are those women our people?" And I said, "Oh, because they're not speaking Spanish." Boo! That's only 2 fucking generations. You're not from Spain. Like, I had to tell
Exactly.
my
That's my
cousin.
children will
I
never
had
be black
to
British. Never.
ingrain it in my own cousin's mind. You are not a descendant from Spain, boo boo. You're not Spanish. I don't give a fuck what language you speak. You're not Spanish. You're an African person who learned to speak Spanish. Get your shit correct. She didn't speak to me for a long time after I told her that. Let me tell you. She didn't speak to me for a long time after I put her in her place. But she thought she was some damn Jennifer Lopez out this motherfucker. Like, that ain't us.
I think y'all situation a little bit more unique, being as though like African American was pretty much here before the formation of America. So like you got to think like just as long as Americans been America, there's been African Americans here. So you know what I mean?
I mean, that's true. That's true. And I think that's a very valid point that, I think that feeling like it's more than 30 years or 60 years, right? Let's just say.
And like melanated, like your example is unique. Like, for example, I'm gonna just give you another example.
That's kind of unique. I never thought about that.
Because I grew up with a lot of Black Panamanians too. I grew up with it, and all of them had English last names. They'll have like Spanish first names, but all had English last names. They'll be like Anderson, Green, but they have an English last, but then the first name will be Spanish. But look, imagine you never went to Panama.
So why is their last name Spanish? I mean English.
No, the last name is English because they come from the Caribbean. They come from like the English Caribbean somewhere. They came from Jamaica.
Okay then.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that, but imagine you never went to Panama. How would you feel as being a Jamaican? You can't. The Panama situation, exactly what we said, is a 1 generation situation. But if somebody was in Jamaica for like hundreds of years, they're gonna think of themselves as Jamaican. It's the same way someone's in America for hundreds of years.
It's so listen. Do you know? But I grew up. But the
point I was
difference
trying
is
to make
if I grew up in
Sis,
if I grew up in like Washington State and I didn't have exposure to actual Jamaicans, maybe I would feel some type of way. But because I had exposure to Jamaicans, when I speak to a Jamaican and I tell them about my upbringing, they be like, "Oh, how you know about Cersei T? Oh, how you know about this?" Da, da, da. Because I was raised with that stuff. Like, I'm literally, like, our upbringing is pretty much very similar. Yes, I don't know what it is to be in your yard and in the country in Jamaica. I got you. It's very different, right? But recently, 5-6 years ago, I went to Panama, and that shit ain't no joke neither. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, sis. One second, sis. We're gonna little monologue there quickly. 1 second. So what I'm trying to say to you, Plu, that's the point I was trying to make when I was speaking to Brother Terry earlier. So remember, listen, Melanate is just talking about 2 generations, yeah? I'm gonna flip it and do the reverse with the exact same thing. We're talking about Arabs and Berbers that's been there for hundreds of years in the continent. How are they not African? Please explain to us how this pan-African.
What do you mean? What do you mean? How are they not African?
Listen.
There are people who are non-white who have been in America for hundreds of years.
Exactly.
So when you say American, their nationality is of that country. But if you are saying that they become white, so for instance, people
you're
over
going
in
on
Europe.
Tangent. You're missing the point.
Ask a question, Divine.
What I'm trying to say there, Pulu, I think you got the point. I was
like when Wendy says that being English is white.
Melanated.
No, listen, man. Wendy says that being English is white.
I think she got a delay.
Melanated.
Jeez.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, I'm
1
sorry,
second, melanated.
Oh, she do.
Sorry.
Yeah, she can. I think
she do. She
sis,
got
I think you got a delay, sis. You might have to come out and come back in again. That's what the problem is.
All right. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. So what I was trying to get to, police, if we're going to go by that, because listen, the same criteria can be used for Americans, isn't it? Black Americans. They've been there for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years in slavery. They've now got their own new culture, their own new thing. How are they not American? Why can they not?
All Americans. Like
exactly, but that's the same thing.
They're native,
now,
but
apply
they're
that same
indigenous.
concept. Now listen, Pulu, listen to what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be logical here.
Hold on,
Apply
I want to
that
challenge
same
that.
concept now to African, like people that have migrated to Africa hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Why could they not consider themselves African? The same logic.
Yeah. No, okay. If you want to say the continental thing, right? Okay, you have a point, because if you want to say you have to be black to be it, you have to be black. See, that's why I like how Sierra Leone did it. Sierra Leone actually put in the law, they put Negro African. So they made sure that you had to have Negro and African together. They put Negro African. That's why they put all the law. Negro African. So
it comes in the fact that you can be an indigenous African, but Native American.
Hold on, brother.
I have no idea.
Technically, we are indigenous to the United States of America, because before America was, we were here.
Then why get reparations? Why get reparations? You open the can of worms.
Before America was, we were here.
Jacob, he trying to catch you up
I know
in
what
semantics, man.
I know, brother. I
That's
definitely
mind game.
You
Before
can't be indigenous to get reparations.
That according to you. That ain't according to hashtag ADOS.
No, you cannot be indigenous to America and get reparations.
Brother, you ain't gonna tell me what we can do from the outside. I'm telling you we can't. That's the problem.
What is ADOS lineage?
That's the problem. How you gonna tell me?
Contract.
It means American descendants of slavery.
Man, listen.
And that's but the only thing I did was says technically, just to shut you up right quick. Hold on. I said technically we are. Technically meaning so we could say that, but we know what we are pursuing. I said that because you were trying to put us somewhere else. And I just wanted to push back on that. But again, yes, that's the problem. You Africans are not used to hearing no. I'm telling you no.
So you could be indigenous.
I'm telling you.
Reparations.
I prefaced it with technically. Now I'm going to go back to my original programming that we are. I know you heard me say technically we are.
I heard you. So
why we gotta beat a dead horse?
Why are you debating them, bro? Because all he trying to do is just catch you up in semantics.
But my whole thing. Hey, hold on.
Babble.
I know what he doing. I was entertaining him for a second.
Catch you up in the Hotep babble.
I know.
Yo,
Hey,
what up, GOJ?
Hey, Rich. My whole thing is bringing it back to the circle. What was Sarah's Garvey's point for highlighting our crisis to his people? What was the purpose? What was the supposed outcome by highlighting our supposed identity crisis?
I don't want to misrepresent it because I listened to it, but I don't remember the whole thing. But as far as I know, I think he did not like the mudslinging, right? And I said that from, you know what I mean? I said that from day one.
He also was critiquing the fact that from his standpoint, from what he sees on American and the identity struggle that black people in America are going through. So that was his other critique.
Yes, it's an identity crisis because from the outside looking in, he just knows that he knows a sector of black people that call themselves Moors. He knows a sector of black people that call themselves.
I never met a Moor in my life.
Me neither.
But this is where he was. I know, Bo, but see, that's the thing about America. See, you can speak from your lived experience, but me, I've met Moors. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like I did a podcast.
The only Moor I met was Bernie Bay from his spiel.
Brother Bernie Bay.
But I never. You know what's funny though, guys? I met the Moors.
Used to be Moors.
I met the Moorish Temple of Science America or whatever.
We gotta be able to differentiate between these jailbirds that be going to prison and coming up with all this bull crap.
Exactly. Brothers I met was an elder.
But go ahead. This guy is anti-history, and that's the problem.
We anti your version of it. That's all we anti.
No. Because at
Jailbirds
the end of
come
the
out
day,
all
we're
type
talking.
of
Hold on.
Barry, I'm
We're
gonna say
talking about
Barry.
slavery, yeah. We're talking about reparations for chattel slavery. So if you're talking about chattel slavery, we're talking about people that were taken into being enslaved.
Well, hold on. Since we on that,
No.
okay, go ahead. I want to go next. You got it. You got it.
Hold on,
let me finish.
Go ahead,
All I'm
Terry.
just saying is that if you're claiming reparations, you cannot be indigenous.
Brother, I let that play go a long time ago. That's why I said
You're right. You're right,
Let
brother.
me
You're
finish.
right. No,
You
you're
got
right.
it.
We agree with you.
Oh gosh.
That is actually let him finish though, brothers. We agree with you,
we
Terry.
agree with him.
Let him
We
finish.
agree with him.
Let him
brothers.
go.
Let him
Terry,
finish.
Terry, you done? Terry, you
No,
done?
No, he got cut, Born. He got cut. Let him finish.
All right, go ahead,
Okay.
Terry.
So what I was saying is, if you're indigenous, that means then, like the people, the $5 Indian that's claiming their money, yeah, that would mean you're in their category, not in the chattel slavery.
No sweat. No sweat. You got the point. Now
So,
I said
so what I'm saying is, so then it makes you a native, doesn't it?
Cool.
You're right.
You can see you're right. You got
Absolutely
it.
right.
Yeah.
I
So what,
couldn't
now you made
agree
me
more.
lose my
No, he
damn
was
point.
saying that indigenous because some indigenous. You said some of these people
more with him.
hypothetically could be. You know what I mean? Some of these people hypothetically could be indigenous to.
Oh yeah, I know what I was gonna say. Since we're gonna use the whole Pan-African thing, does Pan-African address all of the history?
I mean, I would say.
Hold on.
Does
Just for Terry. Just for Terry, right quick. Did he go? Does Pan-African?
It claims African history.
Right. So where can I find the history where the black Africans over there sold the Africans?
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the Africans that came to South
I can tell you about that.
Hold on. I'll use the Gilligeechee. The Gilligeechee, yeah, in South Carolina.
Start on the continent.
I'm with them too.
That's exactly what I'm trying to explain to you. The slaves that came through the South Carolina and Virginia.
I want to know which people on that continent was rounding up other niggas. Tell me that part.
Oh Lord.
The West Africans. Hold on. The West Africans. That
West is the direction.
Brother,
West
Brother
is the
Jacob,
direction.
I'll answer your question. I will answer the question for you.
Hold on, Lady D. West is the direction. I won't name.
I know, and I'm going to answer for you. We've already had a public open mission of whose people did it. Hector's people did it. He said it was just business. There we go.
Well, I won't Terry to say it.
But Jacob, you gotta ask, if you ask him a question, bro. Come on, y'all. If you ask a question, let the person answer. Now, Jacob, say your question. Terry, answer it. You know what I mean? Let's
I want to answer after Terry.
I started off.
Terry.
You got it, sis. You know you got it. I said, listen, does Pan-African tell all the history? He said yes. I said, well, can you tell me who was...
No, don't misconstrue me. I said...
hold on. We got
Terry, let him land, and then say he misconstrued you, brother.
I'll rephrase it. I want to know what niggas over there was selling other niggas. I want the whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Can I interject a little bit with that?
Melanated, you next. He asked Terry a direct question though, y'all. Come on, if he asked him a direct question.
So let me answer the direct question to you. Is that you will never know a Pacific because there was no such thing as Ghana, Nigeria, Togo. Hold on.
I know one. I personally know one. I know one.
Right.
All right, now we gotta let the sister. See, now we gotta let the sister get it there, man.
Now your brain dead.
Okay, so listen, right.
I'm not brain dead.
I knew. Listen, Terry. What they want to know is this: they want to have some kind of answers, and what you just said was like, "There's nothing," right? And that's not good enough.
No,
so
I
think.
Finished.
Hold on. Listen, hold on, Terry. Just hear me out. What I'm trying to say is that there were people from the Fulani tribe, right, who sold people who were Yoruba, and there were people who were Yoruba sold the Fulani. There were people who were Yoruba who sold the Igbo. There were people who were Igbo who sold the Yoruba. There were people, all like they were at conflict with one another, right? And when the white man came in, he became a way to dispose of these quote unquote prisoners of war, right? What you don't have is Fulani people saying, this white man's going to give me money. I'm going to sell my own people. I'm going to sell other Fulani people to get money. That's not what happened.
It happens sometimes, though.
People of other tribes, people who are outside of their group, just like we attribute Haitian people as different than us and Cuban people as different than us. And if we would sell them motherfuckers because they're not us, they're not American. It was the same way that they was the Fulani was selling the Yoruba. You're not us.
Sis, I love your
captured
argument.
your ass.
Sis,
We're gonna
I
sell
love the
you.
argument.
We're gonna sell you. Right.
Wait,
So when
before you
hold
go,
on,
Terry,
hold on. Let me just land, sis. Let me just land.
Go on,
right?
go on.
So when we're saying they sold us, what we need to understand is that we also sold them. Because if our ancestors were Yoruba people sold people too. They sold people.
All right, but
too.
sis, I hear the point. We all hear the point.
No, I'm not telling you what you hear. I'm saying this to brother God of Jacob.
Listen, sis, I'm trying to say the
sis,
problem you're
I'm
having.
trying to speak to the brother God of Jacob. I want to make sure he understands me.
Oh
I don't
my
understand
God,
why
sis,
you're
I know
speaking
what
to
you
me.
listen. Just listen,
Oh
sis.
my
1 second.
God. I'm trying to
All
talk
I'm
to
saying
brother
to
God
you
of
is when you're
Jacob.
explaining yourself, sis, it's very good. Because I'm hearing everything you're saying. I'm listening to
Oh
you
my
very
God.
well. And you're
Thank
talking about no one was selling anyone for the white man and whatever. But then, sis, you can't then after you make that statement, then
I
turn
didn't
around
say
and
no one was
say,
selling. See, you
no,
misunderstood
but
me.
listen, I'm trying to explain. You're not hearing me, sis. Listen to the words you use. I'm listening to you very carefully, and I'm listening very intently. Yeah. So listen, what I'm saying. You said the statement. You said, like, I get the point you're making. Like, no one was just selling and getting profit and gaining profit and all that stuff from it. But then, in the next breath, you turn around and say, this tribe was selling this tribe. So you're still using the word selling, sis. That's all I'm saying. Is
Yes,
like, then you're
right. So I didn't mean that they wasn't getting profit. So let me explain. I wasn't saying that they weren't selling, because they were selling. They could be selling for protection. Like, either this white man is either going to conquer us, like the whole fucking Congo, take over the Congo, or he gonna give Congo protection, and them other motherfuckers over there in Ghana gonna deal with it. Let them deal with that shit.
Yeah, I can tell you what
Congo is safe. Let them go get the people in Ghana, right? That's kind of how they was dealing with one another. Like the Congo and the Ghana wasn't on the same page. They weren't like a united force, Congo and Ghana, we're gonna defeat the white man. No, they were separate, right? So if the Congo caught some Ghanaians and saying, hey, take these motherfuckers, leave my people. That's kind of how it went down.
All right, well, let's let Pelu get in, sis, because his people are from Sierra Leone.
Well, Rich, when you're ready, I want to finish off my sentence without getting cut.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what really happened. They had entire whole states built around slavery. I'm gonna give example, just the states I come from that were built around slavery. In Sierra Leone, we had Koya Timni. The entire state was a slave trading cartel. The whole operation of their state and why they only even became unified was the selling of slaves to other people. I'm gonna give another perfect example. My best friend in the world, from the time I was 6 years old, my best friend, his entire family is a slave trading clan. His last name actually means slave trader in their native language. They actually originated in Mauritania and were taking part in the trans-Saharan slave trade and moved down to Sierra Leone to take advantage of the British slave trade. It was entire families, entire clans, entire kingdoms that built the whole economy around selling Negroes for really cheap things, just for getting guns, liquor. There was some small, it wasn't even some big things they were selling them for. And so this was a fact. Yes. It was human trafficking. That's what was going on.
Brother Polu, that's the point. That's the only point I was trying to make clear as well to cis melanated into the panel, because then we can't say, because once we start inserting the word selling, then you're going to have obvious people like, God of Jacob, the reparations people that are trying to saying, well, hold on, if you Africans were selling us, then we need to come to you. You owe us something too as well.
No,
So that's
as a
what I
matter
say. We have to be careful with the language we're
They
using.
might
I be
do.
telling my best friend all the
Yeah.
time. I be telling my best friend all the time. I be like, friend, I'm not gonna say his name on the computer, but I be like, hey, dude, hey, all the problems I have in my life because you ancestors saw my ancestors into slavery. I tell them all the time. But
So
I
the
say,
tribe
no,
you come from in Sierra Leone
no,
was enslaved too.
yeah. My whole people. Okay, I'm from the descendants of the slaves who returned. I'm a
But you
Creole.
know what the funniest thing is?
Oh,
Do you know what the funniest thing is? That like the
know the
Americans,
Mendes?
the
You ever heard of the
Americans, hold
Mendes
on,
over there?
the
I know
Americans,
the
the
that's the
Americans,
main tribe in the
Timides,
South.
what it is? The
hold
Timides.
on, the Americans, hold
No,
on.
Harry, you been talking all day, Harry. Be quiet. You been talking all day though. Goddamn.
Americans, the
Hey, yo, you be,
Americans,
hey, he wasn't one
the
to ask me the
Americans,
question.
the
Hey, yo,
Americans,
he wasn't asking me the question, man. You've been talking all day. He wants to ask me
yeah,
a
but
question.
No,
what
he
I'm
hasn't,
saying
Blue. You got him confused with Red. That's not Red speaking. That's Brother Terry.
I'm
He's
sorry.
been trying to
I'm sorry.
speak. Yeah, you got him confused.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. If
yeah,
I got to confuse,
the,
sorry.
the
I'm sorry.
Americans that came from America after slavery took the traditional people in Liberia as slaves. So what do you say about that?
No,
I don't
okay.
care.
That's a whole
I
story.
really don't care.
That's a good story. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you like I can tell you about Liberia too. Okay, you have to understand when the people say Liberia, because like the Creoles in Sierra Leone and the American Liberians are like the brothers and sisters, the allies. They work together. Matter of fact, most of the Liberian Creoles, most Liberian we call them Congas. We call them Congas. Most of them are family members, right? What happened is in the Africa itself, there was domestic slavery and a feudal system already in place. So when the settlers came, all they did was keep the feudal system that was already in place in effect. And not that they came and enslaved the people over there. They have a tribe, they have a chieftaincy system where the chief owns all the land and the rest of the people are peasants. It's a feudal system. That's how they had in Europe, the serfs. So that's really what that's all that was going on. And the people didn't change it. They took advantage of the system that was there because why would you call change and rock the boat? If you have a system there, you're not trying to conquer the people there. They kept the indigenous chiefdoms were still in effect, and indigenous serfdom was still in effect to this day. Unfortunately, matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's still in effect. Kind of till this day, even till now, they still have the indigenous chiefdoms, and like most towns in Sierra Leone and Liberia, they're not run like it's not like you go elect a mayor and all the other stuff. No, they have a chief, and the chief tell everybody what to do, and everybody else is a peasant. That's why
from Freetown.
Not Freetown. No, okay, okay, that's smart. That's a good thing you said that, right? From Freetown, right? From Freetown to Waterloo, that's the old colony, right? They have common law, right? But then once you pass Greater Freetown, the tribal law is in effect, and to this day they haven't harmonized the common law and the tribal law, and that's something we're still trying to work on because that stopped Creole expansion into the territory because we can't secure land rights in there because all the land is owned by the tribal chiefs. Yeah, so that's the real story behind the whole thing. The real story is that
Freetown is the actual land that the Creoles possessed or was gave to them when they returned.
Okay, the land the Creoles got when they returned was Freetown, but they conquered some more land. They fought the wars. They fought a war against Timney to get a little bit more land. So the land we have was from Freetown to Waterloo, just basically Greater Freetown. It's almost saying Freetown and Freetown County, just the Greater Freetown area. That's the Creole territory, right? But right now, unfortunately, there's way more natives from the country that's in Freetown than Creoles. The Creoles, even in Freetown City, the Creoles are not the majority anymore. And even back then, even back then, they used to come in. The only difference is that the Greater Freetown area has common law, like how with laws like how in America we can own land and get like a deed and things like that. So it has common law. It doesn't have tribal law where the chief tells everyone what to do. It don't have that. It has common law. We have to go in front of a judge and a magistrate and do all the other stuff. But yeah, that was our whole territory.
Still control it though, as far as like
No,
politically and stuff like that.
No, we don't control it. Unfortunately, we don't. Unfortunately, we don't control it because look, I'm gonna tell you what happened. See, that's the problem with integration. Because when we got independent, we decided to integrate with the colony and the protectorate. Because okay, everything outside of the Creole territory was called a protectorate, right? And that still had tribal law and all the other stuff. And it was basically like a huge Indian reserve. That's the closest thing I think about it in American terms. It was like a big, like 90% of Sierra Leone is like a big native reserve, right?
And that was the Timides though on that side. In the protectorate.
What happened? Why it get so quiet? Damn, I stepped out for a minute. What happened? Paylo?
I guess
I
it's
don't know,
something.
but go on. Can you play that video
He
that you got
went
on the
back to
screen quickly?
Sierra Leone. What you said, Lady D?
That video on the screen. Can we get a little bit of that? Because they're just doing a back and forth right now. That I don't
What the
understand.
solution?
Yeah,
Hello?
what is that
Okay.
on the screen?
Oh, this is just IC3. This is eventually where we want to get before I shut it down, right?
Wow.
Solutions, right? Solutions, man. If we can go there now. I guess solutions is the first thing is, do we suffer from an identity crisis?
Yes, most definitely.
He's gonna say yes.
Can't deny it.
Where you at, Terry? Terry, black
No,
people
I don't.
globally. Terry, black people globally, do we suffer from a identity crisis? Terry stepped off. Brother Mike, God of Jacob, where y'all at? The quiet guys. Black Peace, what's up, bro?
Why did you call me?
Hey, what's up, man?
All right, yeah, let me go to Terry. I'm coming right to you, Black Peace. But yeah, brother Terry, do you think black people globally suffer from an identity crisis?
100%.
All right, I'm coming back to you. Black Peace, black people globally, do we suffer from an identity crisis?
Yep, most definitely do.
Lady Divine, you say what?
I say no, we don't. We suffer from a labeling crisis.
Melanated, do black people globally suffer from an identity crisis? Okay. Paylo, y'all talk to
Yes,
me.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do. I believe so.
I'm gonna say yes. Everybody saying yes. Everybody saying
Okay, me too. I would say no. I would say no. But I'll kind of say what Lady D said. I think we have somewhat of a labeling crisis. Somewhat of it.
A labeling crisis. Okay.
But even though labeling identity is that everybody we know we black, but is we gotta know how to be black. Okay, we don't suffer from identity crisis. We suffer from a crisis in strategy. We strategically this week we have a strategy crisis.
Man, I vote present.
You said present. You just here. You just here so you don't get fined. All right. So now let's go to solutions, man. Now, if we do suffer from an identity crisis, what's the solution? What is the solution?
Well, I mean, just so I can hurry up and answer and get out of it. Globally, I'm not looking for a solution globally, but within what I've been talking about most of the time.
Yes, in America.
Yeah, we just got to find a way to come together in terms of reparations. I don't care how you enter this thing, what name or what label, just long as you on board with the process. Just forget about the name. Are you with the process?
Of reparations.
Of reparations and trying to
reparations is the goal, no matter what the fuck you want, whatever uniform you want to put on.
Yeah, whatever your name tag say, I'm with it.
I like it. I like that. Now that's
just as long as we close this racial, this wealth gap in this group, that's what I want to see. I want everybody to be eating good in America first. And I'm not going to change my position on that. I don't care what if you want to call yourself whatever. Just the process is what I'm more so concerned about. Y'all got it.
I like it, man. Oh, damn. I ain't got Bo in here. All right, Bo, let's get it, man. If we do suffer from an identity crisis globally or here in America, what's the solution?
The solution is lineage, man. Understanding your lineage, being proud of it, and being willing to stand on it and identify, and being willing to identify with it, and not allowing nobody to tell you what you should or shouldn't identify with, or should and shouldn't be proud of. Because you'll have an immigrant tell you that you shouldn't be proud to say that your people were slaves, but you shouldn't be proud to say that you're American. But
Yeah, that shit crazy.
they family was willing to swim over here from another country in order to be American. But they'll tell you shouldn't. You should be ashamed to be American.
Yeah.
Don't make no sense to me.
Melanated solutions now. Melanated still ain't there.
I think I'm kind of, stuck in between what the two brothers just said. I mean, like anybody that's like-minded, I'm regardless of what you label yourself, as Brother God of Jacob was trying to say, I think I connect and I can build with a lot of people who identify themselves as Hebrew Israelites. I don't identify myself as a Hebrew Israelite, but that doesn't seem to be something that stands in the way, or a Moor or a Christian or whatever. So those type of titles don't really, they're not like barriers for me. So to me, the solution is more so because I recognize that globally, everyone doesn't identify under the title Black, because if you live in a homogenous Black country, you may not walk around calling yourselves Black. You may call yourself whatever the name of your nation is, right? But I think that most of those people, when they do move to the West, they recognize the difference because they're not the majority, right? And then they see where they fit in, right? And they may just fit in as a different culture, but they're still Black, just like there are other cultures that are Black. And I think the more that people accept that and understand that Blackness, there's other people of culture who are Black. And if those people embrace that, then that's what building and unity and, cohesiveness to me kind of looks like. Right now I live in America, so the majority of my building will be with Black Americans, by nature they're the majority, but I'm open to Macedo's crew and my continental Africans, unless they act funny directly towards me, I don't just assume they're going to be funny. I'm acting. That's just me.
I agree. That was great.
All right, I'm back. My bad, y'all. Yeah, my bad.
I can go.
Solutions, though. Go ahead. Who was that?
Yeah, solutions. I agree with everybody saying the right things. It's I think there got to be a lineage, but I think exactly how Melanie Guida said, we have to first understand that we could all keep the Black label, but we have to know that Black people are not a monolith, and we have to respect different lineages. Like me all day. I tell everybody, I don't care. Nobody say I'm Creole. I'm Sierra Leonean Creole. I represent my people. I represent the descendants of the slaves who settled in Sierra Leone, and I don't care what nobody got to tell me. Even though I face discrimination, even in the Sierra Leone community, because a lot of Native people, they hate the Creoles. They hate us, but I don't care. I'm straight up and down. I'm a Creole. So, but I'm Black. So it's yeah. I think we can have it both. We can have my solution is Negro Confederation. We still have our independent tribes, but we work together as a confederation, Negro Confederation. That's it for me.
I hear you, brother. Solutions.
The Negro Federation. I second that one.
The Negro Federation. All right, Red. I think Red done. Lady D.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't have any solutions because I don't believe that we have an identity crisis, like I said earlier.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I believe that we all are very sure of who we are, our lineage, our strives, our struggles. None of us are unsure of our identity and how we got to where we are today.
No, but
so I don't believe
about
that.
As a people, though,
but as a people, hold on. As a people, I believe we're suffering from a global crisis of labeling. That's what's dividing us. When we want to come together, it's always, well, I'm a Muslim, so I can't do this, or I'm a I'm a Pan-African, I can't do that. I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm a conscious. All this labels is ridiculous, and I think that's what's causing all this division and making us appear to be confused, but we definitely are not, and we are securing who we are.
Why are we the only group that suffers from this? Why is it that other people are able to come to a general consensus amongst themselves to label themselves for a label? Why
I
is
guess
it?
because the other groups and other nations have not gone through the hundreds of years of brutality and injustices that we have, to where we have become displaced, and now we're so displaced, we're displaced amongst ourselves, so we can't even identify ourselves as under a certain. And this is what I mean about the labels again. To me, it all goes down to the labels.
So then that would mean there's some type of identity crisis. We can't even come to a general consensus on how to identify ourselves or label ourselves.
Now, I heard somebody say earlier it's because mixed, right? A lot of us, especially in the Western countries, have been mixed. Do you think that?
Nah.
Okay.
You got half-breed Nigerians. They still know that they Yoruba or Igbo. Look at the Igbo. They look all mixed up. But they still know that they Igbo. And nothing we can say. And they have that system, the matriarch or whatever kind of system, where if your father's a Yoruba man, then you are Yoruba. You know what I mean? Don't confuse.
Yeah. That's true. It got to be a system though. Yeah, because that's true. Yeah, you got your system. That's how you even say, yo, well, everybody does it. Whatever your dad tribe is what you are. Even if your mom tribe is one, we always gonna say what your dad tribe is.
I hear you. Terry, you there?
But
Yeah.
we have to have fathers around, and we have to have marriages. Think about that too.
What's happening?
You have to have real patriarchy to have that. So we need patriarchy.
Terry, talk up, Terry.
Oh, he was saying we need patriarchy.
I'm always getting cut.
Yeah, no. Oh, come on, Terry, man. Okay, all right, cool. Now let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. Do you want to share your screen? You want to share your screen? You want to get to the solutions? You know what I mean? You gotta. All right, yeah, there we go. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about
come on the one us as black people, and I say as black as in a black construct of people coming together, banging on the Europeans. Full stop.
Okay, that's good. Hey, that's the solution. That's the solution.
Yeah, can't deny that. Can't deny that, man. I can't deny that, man.
The whole chest be crazy, ain't it?
So, y'all wanna talk about some
any solution that includes white people going against white people, fighting white people, is a waste of time. Because I'm gonna tell you this one thing I know about Negroes. I can't speak about other people, other groups of black people, right? I'm just gonna speak specifically about African Americans, right? So don't nobody debate me about it. But anytime you see anything where it's galvanized and centered around fighting white people, we may come together. We will come together. We'll galvanize. We'll come together. But once the white people are out of the equation, so we come together to fight white supremacy, whatever. Once we finish that fight, or however it ends, and we come back together, we come back to the same confusion and problems we had before a lot of time, and chaos and confusion. So any solution that we have to be within. It can't start with fighting white people or Europeans, in my opinion. It has to be a solution from within.
Let me ask you this, though, Bo. How do we approach the government, which is white people, about reparations if we're not going to approach?
We can't even make it to the government first if we can't even come to a consensus on identity and who we are in lineage. So if I gotta keep debating other African Americans about the fact that nigga you ain't African, then it's like, bruh, it's like it's a waste of time, because like you see with ADOS or FBA or whatever, people gonna constantly, we gotta fight just for the right to be able to identify as American. So how can you go to the government as a collective of Americans that descended through slavery and ask for reparations when you're gonna have other dumbass niggas in the background like, I ain't no American, we ain't American,
it ain't even about that. All right, now see, look,
it is about that.
Now the problem is you're gonna have to sit down with a brother instead of saying he's just a dumbass. He's just a dumbass nigga. When his whole life. Listen though, bro.
Let me say this. Bro, ain't no his whole life nothing. Listen, how long do we have to sit down and waste time debating amongst each other about shit that should be common sense and simple as far as just your lineage?
People gotta see it. Like I said,
if you don't
I'm gonna say this again.
Like
people don't believe. Listen, people don't believe in your movement.
This ain't an identity crisis.
That's it.
It ain't an identity crisis that you got to debate and convince a person.
It's not debate, bro. You the one making it a debate, Bo. Hey, Bo. This is what I noticed, Bo. When somebody don't agree with what you say, now listen though, bro. When somebody don't agree with what you say, man, that nigga stupid. But it's like no, bro.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Everybody don't believe what I say.
Listen to what I'm saying.
So it's my job.
No other group of people waste time having to debate the other peers in their group about who they are.
That's not true.
And they're lost too. And they lost too. Yeah. You don't see Nigerians having to debate other Nigerians.
Bro, you can say that from Florida. You don't. Now listen,
man,
bro. See, Bo, from
Why
Florida.
Why are you getting all animated, bro? Calm down.
No, I'm just talking to you, brother. What's up?
All right, relax.
Hey, Bo, chill out. Bo, I'm on your side too, but he's kind of right,
bro. But
he's kind of right, though. He's kind of right, Bo.
You as a man in Florida, don't know how Nigerians debate when they talking to each other, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Listen.
Nigeria got how many tribes? You think they don't debate?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Nigeria got how many tribes within Nigeria? You think they don't debate?
Listen to what I'm saying. Amongst Yoruba, you can think of Nigeria as a global diaspora within itself, right? But when Yorubas get together, they don't debate whether or not they're Yorubas.
But you're saying among Yorubas, but
this is what I'm saying.
The Igbo, the Hausa, the Igbo, and the Yoruba are all considered Nigerians, right? They're all groups. Listen, bro. I just said I didn't even finish the sentence, and you started speaking. I'm just saying all three tribes, right? And those are the major tribes.
Did you not hear what I just said?
The Hausa, the Yoruba, and the Igbo are all considered Nigerians. Do you think that they don't debate and they think they get along?
Are you not hearing what I'm saying?
I can't hear what you're saying. I didn't finish my question.
If you're gonna keep on debating and answering your questions,
you have a point, but at the same time,
tell me when I can talk.
Wow.
Just tell me when I can talk.
You were talking while I was talking. Now you want to say, tell me when you can talk.
Listen. Bo said the realest thing. He said, tell him, Bo, hit the mute button, brother. I'll tell you when you can talk, Bo. You know what I mean? Let's be decent about it, man. Go ahead, Mel, and then we'll go to
I was asking him a question. I would like to finish the question. They have the Igbo, the Yoruba, and the Hausa. Those are the three major tribes. There are other ones there in just the country, the one country of Nigeria. My question was, do you think that they don't debate, or the fact that they do you think that they get along? That was my question.
Okay. Is it my turn now?
Yeah, I just finished my question. That was my question. Thank you for letting me finish.
Now, the same way in America, the same way as in Nigeria. In America, you have African Americans, you have white Americans, you have Jamaican Americans, you have all type of groups of people, right? In Nigeria, you have different tribes. You have Igbos, you have Edos, you have Yorubas, you have Hausas. Within Nigeria, they do not debate what tribe they represent. They know exactly who they represent. They know exactly what their label They know exact. So a house of man will never debate another house of man.
That's a lie.
Whether or not
That's
he's
a
a house.
lie.
You know,
That's a lie.
Okay, you're
Because
right. I
in-
agree
in-
with
but
you.
I'll
I
give you
agree
an
with you.
example.
I agree
Bo,
with you.
now hold on, Bo.
Listen,
I gotta say this, Bo.
you know, I just don't want to
Bo,
debate
Bo,
because I
please.
feel.
Bo, please, brother. I just want to
Terry
bring.
should let
I
him
just want to
finish.
rewind it. I
But
just want to.
but we don't have an
Bro.
identity crisis though.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Yeah, we got a fucking identity crisis. But look, I want to rewind to a conversation we had the other day, brother, when you was like, listen, no UK man or a Brit can tell me about what the fuck going on in America. You are telling this Nigerian that the Yoruba tribe does this, this tribe does that, and this man is saying, no,
You find me a fucking Yoruba man that's debating whether or not he's a Yoruba. Find it to me.
He's on the panel, Bo. He's on the panel, Bo.
That man ain't no damn
Bo,
Nigerian. He's a
I
fucking
know you
hotel
can tell me where he at.
Oh my God, Bo, he is brother.
I knew that was
Bo,
coming. I
he is
knew it was
brother.
coming. Listen.
This is why.
Listen to me. Like I say, right? I'm done with it. You're right. I'm done with it.
I know,
Okay,
Bo. We
fine.
do this
I'm
every
done
night,
with
Bo.
it.
I love you, brother.
I can't do it. I love y'all, man. I love y'all, man. This shit just give me a headache talking to y'all.
I know. I love you, Bo. I love you, Bo. We do
Bro,
this every night.
please, man.
I
Please,
love
bro.
Bo. Yeah, I love Bo. Bo is a great panelist. I'm always telling man he's a good brother. But like, we can't say that no UK man can tell us what's going on in Africa, and then you're sitting here telling the people what's going on in Nigeria, and it's a Nigerian man on the panel that's saying no, Bo. We all saying no, Bo. If we're gonna speak about Nigeria, please let's let the Nigerian man speak. You know what I'm saying? That's all we saying. So Terry.
Yeah, as I said before, there's 560 something dialects in Nigeria. The Yorubas alone, yeah, there is the Oyo Kingdom, there is the Jebu Kingdom, there's the Ife Kingdom. There is many kingdoms within the Yorubas, and they debate 24/7.
I wish the brother would have stuck around to discuss that with you, man. That's the only point I was trying to make, man. It's gonna be hard for me as a man in America telling the Yoruba why they debate.
Show the panel again. Show the panel. Show the panel.
But Bo Rich, that is a typical identification problem.
I already said we have
But that's not
identity
Terry. I don't think we can equate that to be an identity problem. I disagree with that, Terry.
Because hold on,
I think
he wants to claim reparations, but yet if you listen to his wording, he's saying he is American, 100% indigenous.
Yeah, I understand the point. Now, we all thought that. Hold on.
I said that.
He doesn't have to say it.
He does have to say it. Don't be putting words in his mouth to frame a narrative.
I'm not trying to shout right now.
He does. If you say it, he said it. You have to say it.
He's anti-African.
Listen,
he didn't say that, and he didn't say he was anti-African.
1 second, brother Jacob,
I ain't gonna lie, Terry. Hold on.
No, this is ridiculous, man.
Hold on, y'all. I think Terry. Now I ain't gonna lie. I gotta point you out on your biases too. You came into the conversation throwing out the word anti-African.
Yes.
And that's kind of the same thing that Sarah Garvey was saying on the video that we reviewed. And I am here. I don't know what everybody else here to do. I am here to show you that just because I claim ADOS, I'm not anti-African.
No,
you can't make me be anti-African.
Exactly.
I am ADOS. Terry, I go to the meetings, Terry, and I'll be the first ones banging on the door for them reparations. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Rich, listen to me carefully. When you say ADOS or whatever it is, I'm not going to say you're anti-African in that perspective because I know who you are and what you stand for. But when you start to say Hotep, this one, and everything anti-African, everything's against anything to mention to do with Africa, then I have a problem with that because you're now pushing that away. Because you're now saying okay, I am a lineage of America. So then why are you claiming reparations from child slavery?
What are you talking about? That don't make sense.
Yeah, Terry.
Yes, child slavery
Can I speak?
Africa.
Can I? When
Hold
can
on,
I
real
speak?
quick, lady. I promise, lady.
Everyone have a good night.
Oh my
I
Thanks
gotta
days.
everyone on the
let this come
panel.
through.
All
I
right,
gotta
so
Good night,
hope you
melanated.
make it to Florida. Hope
All
you
right.
make it to Florida.
melanated salute, baby. But I gotta say this though, man. Like ADOS and reparations ain't just about slavery though, Terry. It's about fucking Jim Crow. It's about redlining when we couldn't get proper bank loans for these houses that our counterparts could get, bro. Like it's different. That's how we, and I hate to say it, but that's how we can push other black groups out of this conversation. Because they wasn't in the country when we had to drink out of the other water fountain.
Is the foundation chattel slavery or not?
Chattel slavery is a
No,
big part.
no. I'll add to that. It's
I'm
no.
sorry.
It's no. It's not. The foundation of it is the wealth gap. Addressing the wealth gap. That is the foundation.
And then when you break that down,
is that the wealth gap is the reparations that you're claiming?
No, reparations is a part of this whole thing.
Yes,
You said brother. You asked, what is the foundation? The foundation is addressing the wealth gap. That's it.
But that's not what that's what Yvette said. Yvette started from chattel slavery.
No, she built around it. She built
Guys, you're
around
not
it.
going too far.
Hold on. She built around it because chattel slavery was the reason why we are in the predicament we're in. The foundation, I don't care what he about to tell y'all, is the wealth gap. Addressing the wealth gap. That's the foundation.
Okay, Lady D, you want to get in there, Lady D? We ready?
Bloody hell! Like it's just like
it was crazy.
Just ridiculous now. So I was just going to address the points and to see if we just get a clarity on what's going on. So what Brother Terry's talking about, he's trying to point towards the fact that you can't claim to be indigenous and then you want to be called in reparations via slavery if you were never a descendant of slavery. We
Please
get
let
that
me
point.
respond after that.
Hold on. Yeah, I'll let you respond, Brother Jacob. So I get that point. I think we all agreed and we said, okay, we understand the point you're making. That's a catch-22. Cool. But then what happens then, Terry?
It's
when
not.
they
I just didn't finish it.
Oh, okay. Can I finish? But then I also understand the next point that has been made, which is also for civil rights, John Crow and whatever. I mean, all of that stuff that's gone on as well. Cool. But then a statement was made that the immigrants weren't there at that time, but that's a lie. Immigrants were also, especially from the Caribbean, were there because they were trading between the two and they were crossing between the two. So, and this is what I mean. At what point does the actual what point does the ADOS start from? What's the starting measure? What's the starting point and what's the cutoff point? That's what needs to be established.
The point has been established already. All you got to do is go to the ADOS website. We ain't even got to discuss all that. But I do want to address the indigenous part. Now, when I made that, I said, technically, we are indigenous to the United States of America. However, we were not Americans. We were slaves. You get what I'm saying? So technically, we were indigenous to this United States thing. But at the same time, when it was coming up, we were not Americans. And when the Constitution came around, we still wasn't full Americans. So it's not a catch-22. Technically, we were indigenous to this thing, but we were not Americans.
God, Jacob, I have nothing. I understand your plight. And as I said, even from a Hebrew Israelite perspective, I understand it. I'm not taking that away from you. What I'm saying is the other guy, he's claiming that he is 100% American, and he has nothing to do with that pathway of slavery.
He is 100% American. So am I.
Yeah. So then what does reparations stand for?
The American descendants of slavery. I am an American now, but there's no statute of limitation in our organization on judgment. There's no statute of limitation. We are fully Americans
When
now.
you go into the government, they're going to ask you, they're going to say chattel slavery. It begins from there to the Jim Crow to where it's happened of police brutality. Yes?
That's why I try to establish the starting point and the
said that
cut-off
to
point.
say what? You said that to say what? Like,
to make my point, God of Jacob, where's the starting point? Because this is what I'm saying. If that's what it's all under that guys under all of those suffrations, so then that means your starting point will be what? Slavery or pre-slavery? And your ending point will be what? Now?
We have a starting point.
Yeah.
I cannot give it to you. I don't remember the dates and time frames. So that's why I said initially, if you really want to know the starting point, go to the ADOS website and you'll see that starting point. Because I don't want to say nothing and then y'all come back with like, see, you were wrong by a year or two. So in order to keep myself safe, because there's a lot of semantics going on.
I've got that. I think you know what it is. I think it's just a clear up because if there is an actual starting point put out, they'd say at what point they're starting to count the people that they're claiming for, you know, the ADOS people, then that would definitely show, especially immigrants, i.e. Caribbeans or whatever, that they're definitely not included. So, but if you're saying, oh, they've only been here from this amount of time, but that's not actually true because even from while slavery was going on, they were swapping and exchanging slaves. The majority of the bad slaves were kept in the Jamaica, and the rest of them was sent over to America. So we've always been crossing over.
Right. But that would be your problem to pursue, like the cross contamination and stuff like that. We're not focused on that. You get what I'm saying? Because if you look at up until 64, 65, the immigrant population was right at the decimal. It meaning that everybody in this motherfucker at that time were descendants of slaves. Now, if you say it was cross contamination, that's something you would have. Hold on, that is something you would have to bring up. I'm not worried about that.
Is that
brother Shifa? Shalom,
hold
shalom.
on. We're gonna let God of Jacob land. I just want to see is that Shifa.
That is Shifa.
What's poppin', fam? You good?
Yeah, what you saying, Shifa?
Hey, now hold on. That ain't the real Shifa. You gotta wake the fuck up, man. You on Born Rich channel, man. You can't come in here with the sleep.
Easy, bro.
Go ahead,
easy. Steady on that.
Go ahead,
I can tell when it's Shifa, man.
I'm done. Let Terry
Shifa, is it okay if I hang my towel in Shifa
thing.
now and you take
Or
over?
whoever.
Because I know you know the history about the Caribbeans and the Americas always intertwining. So I know you can take over this argument. Big up.
All I was gonna say is that, right, if you're a descendant of slavery, it starts from slavery. It's as simple as that. So if you're denying that, if you're telling me you're saying that you're indigenous, then how are you going to claim through the slavery?
I can tell you that one. So basically,
hold on, he answered me right quick.
Yeah, he was asking, Shifa. He asked God of Jacob. That's a direct question to God of Jacob.
Your focus is on this indigenous thing, right? And I told you, I just explained it. I think you you perceiving your head. This is I got you moment. I said we are indigenous to the United States. That's technically true. That is true. But at that time, we were not Americans. I don't understand.
I get that.
So okay. And then you said, let's talk about slavery. Right?
Where you start off from, isn't it? That's
right. That is what
start off from.
Right. That's what you're saying we got to start off from. We're saying we're starting off from the time we hit the American shores or this continent over here.
Anything in the American shores.
Anything, brother, we're not about to do all the semantics. I'm just sticking on point so we can get to what we need to get to. I'm not about to do that game because if we really want to talk about slavery or when it started, you don't know the information because I asked you who were the tribes and then you went brain dead.
No, I never.
We can't. Hold on. No. So if we want to talk about the beginning, we can't because earlier you didn't know.
No, I do know it. You cut me. That's why. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Cool. I'm with you. Okay, but then start at the beginning. Start at the beginning and tell me which niggas was over there selling us.
Now, as I said to you before, they're individuals in a form of a caste system, that were doing this stuff in forms of enslaving people to sell. to the
Brother,
Europeans.
you niggas explaining. I want some names and some tribes and some chiefs.
I can't even finish, God of Jacob. So when I explain this, it's not everybody, but these are hierarchies. These are people of kingship that are doing this. So that is the core. It's not the people, it's the kingship, the caste system.
Brother, let me tell you what's going on, man. When it comes to this whole slavery and pan-Africanism thing, y'all treat it like we. Hold on, let me finish. Because when it comes to this shit, this whole who was set, since you want to start at the beginning, it's like in America when we used to send our motherfucking daughters who was pregnant down south. That's what y'all do to that part of the story. Y'all don't talk about it. Y'all send it down south, and nobody gets to talk about it. It was some conglomerate. It was a collective. It was this. Man, you got all this history on that continent, but when it comes to that, it was chiefs. It was this. It was that. You giving me fluff. So, like I said, we can't start from the beginning because you don't know.
Yes, I do know.
Hey, I be talking about it, God of Jacob. I be talking about it.
I do know. And I'm telling you where the core is. Does the common person in the village have control over any form of king? No, because when it came to the king and he went into war and he got prisoners of war as well as people that were in prison as well as other people surrounding him. Of course, he has the power.
I hear you, man. I'm ready to move on. You don't know, and I'm going to leave it at that.
It's the leadership. That's why I specifically said a caste system. The people in the hierarchies that were able to be forced to able to do that atrocity. This is why they came out to apologize. This is why they came out to apologize.
I hear you, but that explanation is not good enough for me.
Because the one thing you got to understand,
we ain't gonna get past this part, and that's why we had to move our timeline up to the actual continent.
Listen to me carefully. There is no, as I said before, there's no such thing as Nigeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, because these are European concepts.
I didn't ask you that. I said give me some tribes and names, some locations.
Hold on.
Hey, I was giving you tribes and locations. I was giving you them for the record. I was giving you them.
And what I'm trying to say to you, so like for instance, I'll give you an example. The king of
I don't want no damn example. I want some names and some numbers and some emails. Don't give me no goddamn example. That's why I said then leave it alone, because you about to give me some examples and nah, man, you got to give me some data. I don't want no. Give me an email address. I don't want no goddamn example. That's what I said. No, I'm not worried about that homework. That you the one don't know. I don't care.
I do know.
My homework is going forward.
I've researched this. God, Jacob, I've been doing this research of slavery for over 10 years.
Well, then you failed. You must have got one book in your library because you can't get past. You can't give me no names, no numbers, nothing.
No. I've got a whole room.
You must got some coloring books. You ain't got no research books.
I've got a room of books and documents.
Well, you need to open one of them things up. I don't know if it's for decoration.
Hold on. I go to archives every month.
Okay, here. It's getting hold on.
I'm done with it, man. Hey, I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I'm done with it.
I want to hear from Chipper.
I got you. I got it. I want to hear. I want to hear Payload.
Hey, hold on. That was funny as hell. He said he man got coloring books.
Okay. I want to get Payload. Let's get Payload in now. Real quick, Payload.
I mean, I got nothing to say. I've been saying that I've been saying the names of tribes and people who doing that. I know people who I personally know people who did it, who were setting aside. I personally know them. I know them personally who did it. So yeah, it's all over.
It's like Obama, man. You know that.
Who did?
What? Like Obama when you talk, man.
Well, let Terry know so he won't have to read all them books. Let Terry know so he ain't got to do all that reading. No more.
I'm gonna tell you, the Koya Timmy Kingdom in Sierra Leone, the Benin Kingdom, the Oyo Kingdom, And as a matter of fact, they have the king right now. They still have oil. You can still the Alafin. The Alafin is still there. The Alafin is named Lamidi Adeyemi. Right? They still got the Olubadan. All those people. All those states are still in existence. I tell you, my best. The only reason I'm not saying his name because I don't want to say his name because I didn't tell him ask him to say his name. His whole family, his whole last name. I'm gonna tell you his tribe. They're from the Soso tribe. They're the same people who started the Ghana Empire and the Mali Empire. The Sosos. They were selling slaves like crazy. A lot of these tribes were selling slaves like crazy. All the tribes in Sierra Leone were selling slaves. The Mendes were all selling slaves. The Timnis were selling slaves. Timnis especially. The whole Timni chiefdom in Sierra Leone, the whole Timni kingdom was built around slavery. That's the only reason why it even existed was to sell Negroes into slavery.
There you
So I'm
go.
going.
Yeah.
Case closed. Case closed. There you go.
Good shit,
Case
Paylo.
closed.
Schiffer, you want to get in here? What you doing, bro? No, nothing.
I'm waiting for you like to finish talking, man. And then when you want
Yeah,
to
no,
be
it's
interrupted.
you got the floor if you got anything to say, man.
Yeah, so I think that what we're missing here, is what they call the Indian slave trade before any Africans was brought into America. And you know, the reason I think that we're missing this is because we call it Indian, so we don't look at ourselves as Indian, do we? But when we go back in the history records, what you'll find is before anyone was getting called an Indian, they were being called Negroes. And we all know what a Negro is. So when we go into it like that, what we find is that a lot of these Indians, so-called Indians, were being enslaved long before any Africans got there. But they kept revolting. They kept fighting back because they're in their own land, innit? Yeah. So what they started doing was a lot of the Indians or so-called Indians, the Negroes that was already in America, they started transporting them around the Caribbean, and islands surrounding, even took some of them completely out of the country. And then they started bringing Africans into America because they found that if they displace you from your home where you're naturally lived and know the land, then you're less likely to run away because you don't know where you're running to, if that makes sense. So anyone who knows the history of slavery knows what I'm saying is consistent with how, slavery was implemented. They wanted to displace you as well as enslave you. So when you get into it like that, what we're going to find is a lot of the Caribbeans, a lot of even like some of the people in Cuba, whatever, and you got even the indigenous Brazilians still there to this day. But you're going to have to understand that most of these people, these black people you're seeing, they're not just African, they're indigenous American, and they don't want you to know the truth. A lot of people, they don't accept the truth. They say we're all African. But if you look at the history records, like I was trying to explain to people the other day, you got a guy called William Piso. Yeah, so look up William Piso, look at his books, look at the things he spoke about. He didn't speak about no Indians. And he was there long before Christopher Columbus. Yeah, so check that one out. That's what I wanted to say. And respect to the talk. Respect to
Let me ask you this.
Shifa, can we also clarify as well that just quickly to just hit his point, just clarify that the interchanging of the people, the slaves, they were interchanging the Indians with the Africans in the Caribbean, the Caribbeans with so it was all mixed from the beginning. Hence why we can't establish really where the starting point is, and that's the bit I was trying to get to.
Yeah, the thing is with the Africans started coming in a lot later, but generally the Africans were mainly being brought into mainland America. Yeah, with the Caribbean, it was more a thing of getting rid of the people who was originally from mainland America and sending them somewhere that they're not going to know. So that's how the Caribbean thing came along, and a lot of people don't know this as well. There were many of the people that weren't enslaved that escaped or ran away from the war when the war happened, and then, or they ran away from their original slave masters and ran to the Caribbean. So there was a lot of freed people who had either freed themselves that ran to the Caribbean as well to get away from mainland America. But obviously, by the time they get to the Caribbean, there's slave owners there as well. But what we find is, when we look at the records, these runaways could literally just slip into the camp. They could slip into the slave owners' camp because they didn't know what slave was what, did they? They didn't care. As long as it's an extra slave, cool, more money. That's how they looked at it. So, You know, a lot of them when they ran to the Caribbean thought they'd get away
Let me
with
ask you
it.
then about the Caribbean, right? Okay. How do you explain the remnants of African culture in the Caribbean? How do you explain the different coasts that's still around, like the Obi
I can
coast
explain that right now. I can explain that right
Me
now.
too. I
So
can
a
explain
lot
that
of
right now
a lot
too.
of
and the Haitian voodoo
a
coast?
lot
So
of Nigerians, even after slavery, have been going to Jamaica and, you know, culturalizing us with their culture. Yeah. And there's been a lot of interaction between Africa and Jamaica and the Caribbean in general, Sierra Leone, and certain other places in Africa that have literally had direct links with it. Why do you think if you go to Nigeria and you listen to their reggae music, and you go to Jamaica, you listen to their reggae music, very similar? There's going to be similarities because the people have connected, not just because there's Nigerians that were enslaved and are in Jamaica, but because the people, the two nations, have directly connected. So that was an easy one.
I'm going to add to that because with me, you also got to bring into slavery as well, and the transactions, and also the slaves that were taken from the Africans brought into the Caribbeans, and then the slaves that were taken from the Caribbeans and brought back to the Africas. It's all intertwined, no matter which way you want to go around it.
I know about this directly because I'm one of the slaves that were brought back, and we never know anything about this Indian stuff. We know we 100% Africans. That's how we identify. We Negro Africans. We know how we I never got this story from our side. I never got this story from our side.
Let me say something, brother. Yeah, we're gonna find this. Yeah, that's why I said look up William Piso. What you're gonna find is that the African slaves and the indigenous American slaves were not only interacting with each other, but they were also teaching each other things. So it would have been reasonable to expect that these people who were enslaved and had to work together and learn to communicate with each other would have had to learn each other's languages. They would have learned about the type of foods each other ate. They would have learned each other's jokes and gestures. So when you say, why is there so much African influence? It definitely, that wouldn't make sense not to be, bro, because there was millions of Africans being brought into the continent. So why wouldn't there be?
Same way you would say, the same way you would look for the African culture or the African stuff still detected in what you see in modern day Caribbean culture today. The same way you can look in a modern day Caribbean's DNA and find African lineage. It's just that easy.
Yeah. I'll give you a big example.
I just wanted to address the question that the sister asked about ADOS.
Yes, Baba, go ahead.
I forgot exactly how. Can you repeat the question? I just remembered it, but I forgot it at the same time too, though.
Oh, was it the starting point bit for the ADOS?
Exactly.
Here we go.
Exactly. So the starting point was 1865, right? At the end, like you had to be able to prove that one of your parents could trace their ancestry back before the end of slavery, which cut off at 1865. And that was to prove, like you said, to differentiate, because you did have the influx of small influx of Caribbeans that came after the end of slavery. And you see when they settled in New York around Harlem and during that whole area. So that is addressed within the ADOS framework. And I seen what you call it was struggling with answering that, but that is within it if you go on the site or whatever. If you follow along, it's 1865.
You see those Caribbeans you're talking about, were they slaves?
The ones that it depends on when they came. I told you before. If they came before 1865, then most likely they were slaves. If they came after 1865, then no, slavery had ended by then.
Okay, so if they came after 1865, are they still entitled to reparations or not?
No.
No, why not?
Because slavery was over with. They came after slavery.
Are they descendants of slavery or not, though? Explain.
Hey, listen, right? I understand, right, that y'all got the whole culture like Speaker's Corner,
No, that
highest
weren't the
car.
question. Listen
No,
to the
what I'm saying,
question. Listen to the
what I'm
question.
finna tell you. Let
Are
me
they
just say this.
descendants of
This
slaves
what
or
I'm
not?
finna
It's a
tell you, right?
question.
This what I'm
Because
finna tell you.
your thing is
Brother,
about
if y'all
descendancy
gonna
from
keep,
slavery,
brother,
innit?
listen,
So I'm
it's late
asking
where
you a
I'm at.
simple.
I don't
I
know.
know, bro.
I don't
I'll
know
let
what
you go.
time it is where you all at.
Schiffer,
I don't.
anti-African.
I don't know what time it is where you all at, right? And I understand
He's
that in the
anti-African, yeah.
UK, and I understand in the UK you have the culture of debating and brain wrestling, right? But
No, you're not
just
gonna answer my question.
I will answer your question if
Were
you
those
just
people
relax.
descendants of
I'm not.
slaves?
If they were not descendants, American chattel slavery ended in 1865. If they came
Okay.
after that, if they voluntarily came to America after 1865, then no, they were not a part of American chattel slavery.
Okay, were they a part of Caribbean chattel slavery?
That has nothing to do with American chattel slavery.
What continent is the Caribbean on?
Like I say, I'm not debating
What
semantics.
What continent is the Caribbean in?
Americas.
Which continent
Give you a clue. We are
is
part
the
of the
Caribbean
Americas.
in? Which continent, bro? And then until you answer that question, I'm gonna keep answering it because you're being silly and you're talking about semantics. But who's really playing semantics? When I ask you a simple question, you can't answer it.
The Caribbean chattel slavery is linked back to the UK, the Britain, whatever you the old.
So is American chattel slavery, bro.
No, we're
So is
seeking
American chattel
reparations
slavery.
through
That's not the
America.
question, no, bro.
We're seeking
Bro, that's not the question.
Man,
the question
like
is,
I say,
bro,
man,
listen
I
to the
don't
question.
want to debate with
Listen
y'all,
to the
man.
question.
That's not
I
my
know you don't want
intention,
to
just
debate
to
with me.
debate.
It's only a question, bro. Listen, it's only a
All
question.
right, man.
Don't be
Y'all
scared.
brothers have a
Listen.
good night, man.
What continent is the Caribbean in?
Told ya. He's not going to talk about all the ones that even from the America that came to Trinidad and Jamaica and all that, all them prisoners that them war veterans that came from there and they came to Caribbean and went back to America.
Yeah,
they can't claim, and this is why I specifically was trying to bring the thing of Carriacou because ADOS don't have a stance compared to Carriacou.
Yeah, but they're stupid. He had to run.
But
Think about what he said.
Carriacou was
He had
one
to
of
run.
them things that was Carriacou was one of the things
Rich,
that
all right,
wasn't
then
working.
Rich, put up the
wasn't
thing
even
that I had
working. It
before.
wasn't even working anymore though. If
No, Rich,
narrative. Come on now.
pull up the
Come
thing
on,
I
though,
was
Jerry.
gonna
We
pull
can't
up.
go with the Carriacou
Rich, pull up the thing that I've got.
The Caricon narrative. And
put it up.
But
He's not hearing you. He's not hearing you, Terry. Born Rich, he asked you to put it up on the screen, Terry. I mean, Born. I think he dropped the link in the back.
I've been put it up on the screen. Terry
put it up this time.
Terry didn't want to do it.
Okay, so now please read that. Read this. Can you see it?
What does it have to do with ADOS?
This is not ADOS. Read it.
MA, we're upsetting them, man. There's 2 Terrys in the building. There's too much to handle, man.
Read it. On Wednesday evening, April the 14th, 2021, the 17th Congress held a look. Can you see that?
No.
Make it bigger, Terry. Make it bigger, and I'll read it. Make it bigger, and I'll see if I can read it.
Yeah, pause on.
They held a hearing to vote on, what does it say?
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. A hearing to vote on House Resolution 40, the National Coalition for Reparations in America, NCOBRA, helped initiate the resolution HR 40 over 32 years ago in partnership with the Democratic Representative John Conyers. NCOBRA was also present at initial HR 40 congressional hearing of June in 2019. Do you want me to read the rest of it as well?
But what I'm just saying is, just even with that alone, that is recent. Yeah,
but
and they're trying to tell me that is old.
I know, but we got, but all right.
See, and they're the one representing reparations. So where does ADOS come into it?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's a joke,
let's
bro.
go. But I do see
Hold
enslaved.
on.
I do see
Hold on,
descendants of
but
Africans enslaved.
Claude Anderson was doing it a little bit before them. On a because he
Yeah, but
worked with
broski, you lot still ain't
he
answered
worked with
the question.
he worked in the Democratic White House and everything. So he had been working on it a little bit before in Cobra as well. So it didn't start with him.
But yeah, Rich.
Nah, it didn't.
You're born rich. You're born rich. Can I ask you a question? You there still?
I'm here, man. Talk to me.
Alright, so born rich. Imagine if I made up my own thing, yeah, and I called it EDOS, European Descendants of Slavery.
Yeah.
And I said, anyone who's from Sweden, any black people from Sweden, you're not involved. Would you say that doesn't make sense?
No, European, because they're European. They're
All
gonna
right,
be
so
African. If you're black and
let me ask.
Sweden, you will be.
Let me hold on. Now we've confirmed that. Let me ask you this question: Which continent is the Caribbean on?
Please answer that. I'm waiting on this.
The continent.
Which continent is the Caribbean
The
on?
continent is the island, right? Now, who owns it?
Which
Hold on.
continent?
It's two different things, though, right?
Come back.
Uh
It's two different
oh, are
things,
you
though.
telling me Americans don't know the answer to this question? Is that what I'm hearing here?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Foundational Americans don't know the answer to this. Wow.
Come on, tell me.
Are you wilding, Lady D? Like, who owns it? Are y'all gonna say who owns it? I don't know. Go ahead.
I'm saying nothing. It's education time. Roll in, Schiffer.
So long story short, yeah. If you didn't know, the Caribbean, my brother, is in America. It's on the American continent. If you didn't know that, so if Caribbeans aren't American descendants of slavery, then where's America then? Talk to me. Does America not exist? Or has America been broken up into different Americas? Talk to me. I'm confused.
I don't know what textbooks you got over there in England, but I'm going to tell you right now, Jamaica is not a continent. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It ain't it.
God of Jacob, stop being silly billies now. Listen. Nobody asked the question if Jamaica is a continent. The question was posed: what continent is Jamaica on? Let's get it straight.
Jamaica is not on a continent.
All right, the Caribbean, locally Spanish, Carib, French, Caribs, or Haitian, Creole, Carib, also Antillean, Creole, Dutch, whatever, bam, 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 is a region of the Americas that comprises
a region of the Americas.
Listen. Let me finish.
A region of the
Americas that comprises the Caribbean Sea, its surrounding coast, and its islands.
Yo, Schiffer. It's a new panelist, brother. Let me see who this is. Black Ops.
Yo, it's Mosh, man. It's Mosh. I couldn't miss the show this morning, man. What's up? I'm all driving and shit. Carry on, people.
Cool. All right, now, Schiffer.
Who is that?
That's
Motion.
Pick up my King Motion.
Go on. I'm gonna mute up because I'm driving and all that. Yeah, carry on, people, man. I just
brother. Salute. Yeah, Schiffer, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so the Caribbean is a region of the Americas that comprises the Caribbean Sea, its surrounding coast, and its islands, some of which lie within the Caribbean Sea and some of which lie on the edge of the Caribbean Sea, where it borders with the North Atlantic Ocean. The region lies southeast of the Gulf of Mexico and of the North American mainland, east of Central America, and north of South America. So guess what? It's not just part of America.
Guess what? You're wrong.
North America.
It's a region.
It's North America.
It's a region.
That don't matter, bro.
It does matter. Truth matters.
One second, bro.
What about South America?
Now hold on. Pause 1 second. I'm gonna deal with what you said about region. Guess what?
I didn't say region. You said it. You read it.
No, you.
What
Yeah,
about
all right.
Brazil?
No.
They in the
Wait.
Americas.
No, wait. Let's deal with the region first, because let's not get confused, bro. Because like we're gonna say 10 questions and not answered one yet. So region, yeah. Regional. All right. Listen, I live in the West Country of England, yeah. London people live in the South Coast of England, yeah. Different regions, yeah. So we get different regional television. But guess what? We're in the
We
same
get
country,
different
bro. What are you
regional
talking
weather as
about?
well, brother Shifa.
You guys are a U.S. territory. You ain't got nothing to do with us. You're not a continent. You're a region.
Bro, listen. We are on the same continent. If you don't know what continent means, yeah, Europe is a
I know
continent.
what continent means.
All right,
I know
so
what it means, and I know what it means in terms of our. No, you listen. I know what it means in terms of our reparations claim. Now you got your understanding of what a continent is. ADOS has its own understanding, but one thing we do know is that Jamaica is not a continent.
No one never made the claim Jamaica was a continent. Come on now, stop that, man. It's the second time.
Part of America.
Oh, it's not part of it. You know what? It's not. It's not. Let me finish. The only way you can ascertain. The only way you can ascertain if it's part of the Americas is if you look at the tectonic plates. Yeah, that's the only way you're going to ascertain if it could sit, like potentially has sat on there, yeah, and been broken up by the European man away from it. That's the only way you're going to check, bro. In the same way Israel from Africa. But apart from that, yeah, it's not classed as on the continent of America, because it's classed as the Americas. It doesn't make it the Americas. Brazil and them countries, they're classed as the Americas. They're not the continent of America. They're the continent of South America.
Hey, all right, now hear what I'm saying to you. Wait.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Before you go, motion.
Let me say one thing.
That was quite accurate. Other than
excuse me, sir. Can I say one thing before you
go?
Bo,
one second. Let me just correct one thing.
You next.
Let me correct one thing. Let me just make sure motion knows this. Go on Wikipedia, go on any internet site, find out exactly what continent Jamaica's on, and you'll find this in North America, my brother. It's actually connected to the North American continent.
I disagree with Wikipedia. You can agree with Wikipedia. I disagree.
Hey, can I say something now since you landed?
All right, go ahead, Paul.
Because brother Born, right? This is why I say, right, and I don't mean no disrespect, and I never meant no disrespect, right, from the beginning, right. But see, this is why I say ADOS in general have a problem with with immigrants and other people injecting their opinion into the discussion, because they come into it with the intention solely to destroy it, and they're disingenuous, right, and undermine it, and they're disingenuous, right. Because when we say American descendants of slavery, everybody in their right mind with common sense knows America is a country. It's not a continent. The United States of America is a country. You are an idiot.
Is a continent.
You are an idiot if you think the United States is a continent. You know what I'm saying?
The United States is a country, but America is a continent.
You rolled up here like you were supposed to be the smart guy. Come on, shit.
We're not idiots. One second, broski. Let's just clear this up for him. Listen, we're not idiots, broski.
And you're just here to undermine it. That's all you're
listen, we're not undermining you, bro. We're not undermining you. We're not disingenuous. And we're not idiots.
He's an agent of confusion.
No one's calling you an idiot. No one's calling you an idiot. No one's calling you names.
Let's bring it
now,
back.
brother, listen. I said to you this. I said America is a continent. The continent America is where Jamaica resides, where the Caribbean resides.
No continent in
the United States of America is a country. You want to talk about the country? One second, broski. If you want to talk about the country,
there is no continent named
America. But you
America.
still have to hold this L. You trying to fight? I mean, concede to hold the L, man. Your ego in the way.
There is not a continent named America.
America, bro. Bro, are you telling me there's no American continent?
No, there's no continent named America.
What is the continent you're on then?
There is no continent named America. You have North America, you have South America, you have Central America.
Which continent are you on?
Listen. It's called North America. It's called North
America is a continent, yeah? Are you sure?
It's called North America.
Now I understand you were supposed to come up here and learn us and set us straight.
But us
There
niggas
is no
can read over
there
there.
is no continent called America. So when we say American descendants of slavery, we're talking about the United States of America, which is a country, not a continent. So you're
Okay,
just
well,
being
let's get this straight.
disingenuous,
You
trying to
listen. You're playing
undermine something.
semantics now.
So
You're playing semantics. When you
see,
said
this
you said
is
before,
this
you
is why
said
I don't like
don't
people
play
from the UK.
semantics. But
This is
now
Go
you're
have a
playing
cup of
semantics.
coffee, Shifter.
Take time.
No, motion with us. Motion coming correct, Big Bo.
Don't condemn everybody, brother. But what I'm saying is, listen, Shifter's my brethren for a long time, yeah, and he's opinionated, and he'll read something, and that's him, yeah. Shifter, trust me, it's something that I learned from a long time ago, bro. America was formerly broken into 2 continents. I think they now changed it to 3 separate continents. Yeah, so it's North, South, and Central America. But before that, it was North and South America when we were talking about
No,
5
there's only
continents.
two. There's only two. There's only two. There's
Okay,
North and South America.
Go have a cup of coffee, Shifter. You ain't ready yet.
But you just said
There's
it. There's
only
North
2
and South.
continents in America, North and South America, yeah? And unfortunately, for these guys who want to deny it, if you type in the Caribbean, what continent is it on, it is going to tell you the North American continent. I don't need to argue this.
This is why I don't talk to hotels.
Hold on one second. What these guys need to do, what these guys need to do, you need to contact Wikipedia. You need to contact
that's on you.
Geographical Society.
We good with where we at. You do all that.
You need to let them know. Hold on one second. First and foremost, you need to let them know that America's not a continent, but I doubt they're going to accept that one. You need to let them know that North America's not a continent, and the Caribbean's not part of it.
So can I ask you guys a question quickly? Yeah. What's the So obviously we're on this topic of whether Jamaica's in
Sorry, brother,
America.
Notion. I don't mean to be rude. I'm so sorry, but I just want to quickly put this out there. So I went and done some quick research while you brothers were talking, and this is what I found. Yes, it said, strictly speaking, the Americas consist of 2 continents: North America, South America, and Central America, the Caribbean, the Greenland, and considered part of all North America. Right? The double continent is situated entirely in the Western Hemisphere atmosphere, bounded by the Pacific Ocean in the west, the Atlantic Ocean in the east, and the Arctic Ocean in the north, and the South Ocean in the south. So yes, America is on the continent, and the Caribbean is a part of the continent. Of the
Caribbean is a part of the continent, yeah?
You said all that to say what?
I can say corrected.
There we go. Thank you. That's what I want to do.
You said all that to say what?
To put the facts out there, and I'm Shifter's
what
right.
are we what hold on a second, please, because like I say, man, everybody is being disingenuous to pretend as if the United States of America is not a country.
Exactly.
Like what are we debating? You creating these
I'm not going to
arguments.
argue, brothers. I'm not going to argue with you. Just do what I do and just do the search for yourself. I'm not going to argue it. I just went to fact check. Listen, I went to fact check Shifter.
So
and
America is no longer a country. Now
no,
America.
Listen.
You creating these straw man arguments. You creating these straw man. You debating straw man arguments. We're talking about the United States of America. We're not talking about continents and all this.
British education. That's what you need. You need the British education so that you're not going to confuse.
You need a British education, man.
No, you need the British education so you don't
need to repeat the 12th grade.
You don't start using words wrong. You don't start putting words in places they're not supposed to be.
What you ain't gonna do is tell us what we need to do.
They're not supposed
you came up here and you were supposed to be the champion scholar and you fell on your face.
Can I just say one more thing then to dead this argument? One, I'm gonna read this quickly. So it says the islands of the Caribbean, the West Indies, are often regarded.
What point does that
have? Brother,
you being disingenuous. Like I say, man, we're talking about the United States of
America.
We don't care about that. That's not
whether
even
you
a topic
care
of
or
discussion.
not. I'm going to read
We're talking about the country of America.
That is a straw man argument.
Yeah, that's all it is, a straw man argument. You're debating a straw man argument.
I could have been finished. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask my question, because they're not trying to hear that. Let me just ask my question that I was asking before, so I can about what's going on here. So obviously, there's some disconnect somewhere, yeah, in the conversation where somebody feels the need to prove that Jamaica or West Indies are part of the Americas. Once that is proved or disproved, what difference does it make towards the conversation that was being had as to why that?
Okay, brother, let me explain it to you. Let me explain it. Let me explain it, woman, because it was my argument that he attacked, right? So the whole premise of the conversation, right, was we was talking about the United States of America and African Americans who were here, right? And so he brought up the fact that, so it all goes back to the topic of reparations, right? To bring it completely back around. And we was talking about African Americans who were in America prior to 1865 during slavery. And he said, so what about the Caribbeans? And then he made the argument, well, the Caribbeans, because, you know, the name is American descendants of slavery. So then he made the claim, well, the Caribbean is a part of the Americas. And then
he played on that turn. He played on that one turn.
Whole thing about the Caribbean is in the continent of America. And then we go down this whole rabbit hole, this whole straw man argument about what's a continent or what continent. When it's like, come on, brother, you being disingenuous.
No, it isn't.
Motion. The thing is, when he gave the timeline after 1865, it kind of hurt him. You get what I'm saying? So he came up with a new term to try to finagle his way in. You got it.
Okay.
Right, so from my point of view, Motion is this, right? Motion, listen, from my point of view is this, yeah? How I saw it as all of that went down and all of that went through. But for me, it wasn't a case of reparations. Because remember, I asked the initial question to the God of Jacob. I said, at what point does ADR start from? Because I want to know where they include, do they not include or disinclude Caribbeans? We've established that Caribbeans are not included, no matter how long they've been there. Fine, it moved on from that. So my only other argument was, if the whole argument initially from the very beginning of the show was the whole separation of the type using the word Africa because then it's too inclusive of encompassing of everybody, but then now it comes to the use of the word Americas, that's still going to have the same issue.
It's not Americas, it's American.
Okay, so that's
American.
what I'm saying. I'm just trying to put that point out, innit? That's it.
Okay, it's American descendants of slavery.
Okay, so there's a
disconnect there. South Americans aren't Americans.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hold on, Lady D. Lady D. It's easily to distinguish yourself because we're going to bring the lawsuit to the United States of America. So that should clear everything up.
You know
what? Sorry, bring the what?
I said the lawsuit. I like to call it a lawsuit. The lawsuit that we're charging, or we bring it to the people, is going to be in the court systems or the Congresses of the United States of America. So that should clear everything up. Regarding which America you guys are talking about.
No, this is the thing, I can tell you already why this thing's going to fail. What you guys are doing, I can tell you why it's going to fail. And I can tell you, if you get something.
Can we hear what the brother Black Ops have to say? Can we hear what the brother Black Ops have to say?
Bro, listen. One thing I say, I'll ask the brother a question, because I want, like, he's saying something, and I want to get to the crux of this conversation. There's no point arguing over the Americas and all that anymore, because there's another topic to me that's bigger than that, much bigger than the fucking Americas. And the topic is that there's two sets of fucking descendants of slaves, and there's a disconnect where the Americans feel like the Jamaicans are not part of something. Now, factually, that is correct, because if the Jamaicans wanted fucking reparations, we would have to go through the British government, not the American government. Okay?
Thank you,
brother. That is factually
not
correct.
Necessarily
So that literally, when it comes to law, let me finish, please. When it comes to law, yes, the colonization of Jamaica was done predominantly by the British, some Spanish, some German. Yes?
Tell me if I'm wrong. The Portuguese and all of that, like now it.
Say that again. I'm Spanish. Spanish was predominantly. That's why you have Spanish in Jamaica.
Portuguese, Dutch, all of them.
Did you hear what I said? Predominantly. What does predominantly mean? What does predominantly mean?
Predominantly
it wasn't
means
about
mostly.
using language, but we don't know. Predominantly means mostly, right? So again, am I fucking right? Yes, I am. So the point I'm making is we would predominantly have to go through the British government, right? So I'm saying if the Americans have their fucking fight, let them have their fight, because they have a different fight from us anyway. Right?
Can I say something, please?
Our fight for reparations is different, bro. Totally different.
No, you're missing the point. This is what I mean. This is where it all got conflated.
Let him finish.
This is where this is where it all got conflated for me, because you're not arguing a whole other point that I'm not even arguing.
No, he's not.
My argument was
Lady D, you can't say whole other point. You can say half of a point, because you didn't let me finish my whole point.
Well, this is what I'm saying. You're arguing a point that was not made. That's what I'm trying to show you. So
wait. I'm not making it, but I'm bringing up. Listen, Lady D, I'm bringing up my observations from what I can hear, right? It doesn't matter what you're arguing. I'm bringing up my observations. So I'm saying, from my observations, we can't argue to be part of something.
It's not about claiming reparations, though. So I don't know why you're bringing up the topic of us claiming. It's not. It's
That
not
was the
about that
topic.
for
The
me.
topic was
For me, it was how
what do you want to be
they
classed as? What do
identify
you want to be classed as?
themselves.
American. So, but okay. So what? Then class yourself as a Jamaican descendant of slaves. Simple. Because we're not American, are we? We're not American. So how are we going to be classed as American?
What are you talking about? Listen to my whole. I just asked you a different thing. You're answering a whole other thing. I'm asking, saying that how is it that they I'm not talking about whether they. How do they identify themselves? How is it? How are they picked? Like, how do they know who's ADOS? You're talking about reparations. I'm not talking about that.
We have the records. We have
reports.
Exactly. We have the data. We have
the data.
archives. We have war records. Yes, we have all the data we need. We wouldn't even pursue it. We wouldn't even pursue it if we didn't have or felt confident that.
So
we
you have
could
like
prove
records
this
of
stuff.
slaves and stuff like that.
That's
all I'm trying to get to.
So hold on. Can the loyalists claim reparations?
Brother, you on some other shit right now. Finish
Can the loyalists claim?
I'm not debating. No, I'm not.
No. That's that whole tech babble again. All that whole tech babble.
No,
They ain't
what can
gonna
the
answer
loyalists
that,
claim
man.
reparations? The ones that left America, that went into the Caribbean and lived in the Caribbean. The 1,500. Hold on. The 1,500. The 1,500,000. Yeah, that went to Haiti. Yeah, to live after the Revolution War.
Cool. What you should do is be loyal to the cause and go find out who rounded niggas up and sold them in the first place. You should be a loyal black guy right now and go find out who sparked this shit off. That's what you should do.
The loyalists claim.
And then they wonder why ADOS got beat.
Hold on.
Exactly.
The loyalists claim.
Well, no, I'm gonna say no.
Yo, brothers, can I give you like a little scripture quickly? Can I give you like a little scripture quickly before you go? Let me give you a little scripture. And this is what we got to bear in mind, because when I heard the argument, this is the first thing I thought of, yeah? And it says, yeah, and Ephraim shall no longer vex Judah, and Judah shall no longer vex Ephraim. What does that mean to you people?
It means Terry need to stop being a deceitful guy.
Stop trolling. Stop trolling.
Okay, you want to play that game?
Doing. They're just trolling.
Then hold on. Isn't it Cobra putting the bill forward? What is ADOS?
Brother, that's not a bill. That's just
you can't even make it.
Brother,
You're not in it.
Brother,
have a conversation, man. Have a conversation. Why are we got to debate?
Listen, hold on. He don't want me to respond because I'm gonna shoot that down once again.
Don't even respond to him, bro.
You're right. Bro.
Just let him debate himself.
Respond because Cobra is the one putting the bill forward.
Yeah, you're right.
So the people that the House of Congress are going to talk to is Cobra.
Okay.
Not ADOS.
That's what you think.
You're right. You're absolutely right. No, he right.
Yeah, you're right.
Yo, lads, can I just say, and I'll just jump in for a second here, right? Because I think this is getting very silly now, yeah. And I think that ultimately, the only reason I'm even paying any mind to this ADOS thing is because I don't want you guys to fail, innit? I'd like ADOS.
Don't worry about us failing, bro. We're not worried about. Don't worry about.
We're not worried about y'all. We gonna do us.
Let him finish.
We don't need
interrupt you once, bro. I did not interrupt you once. Do you have any self
Africans are in America? It ain't because
are you a man? Because you're a man. A man is supposed to exercise self-control. A man's not like a woman, you know.
Let him go, Bo.
A woman might not always exercise self-control.
Just get to it, Schiffer. Get to it.
Just say it, bro. Say what you gotta say. No homonyms or nothing. And then Bo.
No, I'm not. I don't mean it. I'm just saying that man's supposed to have self-control.
Schiffer.
Yeah.
Just go, bro.
Get to the point, man. Let's go, man. Let's go.
All right. Well, when everyone's done, so like I was saying, ultimately, I just don't want to see ADOS fail because I think all descendants of slaves should get their reparations. But I think that where you guys fall short is that what you're going to find is when you look at the historical records, like I was trying to show you earlier, a lot of that indigenous Americans, fled, and they ended up in places like Haiti, in the Caribbean, So all the land rights, all the ownership of the land belongs to us.
Yeah, all right, brother. You're right. We
You have a nice day.
appreciate
Thank
your
you.
concern.
Yeah, go ahead, Bo.
And
All right, let
thank you
Bo
for
get
that.
the floor. Let Bo get the floor. Go ahead, Bo.
I just want to say I appreciate his concern. Thank you. It's noted. I think the other brother was
Yeah,
trying
but
to
when we
talk
come
about
back
black
for our
ops.
land, if we get our reparations and
go
get our
again,
land back, you lot ain't gonna have nowhere to live.
Right. Let us worry about that.
Because you separated yourself from
Nah,
us, remember?
All
You
right.
divided
yeah,
yourself.
but Shipper, you have to understand, yeah, that land actually, whatever you say about it, yeah, then there is land that belonged to some still indigenous tribes, yeah, that were given land, and also them same lands were kind of like usurped by fraudulent means, innit? Like, so obviously people like Geronimo, who was a white man claiming to be Indian and buying that status to be able to claim land. Do you understand what I'm trying to
That's
say to
right.
you, bro?
That's right.
So
Because
I hear what
remember,
you're
we
saying.
got
I hear what you're
usurped.
saying, but that's
We got
part of. But you have
usurped.
to understand that is part of that. Clearly, that's obviously I don't understand. I don't know their laws, but clearly that would I assume that would be part of something that would because they have the history, bro. They have the history more than we do, bro.
Oh no, they
You get
do
me? I can
motion.
only sit
Listen,
down and
motion.
study it from a distance, bro.
Your
Like
motion
I
is
know.
so
Let me
deep.
finish. Let me finish, bro. Like same way you just said, control your emotions. Let people finish too, bro. Yeah. Like same way, my grandfather and my grandmother and my mother can sit me down and tell me, listen, your great grandfather was a maroon. Your great great grandmother was raped by a Spanish man. I know these things about my family. Do you know what I'm trying to say to you? Yeah. So and you think and listen, that's me being detached in England. Yeah, detached in England, bro, to have that knowledge. Yeah. Now imagine what the brothers over there have that have fucking 200 plus years of fucking of family there.
Well, that is 200 plus years when you go to great grandfather. But I just wanted to
I'm trying
say,
to say to you, bro. But I'm trying to say to you, they know their history. We know our history, innit?
no, they
Like
don't know the
literally,
history.
bro, it goes back
Brother
as far as we
Motion.
can go.
Motion.
Brother
One second.
Motion,
They
this is the
don't know their
thing, yeah,
history.
Motion. I don't think it was a case of not knowing their history and us not knowing ours and whatever and trying to tell them anything. I think where
That
it
wasn't the
came to
argument at all.
a problem is when what happened was earlier on, yeah, the conversation was brought to descendants, like to identify descendants of slaves. So we're saying, okay, but slaves were transported to and fro. So then how do we then separate which ones are to
Let me
get
go
and which
again.
ones are not? We're not talking about
Yep.
us here in the UK. Don't conflate that. We're talking about the ones that were
Yeah. So
moved
let's.
from the Caribbean into the Americas. How, are they
Yeah.
separated
And
too, or do they have a claim?
can I elaborate as
So
well on
from
that,
that,
please, Lady Divine? Because
go
I
on,
think
go on, go on,
the
elaborate.
point that I'm trying to make really here is that, yeah, first and foremost, the indigenous Americans, the first Americans, the ones that were there originally before any slavers, most of them are in the Caribbean, in Haiti and places like that. Now, when you look at the historical records, you will find this to be true, yeah? And once you realize this is true, then technically we are the biggest landowners in America. Technically. Yeah,
Motion. Now let
don't
me
get
get.
me
Let me
wrong.
get.
That don't
Oh,
mean
he's still
Hey,
on.
that
why you
don't
want
mean
to debate him, bro?
that don't mean there ain't a
Don't
few
debate
other
him, Jacob.
indigenous tribes like Puerto Rico. They got the Tainos. There
Jacob,
are
just let him
still
I
have
other
it,
got you.
man.
I got you.
Indian
I feel you,
Israelites.
brother. Yeah.
So
Shepard, what
really and
about
truthfully, where these guys, one second, let me finish. I'll be finished in one sentence. Where these guys' argument that ADOS falls apart is even if you get reparations, the moment we get ours, where are you gonna live?
Yeah, but Shifa, the point is this year, the whole of Jamaica was not populated by the indigenous tribes of America. That is factual because there are also documents, ship
No, it
records,
was.
voyage
It was.
documents that
It was.
shows
When you
let me finish, bro. Let me
go.
finish. There's ship documents that show the amount of slaves, yeah, the ages, everything that of slaves that were shipped to Jamaica and from what regions and what countries. They are ship documents to be that also. So I understand you can talk about 15,000 people, but understand these people were shipping slaves constantly for over hundreds of years, bro. Like, come on,
Can I
That's the
what did they
reply to
bring
point,
him?
onto
Motion.
Jamaica,
Let me
bro?
reply to him, please.
Bingo,
Let me
and that's
reply
the
to him,
point.
please, Lady Divine.
Motion, you hit the nail on the head. So because they were doing that 100, that's why I kept going back to the point of how do they then identify who's
1500
to
so
get and
Jamaicans
who's
get
not?
even from the
No, but
1500s that got their
that was
freedom came to
categorically incorrect. Motion.
let me finish your point let me finish your point let
I
me finish your
finished,
point.
but that
Do
was
you know how
wrong
many
though.
slaves, bro? Let me finish, bro. It's not wrong, bro. I'm telling you it's factual, bro. I've got the documents stored on my
100% you was
laptop, bro.
wrong. I can prove
Talking
it
about,
now.
bro. Do you know how many slaves that got their freedom got their freedom, got given land, yeah, or came to Britain and became fucking upper echelons of society also, who are documented? What about them, bro? Because I'm telling you, those people tell you they came from Africa and weren't descendants in America. So you can't say all of them, bro. You can't say
Not all
all of
them,
them.
but
Do you
there's
not
not
think they
many.
were trying to wipe those
There's
people
not
out?
many that were aristocrats. There's not many that were aristocrats, to be fair. But I just wanted to say this motion. When we talk about the African slave trade, yeah, the African slave trade was sanctioned by Britain, yeah, so it was seen as something that was legal to do. When we get to the American slave trade, the people that was indigenously in the Americas, that was not sanctioned. That is illegal. That's why they don't have documents. That's why they don't have the shipping logs, because it was illegal. So once we understand that that was an illegal slave trade and it wasn't sanctioned by any European government, now we can understand why they cover up the records. Now we can understand why William Piso is calling the indigenous people that he saw Negroes. We can understand why William Cortez is calling them Negroes. And when we get to Christopher Columbus, all of us, one second. When we get to
Schiffer, can I ask you one question?
all of a sudden, when we get to Christopher Columbus, all of a sudden, they're not Negroes no more. They're Indians and they're bringing in Africans. No, that's not what happened. Africans got brought in a lot later than when there was black slaves.
Hey,
That's what
Schiffer and Lady D. Schiffer and Lady D.
mainly was filtered
I
out
hear
to
you,
the
brother. Let
Caribbean,
Jacob go,
Puerto
please. Let
Rico,
Jacob
Haitians,
go.
Schiffer, let God of Jacob go, brother.
Yeah, Schiffer and Lady D. Are you guys willing to go before your government or whoever's in charge of CARICOM and have ADOS put on the CARICOM's pursuit for reparations? Are you guys?
Yeah, of course.
God of Jacob, you've been hearing me speak about
When are
reparations
you? I hear you
for
speak.
so
Now I'm
long
asking you
now.
to do.
You already know I'm down with it. I can't even understand why the Americans were not included as part of the Caribbean one. I've been saying this. So you already know where I stand.
So I don't hear the ballyhoo of why. Why didn't I don't hear that? So I would like to see you guys take that same energy instead of trying to shoehorn yourselves in our shit. Make it balance.
This is the problem. This is the problem, God of Jacob.
So go.
This is the problem.
Hold
This is
on.
the
So
problem,
go to
though. No
them
one's trying to
and
claim
say
your shit.
put
My thing
put
is,
those people on CARICOM.
here's
Put
the
them on
problem.
there now.
Hold on.
Put your
This
Hebrew
is a silly
Israelite
argument,
cake down for 1 second.
You're a silly guy. So it
Tribalism
got to be a
shit.
silly
Don't try
argument.
it. The fact of the matter is, no one's answering my question, and no one still yet has answered my question directly, which is, if the slaves were intertwined from hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, how do you identify who's to get and who's not? Because then ain't the DNA not going to be, ain't the records not going to be showing that. So when you're saying you've got records,
Lady D, that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
This is what I'm trying to show them. It's so simple.
You can't. You know why you can't show us? Because we have it already. We have Hold on. No, you won your second. We have the. If we didn't feel like we couldn't do this, Lady D, we wouldn't pursue it. So you keep hanging your hat on. It's impossible to do it. It's impossible to you guys. We have professionals working on it. Yeah. And you ain't one of them.
That's why I'm helping the professionals. And that's why
you can't even help yourself. You can't tell me who rounded up the slaves.
Right? There's a guy called Paul Coffey.
As far as I'm concerned, Africans owe me reparations too.
You goddamn right.
Hold on 1 second. Paul Coffey.
Want to debate?
Hold on. Paul Coffey.
Want to inject yourself into this? You need to go talk to the Oyo or wherever.
You need to go talk to the Kingdom of Dahomey and find out what the fuck they got in their records.
See, you're over talking me now.
Well, you came on with some energy, and I'm a mess.
Saying to you,
I feel like Brits just like debating the debate.
Hold on. What I'm
Brits
saying
debate
to you,
anything.
Yeah, what I'm saying to you, there's a guy called Paul Coffey who is half native and half African. Yeah,
I don't give a damn.
Hold on. He came to Great Britain with the loyalists, which they made a place. Which they made
you just looking for loopholes, man. Everybody trying to hear about no damn Mr. Coffee.
Hold on. The sons of Africa.
And then they say that we xenophobic when we say we don't want no.
When they went to
Sierra Leone, we don't want no immigrant asking us nothing.
When they went to Sierra Leone,
yes, I've been saying that.
When they went to Sierra Leone, you trying to tell me Paul Coffey can't claim reparations?
Brother,
Yeah, he can.
He can.
Paul
Get all the coffee you want. He can get all the coffee you want.
At the end of the day, Hurricane and Cobra, and Cobra.
Brother, you stuck on Cobra for some reason, and I don't know why.
Just let them have it. Yeah.
Come together
right,
in the United Nations,
brother.
for human rights to claim reparations against Europe.
You're right.
Brother,
You got it. Thank you.
You're right, brother.
So you say as much as you like,
Right.
Lagos does not have a fight.
Okay,
Right,
thank
right.
you.
All right,
Thank
family.
you.
agree with you.
All right, cool.
We
cool.
agree with you.
It's Cobra that's doing the fight.
Right. We got you.
Terry, I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to bed, Terry. Let's go ahead and
okay.
let's shut them down, man. It's 1:25 in the morning. Yeah, man. Salute to y'all. Salute to the UK family.
All right, brother.
Man, fucking salute to everybody, man. Everybody on the panel.
Yo.
Billy. Gotta
all right, Bo. Hey, Bo, I'm gonna holler at you, Bo. Good work, baby. Good work, easy work.
You're born rich. One second. You're born rich. You're born rich.
You got
Why you
me.
shutting down after? You're born rich.
Hold on, Schiffer. Hold on, brother. Schiffer.
Why you have to shut it down after your boys
I hear
got
you
shut
calling
down?
my name. Schiffer, I hear you calling my name, brother. I hear you. Trust me, I hear you. Shout out to Perry for pulling up. Shout out to all the people that pulled up tonight, man, because I can't do this shit without y'all. I can't do this shit without the panelists. I can't do this shit without the fucking viewers and the donators, man. Thank y'all for.
Hey, but you see what I be saying though, Born Rich.
I hear everything.
When we find ourselves debating some of the most outrageous stuff.
I'm doing an outro. Bo, you gotta let me run my show. Bo, you gotta let me run my show, Bo.
You need to moderate it. You say you ADOS, you need to moderate it. You need to moderate
y'all ain't letting me. I know. I don't need
You need to come with an argument you can win first. That was funny, man.
Bo's anti-African.
All right, come on, y'all. I just
want it to be known that the UK people have been representing well. We've held our
Yeah. I'm gonna do my outro.
Yeah,
guys.
and the
I'm
UK
gonna. I know,
people
Lady
held their
D.
ground.
See, now you sabotaging. So now
And
you.
the
So
UK
now you
people
unmute.
were-
Now y'all sabotaging. So now you want to sabotage.
Big up the
That's
UK
cool.
blacks.
That's cool. I muted it. All right, cool. That's cool.
UK in the house.
Nah, let him finish. Let him finish.
Y'all want to do all of
Let's
that?
go.
That's cool. No, that's cool. No, go ahead. Get it out, bro. Not like it for real. If y'all want to laugh. And now get it out. Now get it. Everybody get it out, man. Get it out, man.
I born. I don't want to laugh here. I just wanted to say it would be nice if you actually brought an argument that I could lose for once. Because every time I hear an argument, you give me easy wins, easy dubs. Like I didn't mean to win. I didn't even need to.
Born can't take that he flopped and we outdone him. Big up the UK.
So
Win Rush, stand up.
Yeah. So long as we good now. Yeah,
Anyway.
man. They got you on. Look.
Yeah, all I want to say is thanks for letting us on the panel, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
You know how it is.
Hey, just like, subscribe, man. Let's just
I born rich. Can you do me a favor, please?
And it's a beautiful thing to have different brothers and sisters on the panel. With different perspectives. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just tell your people them to just keep Jamaica out there. Blood clot, man.
Red is not having it, you know. That keep
I'm joking.
Rich, tell them to stop being anti-African. That's all they have to do.
That too, man.
The people love it, man. Shout out to the people, man. You love it. You love it. Look, Harry, you're a motherfucker, man.
But Born Rich. Before you shut the show, you need to answer the question, man. That's a bit. I noticed that sometimes you ask questions and then you don't answer them yourself. Remember, Jerry Springer used to do like his little outro before he ended the Jerry Springer show, innit?
Yeah, we finna do it. I got a Jerry Springer outro for you right
No,
here.
yo, Red, you can't do that one. Do you know why? Because Born Rich, you see where you flopped here. I'm going to be honest.
I got one. Hey, but thank y'all for pulling up.
Nah, don't try and cut Triffer off,
But
you
I
little
really
shit.
thank
Go on,
y'all. I
Triffer.
really
Go
thank
Triffer.
y'all for
Go
pulling up, man.
Hey, Born
And
Rich,
guess what?
you're
tried it.
supposed
He
to
You
have
know
tried
the
the
it.
beautiful
information,
thing
the
is,
download on the
the
screen, bro. You're
beautiful
supposed
thing
to have
is,
any
the
points. You're supposed
brothers
to pull
pull
them
up.
up, bro.
You know
Put
what I
them on the
mean?
screen.
And if you don't like it, you don't like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, put them on the screen next time, Born Rich. When I'm telling you about American slave trade, you could have brought that up. You could have showed them. You could have showed them that they were originally black people. You could have showed them it was documented as illegal. A lot of the information we're talking about, that's what you got to do, Born Rich. Before you start talking about ADOS, make sure that you've authenticated everything ADOS is based on.
Get the fuck over there.
Hey, good night, family. I love y'all, man. One love. I
What
gotta
are you
get my
gonna
ass in the
fucking
bed.
do?
Good night,
Put your
y'all.
fucking
You
hands
got
on me.
him do something.
I want you to touch
I
me.
want you to put me
So
out of this yard.
fucking bad.
Put me out. I have a question. When y'all got out of the car the other day, and my old man was right here, why was y'all being rude? Because that right there made him cry all motherfucking night.
Rude about what?
Laughing at him.
About what?
I don't know. Y'all were sitting, your old lady was sitting right here staring at him, and so were y'all's friends, and y'all were cracking up. When you came out, you looked at him too.
Oh, no. Don't answer no stupid ass question.
That's not stupid. I'm just asking.
I promise you that every day I come out here from now on, I'm going to make fun of you every time I walk out the door. Every time I go in the door, I'm going to make fun of you.
Well,
I don't
just
care.
like I'm going to do you.
I don't care if you sit over there and cry yourself to sleep every night.
Well, you don't have to.
But if you don't break your ass over there.
I want you to put me out. I want you to do it.
Leanne, he can't put you in jail.
I know we
go
can't.
to hell, you son of a-
Get the hell out of this yard.
You put me out.
You got
He's going to put me out.
5 minutes. Get the fuck out of this yard, you stupid fucking bitch.
Hey, you need to quit
Or
calling your
get
goddamn
the
name.
fuck over there.
Hey, you do something about it. You call him now, you sorry son of a bitch.
What are you gonna fucking do?
You do something.
Put your fucking
You
hands
got
on me.
him do something.
I want you to touch
I
me.
want you to put me out of this
fucking
yard.
bad.
Put me out of the short.
So
Touch
he can
me.
put you in jail.
You
while
want me
he's
out
a
of the short? Put
pussy-ass
me out.
daughter. I'm not prissy. You guys just need to
Shut up.
leave us
Just
alone.
be quiet.
to leave
I
her
asked a simple
alone.
question.
Get the fuck
Put me
out of
out.
the fucking yard.
Come on. No. Leanne, God damn
No, I want him to put his
Get
hands
the
on
fuck
me.
out. I'm telling you.
Put your
Fine.
hands on her.
Get
mother.
the
you to put
fuck
your hands
out
on
of the
me.
fucking
Fuck
yard.
you.
Get the fuck out of here.
Put your hands on me.
Come on. Come on. Get the fuck out.
Oh, your voice got deep.
Leanne.
But now it's back.
Come on. Come on. Get the fuck.
You put your
Let's
hands
go.
on. Fuck
Let's
you.
go. You two. Let's
Put
go.
me out. No.
Whoa. No, you're all gonna
You
get
back
the
the
fuck out.
fuck up.
Get the fuck out. Keep going.
No.
Keep going.
You. I'm not.
Oh, she just touched me. I'm hurt.
Come on. Come on.
Hey,
Hey, you touch my mama, I'm fucking you up.
Keep recording.
Let's go.
Keep recording.
Oreo, come here now.
Go.
Oreo. Or babe, get Oreo now.
Come here, boy. Oreo. Come here, boy.
Get along and go over and see the and put diapers on. Put diapers
I
on that.
am going to sue you for that.
I lost my ring in your yard.
No, I don't care. Get the
I'm
fuck
getting
out.
my goddamn ring. Guys, please.
Come on. Get the fuck out. Let's go.
No, let her I'm find her getting my ring. goddamn ring. I'm getting my motherfucking
Stop.
Stop. Babe, stop. God.
Oh, really?
Get the fuck out. Everybody's going.
Stop. Please stop. Say what you got.
Stop.
Babe, please come here. Just stop. I'm getting my ring.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm getting my goddamn ring.
That was gangster. That's what I would do. I'll spray you with the whole